Chapter 151 Is she Orochimaru? The next day, the sky was clear and the wind was gentle. Orochimaru held Xiao Yi and came to Yang Ming's shop early to line up. Originally, he would never want to come here, because Yang Ming left him with a huge psychological shadow. The first time, Orochimaru was hit by the Nianghua spring, and he turned from a tough man into a woman. The second time, Yang Ming gave him a card that would make anyone pregnant, and he actually gave birth to Xiao Yi. This is unparalleled. If it were in the past, Orochimaru would never come here at great risk for others. However, when Orochimaru looked down at Xiao Yi, the face that looked exactly like his when he was a child, became more and more haggard due to not eating for 2 days, and his heart twitched slightly, as if a mountain was pressing down on his head, and he felt very uncomfortable. If Xiao Yi had not had an extraordinary physique, he would have fainted by now. A trace of tenderness flashed in Orochimaru's eyes, and he gently stroked Xiao Yi's slightly thin hair and said softly, "Be good, it will be fine soon." Xiao Yi slightly opened his hazy eyes, as if he understood, and whispered a few words, as if to say that he was fine, which made Orochimaru laugh. When Yang Ming's shop opened, Orochimaru was already impatient, and walked into the shop quickly like an arrow from a string. Orochimaru held little Mia, pointed at the menu on the wall, and whispered softly, "What do you want to eat?" Little Mia's eyes rolled around, and he pointed at the menu, pointing to the starry sky, and shouted hoarsely. Orochimaru's mouth curled up slightly, "Okay, then I'll listen to you." He turned around and called Bai, "Please give me a starry sky." Bai smiled sweetly, "Okay, please wait." While waiting, many diners also noticed the baby girl in Orochimaru's arms. Her skin was whiter than snow, her eyebrows were like paintings, and she was small and cute. But at this time, they all felt a chill coming from Orochimaru, like the wrath of winter, revealing a biting cold. For Orochimaru, little Mia is everything to him, how could he allow these vulgar people to look at him casually? With this episode, everyone knew that Orochimaru was not easy to mess with, and they all turned their eyes away, not daring to look at Orochimaru's side. Seeing this, Xiao Yi seemed to have discovered something interesting, and rubbed restlessly in Orochimaru's arms, as if urging him to continue doing this and scare those people to death. Orochimaru was happy in his heart, stretched out his finger, scratched Xiao Yi's nose, and said with a smile, "You are naughty." After a while, Bai came out with a pot looking up at the starry sky. Seeing the snake heads looking up and glaring, Orochimaru's mouth twitched, and he thought to himself, "What the hell is this?" "Guest, please enjoy." Bai put the tableware in place and said softly, "Sorry for bothering you." Orochimaru said indifferently. Then, he couldn't wait to pick up the spoon, scooped some soup, put it in front of his mouth, blew it gently to cool it, and then fed it to Xiao Yi. If it was before, Xiao Yi would definitely not want to eat anything. But the food cooked by Yang Ming seemed to have a magical power. Xiao Yi's nose twitched, as if she smelled the aroma she liked. She cooperated with Orochimaru and opened her mouth obediently. Seeing this, Orochimaru finally put down his heart and poured the snake soup into her mouth. Into Xiaoxi's mouth. When the warm snake soup entered her mouth, even though Xiaoxi couldn't speak yet, she stretched out her plump little hands and waved them randomly in the air, as if saying to Orochimaru, "I want more." Orochimaru's cold face showed a bright smile like the sun, "Okay, my little ancestor." As he spoke, Orochimaru kept scooping up the snake soup and feeding it to Xiaoxi. Due to the rich life energy in the snake soup and the fact that it was cooked in a Wanbao purple sand pot, a magical scene happened. Xiaoxi's originally haggard face quickly returned to normal at a speed visible to the naked eye, and a pair of bright eyes emerged from the obscurity and glowed with intelligence. Seeing that Yang Ming's cooking was indeed effective, Orochimaru breathed a sigh of relief and felt that the pressure on his shoulders was suddenly reduced. At this time, Xiao Yi seemed to be dissatisfied with only drinking the soup but not eating the meat. She rubbed her little body in Orochimaru's arms, kicked her calves, and stared at the snake meat at the bottom of the soup. Orochimaru smiled and said, "You don't have many teeth, and you want to learn to eat meat?" Xiao Yi seemed to know that things were difficult, and her beautiful eyebrows frowned and made a distressed look. Just as Orochimaru wanted to comfort her, he saw a shocking scene. Xiao Yi opened her little mouth, and with a cry, 2 rows of white teeth suddenly came out. "This is..." Orochimaru was a little speechless. This was similar to the body soft transformation technique he mastered. Should I say, it's worthy of being his child? Although it was a bit incredible, Orochimaru felt more proud in his heart, and felt that his daughter had grown up. Seeing this, Orochimaru picked up a piece of snake meat and tried it himself to see how hard it was. Although Orochimaru is an expert in using snakes, it is his first time to eat snake soup. When the tip of the tongue touches the soft snake skin, it rolls and shrinks, pulls it into the mouth, grinds the teeth, and chews it all up. The refreshing taste suddenly bursts out, making people refreshed. Chewing between the teeth, the large piece of snake meat is crushed, and the sweetness is revealed, just like a winding path leading to a secluded place, a zen room with flowers and trees, and continuous chewing brings constant surprises. The aroma mixed with various condiments, after a period of precipitation, is like a glass of old wine, which becomes more fragrant. After suddenly opening, it lingers in the tongue, making people intoxicated and unable to extricate themselves. Seeing that Orochimaru was eating so happily, Xiaomia pouted her little mouth, pulled his arm with a pair of little hands, and screamed hoarsely. If it were someone else, doing this would simply be courting death. But Xiaomia was obviously different. Orochimaru smiled gently and said flatteringly, "Okay, okay, little ancestor, I'll give it to you, okay." As he said that, Orochimaru picked up a piece of snake meat and put it into Xiaomi's mouth. As if he had found a treasure, Xiaomi covered his mouth and chewed hard, with a bright light in his big eyes, as if saying, "It's delicious." Just when Orochimaru and Xiaomi were having a good time, Jiraiya finished his work and walked out of the kitchen for a stroll, intending to flirt with the girl by the way. Jiraiya squinted his eyes, like the most astute hunter catching prey, looking around in the store. Suddenly, Jiraiya seemed to be out of his soul, and he was stunned. What did he see? What a ghost, he actually saw Xiaomi. What caught Jiraiya's eyes was the face that was exactly the same as Orochimaru's when he was a child. P.S. I will strongly recommend it next week. Please help me. Please give me your recommendation votes and collections. Friends who have book lists, please include this book in the book list. I really can't afford to lose this time. If I lose to others, this book will be put into the cold palace and will hardly be recommended in the future. Mobile users, please browse Reading for a better reading experience. Chapter 152 Jiraiya becomes Orochimaru's husband. Could it be? When he saw Xiaomia, an incredible thought flashed through Jiraiya's mind, is that Orochimaru's child? As a good friend who once fought side by side, Jiraiya was extremely familiar with Orochimaru. He shouldn't have a child, right? Thinking of this, Jiraiya moved his feet, almost one step at a time, and walked up slowly. After Orochimaru defected, Jiraiya never gave up bringing him back, and kept collecting any news about Orochimaru. This time, it was precisely because he realized that Orochimaru might be unfavorable to Konoha that Jiraiya hurried back. But now, it seems that the script is wrong, right? When Jiraiya hadn't even approached, Orochimaru had already noticed his presence. Orochimaru thought that his identity had been exposed, and his heart tightened. His whole body was in a tense state, ready to run away at any time. It's not that he can't beat Jiraiya, but he is worried about what will happen to the little Mia in his arms if something happens. It is precisely because of the concern in his heart that Orochimaru has no intention of fighting. Same when he was about to say goodbye, he felt a little ashamed. He had turned into a woman, and he didn't dare to let Jiraiya know. However, Orochimaru thought too much, and Jiraiya didn't recognize him. Perhaps he noticed Orochimaru's vigilance, and Jiraiya took out a lollipop from his arms, unwrapped it, and handed it to little Mia. Originally, Orochimaru was going to refuse, but little Mia in his arms shook, kicked his calves hard, and looked at the lollipop with a face full of desire. Orochimaru sighed in his heart and reached out to take the lollipop from Jiraiya's hand. When their fingers touched, it was as if they were electrocuted, and they quickly took it back. Jiraiya pretended to say unintentionally, "Your child is very cute, what's his name?" "Mia." Orochimaru said indifferently, with a cold goddess style. Hearing Orochimaru calling her name, Xiaomi waved her hands happily, as if to show off her presence. Seeing such a cute baby girl, and knowing that she was Orochimaru's child, Jiraiya showed a kind smile. The child is innocent, not to mention such a cute baby girl. Regardless of whether Xiaomi is Orochimaru's child or not, Jiraiya has been touched by her cuteness. For some reason, Jiraiya stretched out his rough palm and stroked Xiaomi's head lovingly. Xiaomi blinked her big eyes, and a look of enjoyment appeared on her face, which made Orochimaru on the side stunned. Although Xiaomi was very well behaved in Orochimaru's arms, she was tossed around a lot when Kabuto was responsible for taking care of her before. She is simply a little devil. Jiraiya looked at Xiaomi, who looked exactly like Orochimaru when he was a child, and his heart was full of emotion. Once upon a time, Orochimaru was like this, as pure as a blank sheet of paper. Unfortunately, war is like an indelible ink, which completely polluted this blank sheet of paper, making it unrecognizable. Jiraiya thought to himself, the child is innocent, I will guide her to the right path. His eyes changed, a gleam of light burst out of his eyes, and he said in a gentle voice, Child, what do you think of letting me be your godfather? Nani? Orochimaru was confused, he didn't expect Jiraiya to suddenly say this. Orochimaru looked at Jiraiya's serious face, and a muffled thunder sounded in his mind. Boom! Boom! If Jiraiya became the godfather of Miyako, then what would he be? Don't forget, it was Orochimaru who gave birth to Miyako. In other words, Jiraiya became Orochimaru's husband in another way? This picture is so beautiful. Orochimaru never dreamed that the two of them would meet like this after many years, simply. How shameful! Under the gaze of the two, Xiaomiya did not object, his big eyes glowed with wisdom, and he smiled sweetly. At this moment, Yang Ming came out of the kitchen to get some fresh air, and just saw the whole scene. He stumbled and almost fell down. Yang Ming's stomach twitched, and the feeling of wanting to laugh but trying hard to hold it back was really uncomfortable. Yang Ming pretended to come to Jiraiya unintentionally, patted his shoulder, and joked, I didn't expect you to have the habit of recognizing anyone's father casually. After saying that, Yang Ming glanced at Orochimaru, but found that the other party was indeed a master of the movie emperor level, and there was no expression on his face. Even a thick-skinned man like Jiraiya couldn't help but blush, and said, Boss, I just think. Jiraiya was at a loss for words, and it was impossible for him to tell the truth. His mind kept turning sharply, and he suddenly said, She looks a lot like me. Puff. Orochimaru suddenly spit out the soup he had just drunk, splashing Jiraiya's clothes in front of him. Cough. As mature as Orochimaru, a blush appeared on his face, Sorry, I have to go back. Jiraiya looked at this slightly feminine woman and thought she was Orochimaru's person, and he didn't doubt it. Although it is possible to find Orochimaru's whereabouts through her, Jiraiya still disdains to do such a low-level method. What's more, Jiraiya relied on his intuition to faintly feel a threat from this woman, although it was very faint, but Jiraiya didn't want to hurt Xiaomiya because of his action. Yang Ming's mouth twitched. He didn't know whether he should tell the truth. In fact, this woman was Orochimaru. However, thinking that Jiraiya would be so proactive and wanted to be the godfather of Xiaomiya, Yang Ming swallowed the words in his mouth. After all, this seems very interesting. When Xiaomiya grows up, facing Jiraiya and Orochimaru at the same time, that scene must be quite interesting, right? After Orochimaru left, Yang Ming looked at Jiraiya with a serious face, You have been out for so long, why don't you go back to work? Boss, let me rest for a while. Jiraiya was busy peeking at Bai, looking for inspiration for the intimate paradise, and was suddenly called by Yang Ming. It was really startled. Seeing this, Yang Ming showed a compassionate expression, patted Jiraiya's shoulder sympathetically, and whispered in his ear, To tell you the truth, Bai is a man. Boom. As if the world-destroying thunder from the sky came down, Jiraiya's mind suddenly went empty, and the whole person was not good. Jiraiya was confused, Boss, are you telling the truth? Yang Ming nodded very affirmatively. Who told Jiraiya to work in the store for only 1 month? Yang Ming didn't intend to hide it from him. Jiraiya stood there in a daze, and a thought kept lingering in his mind. Such a beautiful person, but it's a boy. Should I say, it can't be Jiraiya? Even though he suffered a huge blow, he seemed to have received supreme inspiration, and seemed to have a new understanding of the book Intimate Paradise. It turns out that it can be gay. Mobile users please browse Reading for a better reading experience. Chapter 153 Hengdu's Invitation. Since being rejected by Yang Ming again yesterday, Hengdu's character, which was not easily defeated, has completely exploded. Net. Today, Hengdu changed her usual clothes and wore a pink tights, outlining her upper body like an oil painting, showing her beauty. On the way to Yang Ming's shop, Hengdu's figure was light and beautiful like spring clouds, with dark clouds on her hair, apricot face and peach cheeks, light spring mountains, delicate waist, snow-like skin, and bright and charming light. She was really like a crabapple intoxicated by the sun, a pear blossom in the rain, and she was more beautiful than the world, with a jade-like face and pearl-like brilliance, and a peerless beauty. She was really more beautiful than flowers, making pedestrians on the road intoxicated. Oh, who is this woman? Why is she so beautiful? I've decided. She is the goddess of my dreams. Stop talking nonsense. She belongs to me. A few passers-by were chatting and they were jealous of Hongdu. They argued until they were red in the face. Finally, it developed into a fight. They were beaten and bleeding. It was horrible. Hongdu's charm is too great today. Her every move was full of charm. No matter her shape and movement, she gathered the most beautiful and wonderful posture in the world, which completely attracted the eyes and spirits of men, and an indescribable graceful feeling surged in her heart. If it were usual, Hongdu would never wear such a flamboyant dress. But every time she thought of how she was rejected by Yang Ming several times, she felt angry and couldn't help but vent. Although Hongdu came late and was the last person in the long queue, many men in her beautiful sight were shaken and blushed and lowered their heads. In fact, many people even left their seats to make way for Hongdu in order to win the beauty's smile. Hongdu just smiled softly. But for those diners who gave way on their own initiative, it was as if they had received an imperial decree, and they were excited. Before Hongdu entered the store, Jiraiya smelled a faint fragrance, and his spirits were lifted, and he ran out happily. When he saw Hongdu, Jiraiya showed his obscene expression again as usual. "Beauty, let's go for a drink, how about it?" Although he said so, Jiraiya's heart was unusually calm, just a daily habit of teasing girls. Hongdu raised her eyebrows, she didn't know Jiraiya, and directly shouted, "Get out!" Although it was a swear word, it tasted different when it came out of Hongdu's mouth. Hongdu's voice was like the most mellow wine poured into the most exquisite jade cup, bright and smooth, making Jiraiya very intoxicated. Jiraiya was thick-skinned and said with a sly smile, "Let's not go drink, let's go see the goldfish." Hongdu didn't bother to pay attention to him, rolled her eyes, passed Jiraiya, raised a gust of fragrant wind at his nose, and went straight into the store. Hongdu went straight to Yang Ming. This time, she changed her tactics. Net. She opened her red lips like a cherry, and the tip of her tongue was full of beauty and harmony. Her eyes were like a pair of phoenix eyes, and the corners of her eyes were full of delicate and charming. If it were someone else, they would be fascinated and unable to control themselves. "Yang Ming, tonight's Chunin exam, I hope you can come and help treat the injured." "Oh." Yang Ming's eyes flashed, and he didn't expect Hongdu to come here for this matter. Seeing Yang Ming's intention, Hongdu grinned. This was also the experience she gained from asking Orochimaru for advice when she met him yesterday. If Yang Ming wants to stop rejecting his real request, he must get used to his small request. Unexpectedly, the experience taught by Orochimaru really works. Yang Ming pondered for a moment. He thought that if he could personally attend the bet with Gaara and witness Xiao Li defeating Gaara, it might be a very interesting thing. Moreover, Yang Ming did not forget that once Gaara really became his little brother, he could finally update his achievement task that he had not completed for a long time. Achievement task, currently at level E, it has been rewarded with the 3-body technique and shadow clone technique. I haven't been a big brother for many years. In the Naruto world, the host becomes the big brother of an important character. Currently, the number of younger brothers is 2 and can be upgraded. After some exploration, Yang Ming has long known that the main task rewards extremely precious things, the hidden task rewards all things, the serial task rewards blood limit, and the achievement task rewards ninjutsu. Since getting the system for so long, Yang Ming was embarrassed to find that his strength was very weak and there were almost no ninjutsu that he could show off. This made Yang Ming very curious, wondering what ninjutsu he would get if he completed this task. "Well, I don't ask for any powerful ninjutsu like Flying Thunder God technique, just give me an attack-type ninjutsu," Yang Ming said in his heart. Thinking of this, Yang Ming said, "Okay, wait for me, I'll go with you right away." Yang Ming handed over the business of the store to his incarnation, explained to the employees, and left with Hongdu. After a period of rushing, the two finally arrived at the examination venue. At this time, most of the games have ended. The ones who are playing now are Niji and Hinata. "Boss, why are you here?" In the infirmary, Dinkai was very curious about why Yang Ming came. Seeing that Dinkai was injured, Yang Ming said unhappily, "Of course I am here to treat you." A warm current flowed through Dinkai's heart. He didn't expect that boss Yang Ming actually cared so much about him as an employee. Seeing Yang Ming take out the Wanbao purple sand pot, Ding Kai knew that the boss must be cooking food with healing effects. However, when he saw the bags of instant noodles, Ding Kai's mouth twitched, and he would not eat it even if he was beaten to death. "Boss, you can cook with my ingredients." With a reluctant look on his face, Ding Kai took out large and small bags of snacks from his arms, including potato chips, spicy strips, fried beans, sausages. Like Doraemon's pocket, Ding Kai took out snacks continuously, which made Yang Ming's eyelids jump. "Stop, stop, stop. I don't need your stuff." Yang Ming really couldn't imagine that when spicy strips and fried potato chips were stewed together, could that kind of thing really be eaten? Yang Ming really doubted it. At this moment, something strange happened. Bang! With a slightly rude entrance, a figure walked into the infirmary, with his arms folded, his face indifferent, and a murderous aura between his eyebrows. He was Gaara. Hungdo was so angry that she slammed the table and shouted, "This is the infirmary, why are you breaking in?" Gaara's violent eyes turned, like a creature standing at the top of the food chain, exuding a terrifying breath. "Do you want to die?" At this moment, Gaara's state was extremely wrong, like a powder keg that would explode at any time. Hungdo wanted to say something, but a pair of steady and powerful palms suddenly pressed on her shoulders. Yang Ming walked up from behind her and said calmly, "Gaara, just be my little brother." Mobile users, please visit M-Reading for a better reading experience. Chapter 154. Upgrade first, then fight Gaara. Please collect, recommend, and everything. "Gaara, just be my little brother." Hearing Yang Ming's declaration, Gaara's expression changed, and the monstrous evil spirit, like a surging wave, swept over. "Hey! Hey! Hey!" Gaara's sudden burst of evil spirit actually took shape, and gusts of wind blew like a blade, piercing people's skin. Facing the furious Gaara, Yang Ming remained motionless and just said lightly, "Don't you plan to make a bet with me?" Gaara's tyrannical eyes swept over Yang Ming and made a throat-wiping gesture, "I'll settle accounts with you after I kill that Rock Lee." Last time, Gaara had to retreat because of the mutation of the gourd's sand, and he seemed to hear a familiar voice from inside, and his neck was injured by Zabuza. This time, Gaara was so bold that he even wanted to kill Yang Ming. At this time, Niji and Hinata had decided the winner, and it was Gaara and Rock Lee's turn to appear. Yang Ming and Hungdo came to the audience and saw a group of familiar people. Naruto said happily, "Brother, why are you here? You didn't see my brilliant performance just now." Yang Ming touched Naruto's messy hair, "You are worthy of being my little brother, well done." Then, Yang Ming greeted Kakashi, Might Guy and others one by one, and walked to Xiao Li. "Xiao Li, I am very optimistic about you, you must win." Xiao Li raised his thumb, showing his white teeth, and smiled, "Watch me." Then, Xiao Li jumped, turned a few somersaults in the air, and jumped down from the upstairs easily. Gaara glanced at Xiao Li with disdain and urged the referee, "Let's start quickly." The game. Before the referee said the word start, Gaara couldn't wait and launched an attack. Hand of Sand. They. Quicksand flew past and gathered into a huge palm in the air, like a locomotive, crashing into Xiao Li. Before the giant hand arrived, Xiao Li felt a surge of energy sweeping over, blowing his hair wildly. However, facing all this, Xiao Li only had a high fighting spirit in his heart. Xiao Li glanced at teacher Akai and Yang Ming upstairs. One was his mentor who guided him to the path of physical training, and the other was his good friend who understood him and gave him a lot of encouragement in his daily life. "Even if not for myself, I have to fight for their trust and fight for everything," Xiao Li said in his heart. Suddenly, Xiao Li moved. It was as fast as the wind and as powerful as a raging fire. Xiao Li stepped quickly and disappeared before the giant hand arrived. Boom! Gaara's hand of sand still blasted forward clumsily, hitting the empty ground in vain, raising a cloud of dust, and the ground was cracked by the huge force. Damn it! It's this speed type again. Gaara felt like he punched the air, his heart was blocked, and he was extremely uncomfortable. Some time ago, Gaara was played by Yang Ming with a quick escape, and he hated speed ninjas like Xiao Li. However, Gaara also has a ninjutsu to deal with it. Flowing Sand Waterfall. The king is angry, and millions of corpses are buried. As if hearing the call of the king of sand, a large amount of sand flowed back like a waterfall, pouring out from the gourd behind him, forming a golden ocean, covering the entire floor of the examination room. At this time, Xiao Li was already close to Gaara. Konoha whirlwind. Xiao Li used one foot as a fulcrum, and his body spun around. At an extremely fast speed, his other leg whipped Gaara's face like a whip. Bang! Gaara was like a piece of wood, allowing Xiao Li to hit him. His entire head suddenly shattered like a tile and turned into flying sand. Armor of sand. Even a fool would know that he had fallen into a trap when he saw this situation. However, Gaara had already arranged it. Net. Sand falls burial. Gaara's figure appeared in the corner, with a bloodthirsty smile on his face. With a word, the sand on the ground of the entire examination room suddenly exploded. In the horrified eyes of the crowd, a wave of sand sea submerged Xiao Li. Seeing this, Might Guy nervously gripped the railing, feeling increasingly uneasy, and anxiously asked, "What does he want to do?" As if to answer his question, Gaara raised his head and looked directly at Might Guy, his eyes bursting with violent murderous aura. At this moment, Gaara was like Shura coming down from the battlefield, exuding a terrifying bloody murderous aura. Gaara stretched out his right hand to the front, with his 5 fingers forming claws, making a virtual grip. Go to hell! Who dares not to obey the king's order? The sand covering Xiao Li suddenly collapsed inwards as if it was grasped by a big hand, and countless sands were like drill bits, constantly squeezing inwards. However, to Gaara's surprise, the sand was suddenly broken up. Bang! With a loud bang, Xiao Li escaped from inside. Xiao Li's body looked very embarrassed, with scars all over his body. At this time, Xiao Li loosened the bandages on his hands and let them fall down. The door was opened. He raised his head and said to Might Guy and Yang Ming, "Sorry, it seems that I have to use the forbidden ninjutsu." Might Guy raised his thumb and showed his shining white teeth. "Go, youth is not regretful. Do it according to your ideas, don't worry about other people's opinions." Yang Ming said lightly. With the affirmation of teachers and friends, Xiao Li felt a warm current in his heart and almost burst into tears. Once upon a time, as the last one in the school, he was not recognized by anyone. Now, Xiao Li also has people who recognize him. Xiao Li silently wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, his expression changed, his eyes were as sharp as a hawk, and his whole body exuded a fighting spirit that changed people. "Gaara, I admit that you are strong. But..." Xiao Li walked towards Gaara step by step, "I have a reason not to lose." When the last word was spoken, Xiao Li stepped on the ground, like a cannonball, leaving a sunken footprint on the spot, and rushed towards Gaara. Show Lotus. In a short moment, Xiao Li's 2 legs were like whips, turning into shadowless legs, and whipping Gaara violently. Damn it! Gaara was furious, he hated this kind of speed-type ninja the most. Under Xiao Li's violent attack, Gaara had to shrink back, letting the sand take the initiative to protect his body, barely resisting Xiao Li's attack. Seeing this, Gaara breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Xiao Li's speed was not fast enough. The more Xiao Li attacked, the more anxious he became. He didn't expect that he couldn't break the opponent's defense even after opening the door. It was like biting a tortoise shell, which was extremely unpleasant. But Xiao Li didn't dare to open the 8 gates easily, because he still had the curry provided by Yang Ming. It can increase the strength tenfold. P.S. Thank you for your help. It is currently ranked 2nd in the strong push. Please continue to give your support and give the person in front 1,000 years of killing. Recommend and collect it for me. Mobile users please browse M. Reading for a better reading experience. Chapter 155 Eat a bite of curry, burn, youth. Facing Gaara's absolute defense, Xiao Li jumped aside in full view of everyone and took out a lunch box from his bag. What is Xiao Li doing? Not only others were confused, but even the teacher Might Guy was at a loss. At this time, you are still in the mood to eat? Only Yang Ming looked calm, as if he had expected it long ago. He stood with his hands behind his back and a faint smile on his lips. Seeing this, Naruto asked curiously, "Brother, you must know, right?" Yang Ming kept it a secret, "You will know in a moment." Xiao Li quickly took a bite of curry. It was still the familiar recipe and the familiar taste. As if the tip of the tongue was ignited, the crazy hotness swept through the whole body. Xiao Li felt that all the cells in his body were trembling, and an unmatched power continued to spread throughout the body. Xiao Li clenched his fists, felt the power contained in them, and a trace of determination flashed in his eyes, "I must win." Then, Xiao Li launched an offensive. Like a tiger descending from the mountain, Xiao Li carried a powerful momentum and was out of control. Countless leg shadows covered Gaara's body again, as if to drown him in the sea of phantoms. Gaara was originally very confident that his absolute defense would not be broken by Xiao Li, and he was still thinking about how to fight back. But when Gaara saw that the sand shield, which had been invincible before, met Xiao Li's iron legs, it wailed in the air, and with a bang, it suddenly shattered, and the sand scattered. This! Gaara widened his eyes in disbelief. How is it possible? What Gaara couldn't accept was that Xiao Li's fist had already passed through his heavy defenses and came to him. Burn, my youth! Xiao Li roared, and his whole body was focused on this punch, bursting out with unprecedented power. The punch was like a dragon, and the momentum was like a rainbow. Bang! Quick, quick, quick! Before Gaara could use the sand armor, he was hit hard in the face. An unprecedented pain swept over his face, and Gaara felt that it was not a fist, but a truck that rushed over. Gaara was like a kite with a broken string, drawing a beautiful arc in the air and hitting the wall heavily. Bang! With a loud bang, even the audience stands trembled. On the wall hit by Gaara, a deep pit was smashed, and smoke came out. So strong! Seeing this scene, almost everyone was shocked. They didn't expect that Xiao Li, who used to be the last one, would burst out with such a powerful force. Just when the referee wanted to announce Xiao Li's victory, a crazy laugh suddenly came out from the deep pit. Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha! Along with the laughter, an arm that was obviously not human suddenly drilled out of the deep pit. Net! When Gaara appeared in everyone's sight again, nearly 3/4 of his body had turned into a tailed beast, and most of the human body turned into a powerful muscle. What kind of monster is this? When Gaara ran away, revealing his terrifying body, a bloody smell suddenly spread, which was disgusting. Gaara's evil spirit, like a substance, completely locked Xiao Li. Gaara was just a thought. The sand, which was originally at the disposal of his arms, became even more handy, as if breathing air, and became an instinct. Sand Falls Burial. Accompanied by Gaara's low roar, supported by Shikaku's large amount of chakra, the sand covering the entire examination room suddenly burst out like boiling water. Sand Dragon. Boom! Under Gaara's control, a lifelike dragon head made entirely of sand suddenly rose from the bottom of the desert. Just the head, it was as big as a floor. Ouch! Sharon let out a silent roar, and his body twisted slightly like flowing water, opening his bloody mouth, trying to swallow Xiao Li in one bite. Seeing this, Xiao Li's throat moved, swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and took a quick step, temporarily retreating strategically. Unfortunately, even if Xiao Li opened the door, he was still not as fast as Sharon. Damn it! A look of determination flashed across Xiao Li's eyes. He absolutely couldn't lose here. He couldn't afford to lose. Hard training after so long, isn't it just for this moment to shine brightly? Su Men, open! Shang Men, open! Shang Men, open! When the fourth door was opened, a trace of pain flashed across Xiao Li's face, and he felt that his muscles were constantly pulled everywhere, and he was in great pain. Not enough. Feeling the huge pressure from Salon behind him, a trace of madness flashed across Xiao Li's eyes. Do Men! Xiao Li felt a burst of heat all over his body, as if he was soaked in a frying pan, but he still gritted his teeth and roared, "Open it for me!" After breaking through the shackles of his body, Xiao Li felt that he had entered a new realm. He felt the power in his body boiling in his every move. At this time, there were only 10 seconds left for the curry effect cooked by Yang Ming. But these 10 seconds were enough. Xiao Li stepped on the ground, and the ground cracked, leaving deep footprints on the bricks. Afterwards, he was like a hidden dragon emerging from the water, with an unstoppable momentum, as if he would kill gods and Buddhas if he met them. Even if there was a huge sandbar between him and Gaara, he would punch it out. One punch, destroy all living things. Boom! The huge dragon head, which was 1 floor high, was as fragile as tofu under the power of this punch, and it broke apart one by one, turning into flying sand that covered the sky and the sun. At this time, there were only 3 seconds left before the curry was over. Xiao Li did not dare to stop for a moment, and at a speed close to the speed of sound, he punched Gaara with a sound of explosions all the way. Damn it! Feeling the breath of death close at hand, Gaara's face was ferocious, and he suddenly surpassed himself and used Shikaku's ninjutsu. Wind escape. Practice air bullet. When Gaara finished using it, the chakra in his body was almost exhausted, and he sat on the ground. The air was extremely compressed, and the air bullets that were invisible to the naked eye were like a world-destroying disaster. They flew all the way, and the ground was plowed with a shallow mark. At this time, there was only 1 second left before the curry effect. Xiao Li's eyes were as sharp as an eagle, and he shouted excitedly, "Youth will not regret." Then, he boldly threw the strongest punch so far. One punch, breaking the sky. In the astonished eyes of everyone, Xiao Li broke the empty bullet with one punch, and the remaining residual force was still so strong, like a car running at full speed, and it hit Gaara with a bang. Boom! A huge roar sounded, and Xiao Li and Gaara both smashed into the wall, and the entire audience stand trembled violently, as if an earthquake had erupted. Yang Ming did not expect that Gaara could still do this with his secret help to Xiao Li. At this moment, even he did not know who won this competition. Mobile users, please browse reading for a better reading experience. Chapter 156 What the hell is spicy strips and fried potato chips? Not only Yang Ming wanted to know who won, everyone was looking forward to seeing Gaara and Xiao Li climb out of the sunken pit. At this time, Might Guy couldn't wait any longer. He knew how terrible it would be to open the 8 gates, and how much damage it would cause to the body. Just as he was about to go forward to rescue, a strong hand grabbed his arm. "Don't worry," Yang Ming said lightly, "I'm here." Might Guy realized that he was a little too reckless. If Xiao Li lost the game because of his recklessness, Xiao Li would probably resent him. What's more, it's different from the original work now. With Yang Ming here, even if he is seriously injured, nothing will happen. However, everyone waited for nearly 5 minutes, and still no one came out. In desperation, the referee had to temporarily rule that this game was a draw. When Gaara and Xiao Li were carried out by medical staff, everyone was shocked. One of Xiao Li's arms was bloody and looked like it had been cut into pieces. You could almost see the bones inside. It was extremely miserable. As for Gaara, the situation was much better. Xiao Li obviously had no urge to kill. He released most of his strength at the last moment and only severely injured Gaara. In addition, the opponent's chakra was exhausted and he temporarily fainted. Seeing this, many medical ninjas from the medical team were busy and urgently stopped the bleeding of the two, and then handed them over to Yang Ming for treatment. However, Yang Ming was not idle before that. He had already cooked instant noodles and asked the medical staff to pour the noodle soup into the mouths of the two. When the salty soup entered his mouth, Gaara woke up first. Gaara thought of the invincible punch before, and he was still frightened. If the other party had not been kind and showed mercy in the end, he would probably be dead now. Seeing Yang Ming approaching, Gaara said a little tiredly, "I lost the bet with you." At the same time, the voice of the system sounded. "Congratulations to the host for completing the D.Ed. level achievement. I haven't been the big brother for many years. I won't be the big brother many years." In the Naruto world, the host becomes the big brother of an important character. Currently, the number of younger brothers is 3 and can be upgraded. Achievement reward, Fanfiction Huijutsu. Task completed, reward issued. However, facing the system reward, Yang Ming was very unhappy. No other reason, when he saw Xiao Li's arm almost broken, Yang Ming's heart was already out of anger. Yang Ming did not say anything harsh, after all, injuries in the game are inevitable. However, this does not mean that Yang Ming will not do something for Xiao Li, his good friend. At this moment, Yang Ming held a pot of steaming hodgepodge in his hand, with a layer of oil stains floating on it, and all kinds of strange smells mixed together, which made people feel quite strange. That's right, this is a disgusting dark dish that Yang Ming took away all of Dinkai's snacks. Not only are there spicy strips, fried potato chips, and fried beans, but even the seasonings of instant noodles are all put in. What is cooked is simply crazy. Unfortunately, Gaara didn't know. As Yang Ming walked along, bystanders saw the turbid and ugly food in the boiling pot and retreated 3 feet away. Yang Ming called this disgusting dish snack Buddha jumps over the wall. Well, that's it. Buddha jumps over the wall is such a delicious delicacy, but Yang Ming took the blame. However, this dish is extremely bad for ordinary people, but it has infinite charm for Gaara. As we all know, Gaara often does not sleep and is always in a tense state. As a result, Gaara can't taste the food at all, and it is always tasteless, like chewing wax. When Gaara picked up the spoon and drank a mouthful of poison like a witch's cooking, the turbid soup flowed into his mouth, and a strange taste mixed with strange seasonings, like a worm attached to a corpse, wriggling on the tip of the tongue little by little, releasing a strange taste. If it were someone else, he would have sprayed it out by now. But Gaara seemed to have discovered a new world. The more he tasted, the brighter his eyes became. For the first time, his numb tongue finally responded. After drinking a mouthful of soup, Gaara couldn't wait to scoop up the condiments inside, whether it was spicy strips or fried potato chips, and swallowed them all in one gulp. Since there were several packets of instant noodle seasonings in it, you can imagine how salty these things were. But Gaara was different. Instead, he ate it with relish, and he didn't want to stop until he finished it. Not to mention, during the tasting process, Gaara felt that his injuries were gradually recovering, and his chakra was replenished again. Seeing Gaara's wolf-like appearance, Yang Ming's mouth twitched fiercely. He always felt like he was punching cotton and couldn't use his strength. He was very depressed. Will Gaara become a member of the salty party from now on? Yang Ming said secretly. Yang Ming always felt that he had done something wrong. Shouldn't he make dark dishes to make Gaara cry bitterly? Why did the style seem wrong? Yang Ming looked at the pot of disgusting dishes that looked like a toad, which was eaten by Gaara like an autumn wind. He felt that Gaara was finished. He didn't expect that he had such a strong taste. At this time, the referee judged the injuries of Gaara and Xiao Li and finally decided that Gaara won. Although Xiao Li was not as miserable as in the original book with Yang Ming here, he was still judged to lose. Xiao Li was not only injured too seriously, but also opened the 8 gates to stimulate his potential and overdrawn too much vitality. Even with Yang Ming's cooking to heal him, Xiao Li couldn't catch up with the next exam. In comparison, Gaara's situation was much better. After all, he was a Jinkraki, and his body recovery ability was superior. With Yang Ming's cooking, it was like adding wings to a tiger. He would be able to recover in a few days. In desperation, the referee had to make this decision. At this time, Xiao Li also woke up from his deep sleep after drinking a lot of thick soup. Hearing the referee's decision, he showed a bitter smile. I didn't expect that I would lose in the end. No. Yang Ming walked forward and said seriously, if you hadn't stopped at the last moment, Gaara would have died by now. You, even though you lost, you are still honorable. Yang Ming. Tears welled up in Xiao Li's eyes, like a lump in his throat. He wanted to say something, but he was at a loss for words and didn't know how to say it. At this time, Ningkai also came over and gave him a thumbs up. Xiao Li, I admit that you are a respectable opponent. Not only Ningkai, but other people in Konoha also came over one by one and gave Xiao Li a thumbs up. This is everyone's affirmation of Xiao Li. At this moment, Xiao Li only felt that the ridicule he had suffered in the past was actually nothing. Because he has embraced this world. Mobile users, please visit Read for a better reading experience. Chapter 157, Trying to Cook Food with Ninjutsu. After stabilizing Xiao Li's injuries, Yang Ming couldn't hold back his ecstasy and ran all the way back to the store. Ever since he saw Nisi use Kaden to wash dishes and Jiraiya use Rei's Nan to make dough, Yang Ming was very curious about what would happen if he used ninjutsu to cook delicious food. Among the dishes Yang Ming knows now, only fried steak is more suitable for the Fengxian Huijutsu. As for the swift escape and ice escape that Yang Ming had obtained before, it was a pity. Because the swift escape is too fast, it is difficult for Yang Ming to use it well without the Sharingan. Needless to say, ice escape, Yang Ming does not know the ninjutsu of ice escape, so he can only release cold air to ensure that his ice cream carving is not affected, which is a tragedy. Yang Ming prepared all the materials, pierced the steak with a steel fork, and placed it in front of him. Then, Yang Ming controlled the chakra in his body, quickly formed seals with both hands, and spit out a fist-sized flame from his mouth. As soon as this flame came out, the intense high temperature made Yang Ming's skin feel uncomfortable. This temperature has exceeded 80 degrees Celsius, right? Yang Ming thought to himself. Because it was only his first attempt, Yang Ming only smeared a little oil on the steak, and then controlled the flame and placed it under the steak. Crackling! Crackling! When the flame touched the oil on the surface of the steak, it was like a comet hitting the earth, and a violent conflict suddenly broke out, and a continuous sound was heard. After a while, the originally bright red steak gradually became darker under the high-temperature grilling, emitting a sultry fragrance, which lingered on Yang Ming's nose for a long time, making people's appetite increase. At this time, Yang Ming dispersed the flame and checked his masterpiece. I saw that the surface of the steak was directly exposed to the flame because there was no isolation from the bottom of the pot. In just a short moment, there were many burnt places on the surface, black and emitting a burnt smell. When Yang Ming picked up a knife and cut the steak in half, he could see that the middle part was not cooked at all, and there were strands of scarlet juice flowing out. If it were normal, this would definitely be a failed attempt. However, Yang Ming did not care, but cut a small piece of steak and tasted it slowly. Well, the outer layer of the steak is hard, and the middle is still raw. It is very difficult to chew and the taste is poor. Yang Ming put the failed product aside and began to summarize his experience. Undoubtedly, if there is no isolation at the bottom of the pot, it will be very bad to fry the steak directly with fire escape. However, Yang Ming is not without a way. The reason why the steak is cooked on the outside and raw on the inside is nothing more than that the steak is too thick, so that the high temperature of the flame is difficult to enter. In this case, just cut the steak thinner. Do it as you think of it. Yang Ming picked up the knife and took out a small section of steak that is as wide as a finger. With the help of elementary knife skills, he carefully cut it in half horizontally. Then, Yang Ming did the same thing and grilled it with flames. This time, it went surprisingly smoothly and it was ready in a short time. When he saw the steak emitting hot steam, the surface was dark, with a slight trace of burning, and exuding a tantalizing aroma. Yang Ming cut it open. Because the steak was thinner this time, it was much more cooked inside, about 50% done, and the juice was also collected. The color distribution was very regular, forming layers of dividing lines from the outside to the inside. Yang Ming cut a small piece and took a light bite. It was not as tough as imagined to chew. The beef melted easily in the mouth like cotton and a mellow aroma followed. Although the taste of the steak was relatively simple because no seasoning was added, it truly restored the taste of the beef itself, a unique taste that only beef has, lingering in the tongue, lingering for a long time, and delicious. But it seems that the taste of cooking with ninjutsu is not unique. Yang Ming said secretly. Yang Ming recalled the little things that happened just now, and a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Although using ninjutsu cannot increase the flavor of food, it is very cool. At this time, Yang Ming thought of the invitation letter that the Sandame sent to him not long ago. Soon, Konoha will stage a gorgeous cooking competition. If he uses ninjutsu to cook food, it should be easier to get the favor of the judges, right? Unfortunately, Yang Ming himself forgot that he had offended the name of the Fire Country, and finally regretted it on the day of the competition. No words were spoken overnight, and the next day, Yang Ming went to the hospital to visit Xiao Li early in the morning to see how much he had recovered. When he came to Xiao Li's ward, he vaguely heard a heavy gasp from inside. Could it be? Yang Ming looked strange for a while, and looked around. Hospital, beautiful nurses, isn't this the birthplace of the legendary thing? Yang Ming raised his eyebrows and thought to himself, Xiao Li shouldn't be that kind of person, right? With such a pure thought, Yang Ming entered the ward. Then, he saw Xiao Li lying on the ground, doing push-ups with one intact hand. Yang Ming. Although he had expected it in his heart, when he really saw this scene, Yang Ming's heart was almost overwhelmed by complaints. No wonder Xiao Li doesn't have a girlfriend. Ahem. Yang Ming coughed a few times, attracting Xiao Li's attention. Xiao Li got up from the ground with difficulty, and said with surprise, Yang Ming, why are you here? Yang Ming picked up the thermos in his hand, bring you something delicious. Xiao Li's eyes lit up, is it curry rice? Dream on. Yang Ming opened the bottle cap, and a pleasant aroma came out from it. You are a seriously injured person, how can you eat spicy food? Xiao Li smiled awkwardly, it's because your curry rice is so delicious. After saying that, Xiao Li stretched his neck to see what kind of food was inside. Then, he saw beef instant noodles. Noodles, it's instant noodles. Beef, but it's not the kind of bagged dregs, but the beef left over from Yang Ming's experiment yesterday. Yang Ming chopped up all the steak from yesterday, and then stewed it in a wanbao purple clay pot to make this beef instant noodles. It smells so good. Xiao Li's nose twitched when he smelled the strong aroma. He was hungry immediately because he had consumed too much energy from exercising. Xiao Li took the bowl and chopsticks given by Yang Ming and ate it in big mouthfuls. The delicious taste was like a surging wave, drowning Xiao Li in an instant. Delicious. So delicious. Xiao Li stammered as he wolfed down the food, like a starving ghost reincarnated, not daring to miss a moment. The thermos that Yang Ming brought was very large, with 5 servings in it, but Xiao Li swept it away frantically, and in the blink of an eye, nothing was left, and even the soup inside was drunk up by Xiao Li. After that, Xiao Li stroked his swollen belly and said to Yang Ming with satisfaction, "This is the best instant noodles I have ever eaten." Mobile users, please visit M-Reading for a better reading experience. Chapter 158 Big Eater Competition. After visiting Xiao Li, Yang Ming saw that the other party was not seriously injured, but he still needed time to make up for the lost vitality, so he said goodbye and left. Net. Along the way, the villagers who were familiar with Yang Ming greeted him one after another, which was lively and crowded, and there was a feeling of being called for thousands of times. Yang Ming took a lot of effort to get rid of the enthusiastic villagers and returned to the shop. He looked around. It was originally just a small and simple shop, but now it has begun to take shape. Although it is not very big, it has a sense of grace after precipitation. At this time, the system was also unwilling to be lonely and jumped out. Congratulations to the host for triggering the hidden task, expand the store. Task description: are you still worried about the small size of the store? Hurry up and hold an event to take the store to the next level. Task reward: store decoration level 3. Very good, the system's assist is very powerful. Nowadays, the store can only accommodate 10 tables and chairs. Facing the increasing number of customers, it is indeed a bit insufficient. What's more, after Yang Ming has an extra incarnation, he can also handle more customers. But Yang Ming propped up his chin, thinking. The task actually requires an event. Yang Ming tried his best to imagine what kind of event should be held to attract more customers. At this time, Yang Ming saw a fat man at the door of Yule restaurant opposite, opening his gluttonous mouth and eating the breakfast in his hand frantically, and a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Yes, I can hold a big eater competition. Before Yang Ming was reborn, he had watched many animes that had such a competition. Now, it was his turn to hold the competition, and he was a little excited. So Yang Ming found a piece of paper and wrote a few words on it. To thank new and old customers, our store will hold a big eater competition starting from noon today. The competition will last for 2 hours. During the competition, customers can taste the food cooked by the store. Whoever can hold on to the end will be the winner. The reward for the competition is a free day in the store. After Yang Ming finished writing, he pasted it on the door and asked Zabuza and Bai to promote it in the village. Bai blinked, "Boss, are you sure you really want to do this? Is there a problem?" Yang Ming asked curiously. "I just think that we may not have enough manpower," Bai said. "Well, that's true." Yang Ming slapped his head, "Then call Naruto over and capture him as a laborer." After receiving the order, Zabuza and Haku called Ninkai, Koji, and Jiraiya, and divided them into several groups to distribute flyers in the village. Jiraiya held a large stack of flyers, his face still a little confused, and thought to himself, "Oh my god, when will a big shot like me are you going to hand out flyers too?" Seeing Jiraiya distracted, Bai Jiao shouted, "Jiraiya, what are you doing? Cheer up." Hearing Bai's voice, Jiraiya's body trembled, and the whole person suddenly woke up, as if a basin of cold water was poured on him. Ever since he learned from Yang Ming that Bai was a boy, Jiraiya was a little afraid of Bai. Not for anything else, Jiraiya was afraid that he would be turned gay. Looking at Bai's appearance like a beautiful woman, Jiraiya burst into tears. Why is he a man? The two walked and stopped, handing out flyers, attracting many people. Xiao Ying was originally buying daily necessities on the street. Seeing this, she walked up and asked, "What are you doing?" Bai handed Xiao Ying a flyer and smiled, "Our store is going to hold a very interesting event, welcome to come and play." Event? Sakura looked down and was immediately attracted by the word free. Sakura read it over and over again, and was surprised, Boss Yang Ming is so generous. Boss Yang Ming is a very good person. Isn't this just giving back to new and old customers? Bai smiled. Sakura touched her slightly swollen belly and sighed, "If I had known, I would not have eaten breakfast." After Sakura left, many people came to ask, especially Kakashi. When he saw his teacher's teacher handing out flyers on the street, he felt a roar in his head. Boom! It was like a world-destroying thunder falling, and Kakashi was burned inside and out by the thunder. Kakashi moved his throat, suppressed the turmoil in his heart, and pretended to walk forward casually. "Master Jiraiya, when did you come back?" Originally, Jiraiya was going to pretend that he didn't know Kakashi, but he didn't expect him to come over, and he was a little embarrassed. Jiraiya handed Kakashi a flyer. By the way, stop talking nonsense, Yang Ming's store is holding an event, come quickly. Oh. Kakashi looked down and saw the news that surprised him very much, big eater competition? It looks very interesting. Kakashi said that he just slept in today and didn't even have breakfast. He didn't expect to go out for a walk and encounter such a benefit. I'm so lucky today. Kakashi said secretly. After handing out the flyers, Jiraiya quickly sent him away to avoid embarrassment. After several employees of the store vigorously promoted the news, the whole Konoha village knew about it within a few hours. In addition, Yang Ming's store has always been famous for its high prices. When they heard that they could eat and drink for free, countless villagers who had never been there came from all directions. There was still an hour before Yang Ming's store opened, and the entrance of the store was already crowded with people, looking like a sea of people. Fortunately, Yang Ming captured Naruto as a soldier, and Naruto's hundreds of shadow clones were all dispatched to maintain order. At the same time, Yang Ming also received the support of the third generation, and a large number of people placed tables and chairs in front of the store, which was a spectacular sight and very lively. In the bustling crowd, you can see that many characters in the original work have come, including the third generation, Orochimaru, Red Bean, Might Guy, Jiraiya, and so on. Every diner who has come to Yang Ming's shop has a common regret in their hearts, that is, every time they feel that they are enjoying the food is finished. Now, under the event of the Big Eater, as if they have received a call, they all came, just to have a good meal in 2 hours. Yang Ming actually didn't expect that so many people would come just for an event, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Sure enough, no matter where you are, free is the king. Yang Ming stood at the door of the shop, looking at the endless guests, and felt deeply helpless. It seems that he will be too tired to stand up today. Yang Ming regretted it. He turned his head to look at Bai, and said seriously, Bai, what do you think will happen if I go on strike? You will definitely be sent razor blades. Bai also said seriously. Yang Ming propped up his chin and thought, or, I might as well open a razor blade restaurant. Bai. Mobile users, please visit M-Reading for a better reading experience. Chapter 159, Jiraiya's daily work of carrying plates. Yang Ming's shop held a big Stomach King event, attracting nearly half of the villagers in the village. It was crowded and lively. Yang Ming looked at the dark crowd, suppressed his excitement, picked up the microphone, and said, Thank you for your support. Today, everyone can let go of their stomachs and eat to their heart's content. I declare that the Big Stomach King competition is officially started. As soon as the voice fell, thunderous applause rang out in the crowd, like a violent storm, and it lasted for a long time. Until the staff of the shop brought out exquisite dishes, the applause began to weaken. First, the beef ramen was served. The portion was full. From a distance, people could smell the fragrance of noodles and beef, and their eyes lit up immediately. Jiraiya was holding a bowl of beef ramen, came to the sandaime, Here, old man, your noodles. The sandaime took a puff of cigarette and asked curiously, Aren't you a novelist? Why did you change your career? Jiraiya smiled awkwardly. Did he have to say that he decided to stay just to soak Bai? Jiraiya glanced at Bai in the distance, ethereal like a fairy in the clouds, attracting the attention of countless men nearby. Unfortunately, why is Bai a man? Jiraiya secretly decided that he would write BL novels in the future. Jiraiya took the bowl and hurried back to the kitchen. Inside, Yang Ming had already prepared a variety of dishes for thousands of people. The dazzling array made people greedy. Jiraiya looked around and saw that there was no one for the time being, so he took out a spoon and scooped a little into the bucket where the ice cream was stored. It was midsummer now, and the weather was hot. Jiraiya was still wearing a robe and couldn't stand it. What's more, he usually wants to eat secretly, but he doesn't have this opportunity. He can only eat one portion at the store, which can't satisfy his needs at all. He swallowed it quickly, and felt a chill on the tip of his tongue, as if the ice age had arrived, and the cold air spread all over his body, as if he was in an ice cellar. Cool. Really cool. Especially this kind of eating secretly behind other people's backs, there is always an inexplicable excitement, which is more impressive. Jiraiya feels that he is not eating ice cream, but nectar, which is the enjoyment of immortals. Jiraiya sighed comfortably, and when he heard footsteps outside the door, he hurriedly put the spoon into his trouser pocket, picked up a plate of egg fried rice, and hurried out. The shadow clone of Naruto came forward. He didn't know Jiraiya yet, and hurriedly passed by him and entered the kitchen. Seeing Naruto's familiar face, Jiraiya's mind flashed a figure, and he thought to himself, is he the child of the fourth generation? While thinking, Jiraiya couldn't resist the fragrance of egg fried rice, and stretched out his sinful right hand again, grabbed a handful of rice, and stuffed it into his mouth. It's delicious. It's not that Jiraiya has never eaten the food cooked by Yang Ming, but at that time he ate it openly, which was always a little less exciting. As the saying goes, a wife is not as good as a concubine, and a concubine is not as good as a secret lover, which is the truth of ancient and modern times. Jiraiya walked and ate secretly from time to time when no one was paying attention. When he came to the guests, only half of the fried rice was left. Sakura frowned at the fried rice in front of her. Uncle, you didn't steal some, did you? Why is there only this much? Jiraiya was so shameless that he made up a lie and said, there are too many people. Sakura thought about it and it was true. There were at least 1,000 people present, and so many free lunches had to be provided. If it were her, she would definitely cut corners. Thinking of this, Sakura's anger subsided. At this time, after a round of eating and drinking, most ordinary people were already full. After all, although Yang Ming's restaurant didn't have many dishes, the portions were full, and ordinary people didn't eat a lot, so they were easily full. Just like a buffet restaurant, although it claims to be free to eat and drink, the stomach capacity is limited, and the restaurant usually makes the most money. In less than an hour, the crowd that was originally crowded left sparsely, and those who were still struggling to eat were all fighters among foodies, with full combat power. The most eye-catching ones are the 4 golden flowers, namely Red Bean, Sakura, Tenten, and Temari. In front of the 4 people, there are already a pile of bowls and plates as high as a small mountain. Just looking at them makes you feel full. As for Orochimaru, he left quietly after feeding Xiaomiya to avoid trouble. There are also 4 men who can compete with these 4 golden flowers, namely Sasuke, Gaara, Might Guy, and Kakashi. For example, Naruto can only watch and drool, and carry the plates back and forth bitterly, which makes him depressed to death. Seeing this, Yang Ming secretly said, it seems that the first place of this event will be decided among them. At this time, perhaps Jiraiya was bolder and began to eat unscrupulously, and was discovered by Yang Ming. Jiraiya. Yang Ming raised his eyebrows and shouted angrily, what are you doing? Jiraiya's body trembled. He didn't expect that he would get his shoes wet after walking by the river so often. He was embarrassed. Well. Jiraiya shook his head and said, it's because the food made by the boss is so delicious. I couldn't help it. Yang Ming looked at the little donpo pork left on the other party's plate, and suddenly raised his voice and said, you can't help it. Jiraiya was speechless for a while. Yang Ming felt a little headache. This kind of stealing is not a big deal, but it is not a small matter. If it is not severely punished, it will inevitably break the rules of the small shop, and other employees will follow suit in the future. But Jiraiya's situation is special. First, he is strong, even Zabuza is not his opponent. Second, he only worked for a month and then left, so he has no psychological burden. After thinking about it, Yang Ming had to say, let's do this, today's live after the event, you will be responsible for washing the dishes. What? Jiraiya was confused. He looked at the dishes used by thousands of people and felt his legs shaking. If he washed all of them, his waist would be broken. Seeing this, Ninkai and Koji secretly laughed in their hearts. They didn't expect that someone would do it for them, and he was the legendary Sunin. They felt so sour and refreshing, which was better than eating ice cream. Jiraiya looked miserable and begged, boss, do you have to be so cruel? This is the rule. Yang Ming patted his shoulder and said lightly, go ahead, it's just a few thousand dishes, it's just a piece of cake for you. Jiraiya wanted to slap himself. Why was his mouth so greedy? Damn it. At the same time, the big eater competition was coming to an end and it was the most intense part. The 8 people chosen by Yang Ming really made it to the end. The others could only sigh at the empty plates in front of them and didn't even have the mood to compete. Please help. Please collect, recommend, and collect the book list. I'm going to be killed for 1,000 years. Mobile users, please visit mRead for a better reading experience. Chapter 160 The second floor of the small shop. As time goes by, it's like a big wave washing away the sand, and it's the best way to see who the real gold is. Among the remaining 8 people, Kakashi and Might Guy couldn't hold on first, and they burped one after another and withdrew from the competition. The two of them looked at the 4 girls, their stomachs that seemed like bottomless pits. They obviously ate so many delicacies, but their stomachs didn't seem to be bloated. It was so scary. Soon after them, Sasuke could have held on a little longer, but when he picked up the chopsticks, he couldn't eat any more. His stomach had swelled several times, like an inflated balloon, and it was uncomfortable. Because there were not many people left, Bai came to Yang Ming to rest. Looking at the remaining 5 people, Bai's eyes glowed with curiosity. "Boss, who do you think will win in the end?" As soon as the voice fell, Ninkai's voice came from behind Bai. "Of course it's Tenten." Ninkai had a vague feeling for Bai, and took this opportunity to come up and get close to him. "No, the winner must be Temari." Seeing Ninkai entangled with Bai, Kanjiarang was unhappy and walked over to contradict him. The two looked at each other and could sense each other's feelings for Bai, just like a lion and a tiger fighting, neither of them was willing to give in. "You don't have to say anything," Yang Ming said lightly, pointing his finger to the field. "The result is out." Everyone followed the direction of his finger and suddenly found that as the game time was approaching, the 4 golden flowers gave up at the same time. And the only one left in the field was Gaara. Gaara seemed not to notice the gazes of the crowd, and like the legendary glutton, he kept devouring all the delicacies in front of him. Since he had eaten Yang Ming's food last time, he couldn't stop. When he returned to his accommodation, he couldn't eat those things that were like chewing wax at all. In particular, when Gaara was eating, he felt that the one-tailed Shikaku in his body had become very well behaved, constantly taking most of the food he ate and entering its sealed place, and Gaara's heart was excited. Last time, it was the same. Gaara really slept well for the first time. It was like going to heaven, and his whole body was comfortable. People who have never experienced a bad sleep can hardly imagine the pain. Gaara didn't expect that Shikaku would not disturb him because he liked Yang Ming's food. This is exactly what he has been dreaming of. To outsiders, Gaara's stomach seems to have no end, and he keeps eating, and the speed is getting faster and faster, just like a human beast. In fact, this is just Shikaku sharing the food with Gaara. At the same time, when Gaara calmed down and tasted the food quietly without being bound by time and space, the vague figure that made him feel familiar appeared beside him again. Net. Gaara could feel that beside this person, his original Shura-like iron-blooded and ferocious tyranny seemed to be blown by the spring breeze, disintegrating little by little, and turning into a peaceful state. This feeling is great. Gaara is not a naturally cruel person. After he was born, the Kazekage had too high expectations for him, but it backfired and made him look like this now. Unconsciously, even Gaara did not notice that a tear appeared in the corner of his eye, slowly flowing down along the sideline of his face. Like a swallow returning to its nest, Gaara seemed to have returned to his mother's arms, feeling the long-lost warmth, and his mouth curled up, revealing a smile from the heart. This smile is very sweet. At this moment, he is no longer the murderous Shura, but just a child. Kanjuro and Temari saw this scene, and the 2 people who were familiar with Gaara felt that their 3 views were overturned. They looked at each other and could see that the other's eyes were, and a trace of joy that they could not express. People are not plants, who can be heartless. As Gaara's right-hand man, Temari and Kanjuro have been with Gaara for so many years. Under the wash of time, they have already formed an invisible bond that closely connects the 3 of them. A company is the most long-lasting confession. Temari and Kanjuro felt a trance in front of their eyes, and they couldn't remember why they insisted on accompanying Gaara. Perhaps, this is the truth of bond. As the game time ended, the voice of the system sounded in Yang Ming's ears. Hidden task, expand the store. Task description, are you still worried about the small store? Hurry up and hold an event to make the store go to the next level. Task reward, store decoration level 3. Task completed, reward has been issued. At this time, a sudden change occurred. Boom! There was only a loud noise, and Yang Ming's shop suddenly rose up in front of everyone's shocked eyes, turning into a 2-story shop. Even the store's facade changed a lot at this time, all made of emerald green bamboo, exuding a faint bamboo fragrance that was refreshing. The couplets on both sides of the door, "This is a humble room, but my virtue is fragrant," at this moment, showed infinite charm. This is... Jiraiya opened his mouth wide, his face was dull, and he could swallow 2 eggs, and sighed, "What a magical work!" Jiraiya thought that he had traveled throughout the ninja world and had even seen the legendary Toad Sage, so there should be nothing in this world that could surprise him. But at this moment, Jiraiya found that he was wrong, and very wrong. Jiraiya only felt that Yang Ming was unfathomable and could not be seen through. Yang Ming did not expect that when the shop was renovated again, it would make such a big fuss. But since the matter has been settled, Yang Ming had no choice but to say to everyone present, the shop has just expanded. Do you want to come and visit? Of course. Everyone immediately reacted from the shock just now and shouted almost in unison. Although there are many strange ninjutsu in the ninja world, but they didn't find any signs of anyone using ninjutsu just now, and Yang Ming's shop just changed out of thin air. This made them very curious about what was inside the second floor of the shop. Yang Ming took the lead and entered the shop. At this time, the first floor of the shop also changed a lot. The area has expanded a lot, with 20 tables and chairs, which looks orderly. On the left side of the entrance, a staircase spiraled down. The staircase was made of mahogany and exuded a pleasant wood fragrance. When everyone followed Yang Ming through the stairs and came to the door of the second floor, I saw a pair of couplets posted on both sides of the door, with the characters on it flying and dancing, revealing a proud and majestic spirit. If you want to see 1,000 miles away, you have to climb a higher floor. Seeing this, Zilai couldn't help but applaud and said, "Good calligraphy." Everyone agreed with it and nodded in approval, and then went into the second floor. Then, they saw a shocking scene. Mobile users, please visit Read for a better reading experience. Chapter 161 Chinese Dragon. Everyone followed Yang Ming to the second floor. When they opened the door, a cold air like the wrath of winter suddenly swept in like a whirlwind. This cold air was so cold that it caught people off guard and gave them goosebumps. What surprised everyone was that this floor was the same size as the first floor, but there was no table or chair. And in the center of the second floor, there was a dragon circling. This dragon was completely carved out of ice, with horns like a deer, head like a camel, eyes like a rabbit, neck like a snake, scales like fish, paws like a tiger, and ears like a cow. It was exactly the image of a Chinese dragon. Even when the dragon was coiled, it was more than 2 meters tall, almost touching the roof. The area it occupied was not small at all, about as thick as 10 people hugging each other. The ice dragon was carved so lifelike that it was almost indistinguishable from the real thing. The scales on it were the size of a palm, shining under the light and emitting a cold chill. In this hot summer, it was as refreshing as turning on the air conditioner. Yang Ming walked closer and touched the scales on it with his hand. He felt that they were sharp and hard. Even if he tried hard to bend them with his hands, they remained the same and did not move at all. System, what is this thing for? Yang Ming asked in his heart. Host, this ice dragon statue will not only help you observe and learn, thereby improving your knife skills, but you can also place delicious food on it. The system said seriously and seriously. Yang Ming half squinted his eyes. System, what's the point of me working so hard to complete the task and you just give me this second floor? Host, don't just look at the appearance. This ice dragon not only keeps the temperature at 0 degrees, but also restores the ingredients to their freshest state, giving people the ultimate taste enjoyment. Well, this is okay, very strong. After receiving the prompt from the system, Yang Ming looked at the ice dragon more carefully. I saw that the ice dragon's coiled body was gently inclined, with 8 layers together. The palm-sized scales on the dragon's body were just enough to hold the food and not easily slide down. Seeing this, Yang Ming thought of an anime he had watched before his rebirth, that is, Chef Boy. There was a scene in which sashimi was placed on the ice sculpture, and the scene was extremely spectacular. Since there was no material on hand, Yang Ming had to put it aside for the time being. System, depending on the situation, the second floor is a buffet mode, so how will the second floor be priced in the future? Yang Ming asked. Host, if you want to enter the second floor, you will be charged RMB. After the visit, the others left Yang Ming's shop one after another. Then, Yang Ming went into the kitchen, took out a small piece of beef, cut them into thin slices, and then took the mustard and eggs he bought for free and went into the second floor. Yang Ming placed slices of beef on the scales of the ice dragon. After a while, this section of the dragon seemed to come alive and had some vitality. That's right, Yang Ming was going to eat raw beef. This is a classic Korean dish. Yang Ming first cracked the egg, leaving only the purest egg yolk, and then stirred it evenly. Then, he took out a plate and put mustard on it. Yang Ming picked up the chopsticks and picked up a piece of beef from the ice dragon. In just a short moment, it was stained with a thin layer of frost and exuded a white cold air. Yang Ming first mixed the beef into the egg liquid and stirred it evenly, so that the red beef was covered with light yellow egg yolk, and then like a dragonfly touching the water, he dipped a little green mustard and put it into his mouth. When the beef touched the tip of the tongue, a cold breath swept over, catching people off guard. Then, the soft touch of the egg yolk wrapped around the tip of the tongue, making people feel sticky. Chewing with teeth, the tip of the tongue rolled. Since the beef is raw, it is very chewy and not easy to chew with teeth. In particular, Yang Ming also dipped some mustard. As he chewed, the unique and strange taste of mustard, with a little bit of spiciness, was like a huge wave that suddenly submerged Yang Ming. For most people, the taste of mustard is really not flattering, and the pungent smell directly turns people away. However, once you accept this strange taste, it actually feels very good. During the tasting process, Yang Ming finally felt that the beef was a little different from usual. As we all know, when ingredients are placed in the refrigerator, no matter what, they will be more or less stained with a little refrigerator smell. Although it doesn't matter for most people, Yang Ming is determined to become a chef god, and a little detail will destroy the most original freshness of the ingredients. But when the beef is placed on the ice dragon, the situation is as the system said, and it is immediately restored to the freshest state. As Yang Ming chews, the unique freshness of the beef flows out with the red blood, soaking the entire tongue. Seeing Yang Ming enjoying the meal, Bai asked curiously, "Boss, is this delicious?" "Delicious." Yang Ming pointed at the beef on the ice dragon, "You've worked hard today, come and try it." Bai felt a little hungry after Yang Ming said that. Although he had eaten before the store opened, Bai was busy running around during the event and consumed a lot of energy. The food in his stomach had already been consumed. Bai followed Yang Ming's example and mixed the beef into the egg yolk and stirred it well. However, Bai had never eaten mustard before and thought it was delicious. He smeared the green mustard on the toothbrush like squeezed toothpaste, covering the surface of the beef. Then, Bai opened his red lips and swallowed it in one gulp. Bai added too much mustard, which covered up other flavors. The pungent smell was like a dragon swimming up to the sky. Boom! The strange smell of mustard, like a volcano erupting, started from the tip of the tongue, rushed all the way, and surged into the mind. At this moment, Bai's mind was blank. If Bai hadn't been strong in self-control, he would have vomited it out by now. Hey! Bai breathed a sigh of relief, with a little cold air and the smell of mustard in his breath. He felt a little cold on his face, raised his hand to wipe it, and found that he was stimulated to shed tears and snot, and Bai looked a little sloppy with tears and snot. Seeing this, Yang Ming felt a little funny, thinking that when he first ate mustard, he was as embarrassed as Bai. Yang Ming handed Bai a napkin, "Hurry up and wipe it, you're almost like a big cat." Bai pouted, took the tissue, and said unconvinced, "It's not the boss's fault, he didn't remind me." Outside the door, Jiraiya quietly observed, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes, and his hand kept writing. The latest chapter of the Intimate Paradise he created is actually a BL novel based on the prototypes of Yang Ming and Bai. Until one day, the store owner met a man who was his employee. Although the other party was a man, they finally understood that all the searches also have a process. "We were far away before, but now we are close." Jiraiya raised his lips and said secretly, "Boss, please don't blame me." Jiraiya could imagine how big a wave this book would cause when it was circulated. Mobile users, please visit mRead for a better reading experience. Chapter 162 5.20 Single Dog Abuse Day. That night, the news of Yang Ming's store expansion had already spread. Many diners were curious about what the second floor of the store was for, and they came here one after another. At dusk, Asuma accompanied Yui Kurane strolling on the bustling streets, looking comfortable. With a twinkle in his eyes, he pretended to say casually, "Kun, why don't we go to Yang Ming's shop tonight?" Yui Kurane wore a neat outfit and a soft hair draped over her shoulders. Although she only had light makeup on her face, it was difficult to hide her stunning appearance. Her frowns always made people feel suddenly moved. Her beautiful eyes were smiling, and the corners of her mouth raised a charming smile, which was soul-stirring. She said with a breath as sweet as orchid, "It's up to you." In front of Yui Kurane, no one could resist her charm. If Asuma had not had a yellow skin, he would have been discovered to be blushing. After a period of waiting, the two finally entered the shop. Asuma had already learned about the buffet from Dinkai, and took Yui Kurane to the second floor. He glanced at the slender Kurane beside him inadvertently, and felt an impulse in his heart to hold her jade hand. However, it was easy for Asuma to fight to the death, but when it came to holding hands with Hong, he had the heart but not the courage. As if aware of his embarrassment, Xiri Hong cursed him for being wooden in her heart, shook her hair, turned her head aside, and sulked. In this brief embarrassment, the two heard a faint conversation coming from downstairs. These two are really rich. I can't afford the buffet that costs 1 yuan per person. Don't say that, it's expensive for a reason. I really want to go to the second floor to enjoy it one day. With a slightly dull sound of footsteps, the two came to the second floor. As soon as the door was opened, a cold wind blew in. In this hot summer, it was really refreshing. When the two stepped into the door, what came into view was a huge coiled dragon. The ice blue body reflected a crystal light under the light. And on the finely carved body of this ice dragon, there were already a dazzling array of delicacies. Around Panlong, there were a few tables and chairs, which were added by Yang Ming's strong request. On one side of the floor, there was a row of tables, on which various tableware and condiments were neatly placed. At this time, since the second floor was more expensive, there were only 2 of them in the spacious floor. When the door closed, Asuma was in a trance, and suddenly felt that the whole world was only him and Ziriong. This feeling was great. The 2 of them first went to the side of the floor to get the tableware, and then approached the ice dragon. I saw that the palm-sized scales on the ice dragon were like crystal-clear plates, with thin slices of beef, some seasonal vegetables, and even rose-shaped ice cream on them. Just a glance, Asuma felt very appetizing. Asuma picked up a piece of beef and dipped it in some condiments, thinking of trying it himself. Who knew that Ziriong pulled his sleeve hard at this time? Asuma was a brave and skilled jonin on the battlefield, but he was not much better than others in terms of feelings. He looked at Yui Kurane with a blank face. What's wrong? Yui Kurane was so angry that she was about to explode. How could such a wooden man be in a world of 2 people? However, Yui Kurane was very well mannered, and it was not visible from her appearance. Instead, she opened her cherry-like red lips, and her beautiful eyes were covered with a layer of rippling style. I want you to feed me. Yui Kurane was no longer a young girl, but the years left on her were a charm that became more fragrant with time, like a bottle of old wine, making people intoxicated. Asuma's old face turned red, his breathing suddenly became tight, and his heartbeat accelerated. Fortunately, Asuma was also a person who was used to big scenes. With strong willpower, he finally suppressed a certain impulse and put the beef into Yui Kurane's mouth. Yui Kurane closed her eyes contentedly, with a faint smile on her lips. She accidentally got some seasoning on her, but it did not destroy the beauty of the moment, but made it seem more real. At this moment, only one thought emerged in Asuma's mind: no matter what happened, he must spend the rest of his life protecting her. When the beef dipped in mustard entered Yui Kurane's mouth, it originally had a bit of spicy and strange taste, but at this moment it was covered by the sweetness in her heart, making her feel that what she ate was not beef, but the most precious delicacy in the world. Yui Kurane suddenly, an impulse emerged in her heart, breaking through the conservative reserve of girls, and she grabbed Asuma's hand. Under Asuma's astonished gaze, Ziriong glanced at him, and that touch of charm was the most provocative. Idiot, I want you to cook for me every day in the future. As soon as the voice fell, Ziriong's face appeared a touch of bright red, as delicate as a blooming peony, making people want to pick it. At this time, if Asuma still hasn't reacted, he might as well buy a piece of tofu and hit his head against it. He thought that he had been pursuing Ziriong for so long, but he didn't get the final answer. Unexpectedly, today, he got an unexpected surprise. But this was too sudden, leaving Asuma unprepared. At this time, he glanced at the ice dragon on the side and suddenly found that there was rose-shaped ice cream on it. Although he made do with it, Asuma couldn't take it into consideration at this moment. Asuma took the ice cream from the ice dragon, put it on the plate, held it carefully with both hands, and then half knelt in front of Ziriong, with a flash of eagerness and uneasiness in his eyes. Asuma felt a burning sensation in his throat, and the words he wanted to say were as hard to say as Mount Tai. When a person really likes another person, he will be worried about gains and losses, and will not easily say those words. But when Asuma raised his head and looked at Ziriong's encouraging eyes, he finally plucked up the courage. Hong, marry me. As he said, he handed the rose-shaped ice cream to Zirihong. When Zirihong took it, tears suddenly burst out like a clear spring, flowing down both sides of her cheeks. Zirihong covered her mouth and said in a delicate voice, "You idiot, you made me wait for so long." Although she was crying, her heart was flowing with sweetness and endless happiness. Kurenayui stretched out her tempting tongue and rolled up a little ice cream. The cold air like ice and snow, mixed with lingering sweetness, suddenly swept over, as if she was a witness to this moment, and wanted to engrave this happiness forever. Many years later, when Kurenayui told her son about this, her face was just like now, with a happy smile, as if even time could not take it away. Mobile users please browse M. Reading for a better reading experience. Chapter 163 Asuma and Kurenayui's Wedding Banquet. When Asuma and Kurenayui came down from the second floor, the two of them stuck together tightly, holding each other's hands, holding tightly, as if afraid that the other would leave them. This scene was naturally seen by Kakashi and others who were familiar with the two. Looking at the happy faces of the two of them, Kakashi felt as if he was pierced by thousands of arrows, and his heart was so painful. When will this life of eating dog food end? Asuma and Zirihong have actually known each other for a long time, but Asuma has been dragging his feet until today to confess. The two of them found Yang Ming. Asuma showed a sincere smile and said, "Boss Yang Ming, we have decided to hold the wedding next week. I hope you can come to be the chef then." As soon as he finished speaking, the system prompt sounded suddenly. "Congratulations to the host for triggering the hidden task, the fledgling will eventually learn to fly high on its own." Task description: the system cannot always provide the host with cooking experience directly. It is time for the host to explore and innovate on its own. Task reward: a random scroll of the Spirit Beast contract. Spirit Beast? When Yang Ming saw the task reward, his breathing suddenly became tight. Everyone knows that a powerful Spirit Beast is a huge help to anyone. So, Yang Ming took on this task very simply. Facing the anxious eyes of Asuma and Zirihong, just when the two thought they would be rejected, Yang Ming spoke lightly. "No problem." Asuma rubbed his eyes, looking unbelievable, he didn't expect it to be true. At this moment, he felt his palm tighten suddenly, turned his head, and looked at Zirihong's affectionate eyes. She had a smile in her eyes, and the corners of her mouth were full of smiles that could not be concealed, and she whispered, "We are really lucky." "Yes." Asuma nodded, looking fortunate. Because, before, someone had offered to invite Yang Ming, but without exception, he refused. It can be said that they were the first to eat crabs. Asuma and Zirihong did not stay in the store for long. After all, holding a wedding banquet is not such a simple matter. You need to contact relatives and friends, arrange the location, and all kinds of things are cumbersome. Looking at the backs of the two, Yang Ming propped up his chin and began to imagine what kind of spiritual beast he would get. "Well, I don't want those snakes and toads. I'm really afraid that I will eat them by accident," Yang Ming said in his heart. For Yang Ming, anything flying in the sky, running on the ground, or swimming in the water is edible. So Yang Ming can only pray, "The summoned beast that is about to be contracted, don't be so unlucky." However, this system task is quite interesting. Yang Ming is asked to cook some dishes that he can't cook. After all, the wedding banquet is divided into cold dishes and hot soups in the early stage, hot dishes in the middle stage, and desserts and fruits in the later stage according to the chronological order. It is conceivable that as Yang Ming's cooking ability improves, Yang Ming's autonomy will become stronger and stronger, instead of becoming a puppet of the system. Yang Ming looked at the attributes of the system column. System goal: to help the host become the supreme chef god in the Naruto world. Host: Yang Ming. Gender: male. Age: 12. Chakra cultivation: Genin. As the god of cooking in the Naruto world, future food will definitely require chakra. Young man, work hard. Cooking talent: cook's heart. Skills: disguise, clone, external incarnation, substitute, shadow clone, fire phoenix. Props: none. Cooking: primary knife skills. God of cooking set: Wanbao purple sand pot. God of cooking overall rating: beginner. The road to God of cooking has just begun. Follow the footsteps of the system and become the man at the top of the food chain in the Naruto world. If I complete this mission well, I wonder if the God of cooking's overall rating will be upgraded. Yang Ming said secretly. Yang Ming had a hunch that just like the last time he opened his talent and the rating was upgraded, if he completed the task with his own ability this time, it is possible that the rating will really be improved. At this time, a cute little girl ran in from the door. She walked quickly to Yang Ming, took a few deep breaths, and calmed down her panting. This girl was none other than the daughter of the daimyo. Appeared in chapter 61. Her eyes were fixed on Yang Ming, and she said anxiously, "Boss Yang Ming, you must not participate in the chef competition for this Chunin exam." "Oh." Yang Ming looked at the girl strangely, "Why?" The girl took a deep breath and said, "Boss Yang Ming, let me put it this way, I have always liked the dishes you cook, and I don't want to see you being killed by my dad." Yang Ming raised his eyebrows, "Who is your dad?" "My dad is the daimyo of the Land of Fire." When the girl said this, she immediately attracted countless curious eyes. Seeing this, Yang Ming frowned and took the other party to a secluded place. "Tell me." Yang Ming was full of doubts, "Why did the daimyo target me?" "You don't know." Little Loli's face was full of disbelief, "You rejected my father's kindness in public, and he is a face-saving person, you made him lose face." She took a few breaths and continued, "This time my father heard that you are also going to participate in the chef competition, so he is ready to fight back and ruin your reputation." "Ruin your reputation?" Yang Ming raised his mouth, revealing a hint of sarcasm, "I believe in my cooking skills, can he still call a deer a horse, and reverse black and white?" Yang Ming's words are not unreasonable. After all, this competition is for the leaders of other countries to see. No matter how stupid it is, the daimyo of the fire country will not be so irrational. "Hey, you!" Little Loli was very angry. "I didn't expect that. I worked hard to sneak out and tell Yang Ming, but Yang Ming didn't take it seriously." Seeing this, Yang Ming touched her smooth hair and smiled, "Okay, as the saying goes, things will work out when the time comes. You'll know what's going on then." After sending the other party away, Yang Ming's face suddenly darkened. Yang Ming didn't expect that the daimyo would actually make things difficult for him in the competition. After all, there are several restrictions for this competition. One is that it must be gorgeous, the second is that the daimyo specifies the theme, and the third is that the daimyo gives a restriction to the participating chefs. When Yang Ming recalled all this, he suddenly realized that this meant that it could be manipulated behind the scenes. If the daimyo wanted his people to win, he only needed to leak the theme in advance and let the other party prepare and practice early, and he would have a great chance of winning. In addition, on the day of the competition, if the daimyo gave Yang Ming a disgusting restriction, he might be able to directly ruin Yang Ming. For example, if the theme is to cook dishes with water, but the daimyo doesn't let Yang Ming use water, he can basically kill Yang Ming. Although Yang Ming said he didn't care, he hoped that the daimyo of the Land of Fire would have some bottom line. Unfortunately, when the day of the competition came, Yang Ming realized that he was wrong, and very wrong. The daimyo has no bottom line at all. Mobile users, please browse reading for a better reading experience. Chapter 164 521 continues to abuse single dogs. On the day of Asuma and Yui Kurene's wedding. Early in the morning, the bright sunshine fell on the ground, covering the ground with a layer of golden gauze. Many invited people came from all directions of the village. Asuma and Yui Kurene's wedding was naturally held in Yang Ming's shop. After all, only here in the entire Konoha village can a perfect wedding be held. Kakashi changed his usual behavior today's style, no longer looking like he hadn't woken up yet. He put on a suit and a tie, and his whole temperament changed. He was handsome and charming. To be honest, if he could choose, Kakashi would not want to come. No other reason, because he is still a single dog. As a genius, Kakashi has been a male god in the eyes of others since he was a child, but until now, he still has no girlfriend. This made countless girls who had secretly fallen in love with him heartbroken, and they had to wonder if Kakashi was not good at that. If Kakashi knew all this, I wonder if he would spit out blood. It turned out that he was upset about Lin's death, and he was actually regarded as incompetent in that aspect. It's simply amazing. Kakashi had just arrived at the door of Yang Ming's shop, and he found that today was a little different. At the entrance of the store, there were 99 rose-shaped ice creams. This time, because they were used for decoration, Yang Ming also colored them one by one. If it weren't for the cold air blowing in, and the relatively few petals, they would be almost indistinguishable from the real thing. Net. At the same time, Bai was standing by, constantly using ice escape to ease the melting of the ice cream. These ice creams were uniformly arranged in the shape of a heart, and in the center were photos of Asuma and Yui Kurane, all of which were sweet photos of their lives. Seeing this scene, Kakashi felt a pain in his heart, and inexplicably suffered 1,000,000 tons of damage. Before coming here, Kakashi was ready to eat dog food, but when he really came here, he found that he was so naive and simple. It turns out that showing affection can be played like this. You guys are enough. In his heart, Kakashi roared wildly. However, no matter how unwilling he was, Kakashi still bit the bullet and entered the store. At this time, many people came to the store, almost all of them were senior ninjas from the village, and a few were students of Asuma and Yui Kurane. If Yang Ming's store had not expanded after a round of expansion and had an extra second floor, it would really not be able to accommodate so many people. Kakashi asked someone and found out that the bride and groom had gone to the second floor. So, Kakashi walked up with a nervous mood. However, when he came to the second floor, Kakashi realized that he was really too naive at first. Next to the ice dragon's nest, several tables were merged, with silver-white plates on them. On these plates, delicious dongpo pork was quietly placed. If it was just like this, it would be fine. But dongpo pork, like mahjong, was artificially shaped, causing Kakashi, a single dog for thousands of years, millions of tons of damage. 521. That's right, it's 521. This damn number, due to the shape of the dongpo pork cube, was perfectly stitched together. Gurgle. Kakashi's throat moved, and he wondered if he had not checked the almanac before going out today, otherwise how could he be so unlucky? Kakashi, why did you come just now? At this time, Might Guy came over to say hello. Kakashi squinted his eyes and said weakly, today I got lost on the road of life. If it were in the past, this would just be Kakashi's excuse. But today, Kakashi was attacked by a series of attacks from the show of affection, and he began to doubt his life. Should I find a girlfriend? Kakashi said secretly. Might Guy patted Kakashi's shoulder heavily, revealing his shining white teeth. Kakashi, youth does not need to be confused. Kakashi. Sure enough, I really can't communicate with this idiot Might Guy. Kakashi said secretly. Then, Kakashi saw today's protagonists, Asuma and Yui Kurane. Both of them dressed up. Asuma was wearing a straight suit, which made him look strong and masculine. Yui Kurane changed her usual style and put on heavy makeup. Her charming face was even more radiant. Her every frown and smile made people feel excited. Kakashi handed a gift to the bride and groom, exchanged some greetings, and then left. After all, they had many guests to entertain today, so they couldn't talk to Kakashi for too long. On one side of the second floor, there was a row of tables with a wide variety of delicacies. Among them, Kakashi saw many novel cold dishes, peanuts, cucumber salad, kelp with sesame oil, which made Kakashi dazzled. However, after tasting it, Kakashi regretfully found that the taste was just average, not as amazing as what boss Yang Ming usually made. If Kakashi knew, this was Yang Ming's true level at this time. He didn't rely on the system to directly instill experience, but simply figured it out by himself and cooked it with entry-level cooking skills. As the wedding banquet progressed, the employees of Yang Ming's shop also began to get busy, bringing dishes to the table. Then, Kakashi unfortunately found that even when enjoying delicious food, you can't be too affectionate. Originally, the snake soup that looked up at the stars was one of the dark dishes, but on this wedding day, it couldn't escape the fate of being transformed. Several small snakes bit each other's tails, forming a heart-shaped ring, which means that they will never be separated and will be together for life. Kakashi looked at the bowl of snake soup with a blank face, and his heart was full of turmoil. He didn't know whether to eat it or not. Kakashi's heart was in tears. It's not easy for me. I just came to have a meal. Why do I keep showing affection? After the snake soup, the employees pushed some dishes that Kakashi had never seen before. Unfortunately, I didn't know what was going on. Although the taste was above average, it was still incomparable to the usual dishes. After eating a meal of dog food, Kakashi felt bad. When he walked out of the store, raised his head, looked up at the sky, and felt a bleak and coldness suddenly swept over him. Do I really need to find a girlfriend? Kakashi thought to himself. Meanwhile, Yang Ming worked for a long time and finally received a notification from the system. Hidden task, the fledgling will eventually learn to fly high on its own. Task description, the system cannot always provide the host with cooking experience directly. It is time for the host to explore and innovate on its own. Task Reward, a random summoning beast contract scroll. Task completed, reward issued. In Yang Ming's hand, a purple scroll appeared out of thin air. I don't know what summoning beast I will get. Yang Ming thought to himself. Mobile users, please browse reading for a better reading experience. Chapter 165, The Summoning Beast of Boss Yang Ming. Yang Ming opened the summoning beast contract scroll in his hand, bit his thumb, and signed his name on it with his own blood. Since this is a scroll provided by the system, Yang Ming does not need to input chakra. When the name fell, a ray of light suddenly came out. Bang! On the scroll, a white smoke came out, and a figure of the same size as Yang Ming was vaguely revealed in the white mist. This is... When Yang Ming saw the spiritual beast that came out of the white mist, he was completely stunned. This spiritual beast was fat like a bear, with a round head and a short tail. The head and body were clearly black and white. It had a human-like honest face, and its round face made people want to pinch it. But this turned out to be a giant panda. What's even more bizarre is that a cute childish voice came out of the mouth of this giant panda. Master. When Yang Ming heard this voice that sounded like clear mountains and rivers, he felt comfortable all over. Looking at the other party's furry hair and round face, Yang Ming couldn't help but stretched out his hands to pinch it. He felt soft and very good. What's your name? Yang Ming looked at the giant panda that let him knead it, his cute eyes blinking and closing, feeling an unprecedented closeness. Master, I don't have a name, why don't you give me one? Is that so? Yang Ming pinched his chin and thought carefully, why not call you Yuan Yuan? When Yang Ming noticed the attribute column, the information about the summoned beast suddenly emerged. Summoned beast, Yuan Yuan. Race, giant panda. Gender, female. Level, penumbra. Blood limit, bamboo escape. When Yang Ming saw Yuan Yuan's level, his eyes widened suddenly. It's actually penumbra. Penumbra is not a cage level strongman, but between the elite jonin and cage level. It can burst out cage level strength in a short period of time, or has special skills in a certain aspect, which can threaten cage level strongmen. If Kakashi uses the Manjiki Sharingan, he will be comparable to cage level strongmen, but it's a pity that he is a real man for 3 minutes. Yang Ming couldn't imagine that this giant panda, who was as tall as him, had such strength. Unfortunately, Yang Ming was happy too early. He forgot that giant pandas are generally very lazy. Yuan Yuan stretched, yawned, and said lazily, Master, I'm sleepy, I'm going to sleep first. After that, it ignored Yang Ming's surprised look, walked straight to the door of the shop, and lay down to sleep. Seeing the other party fall asleep in a second, drooling, Yang Ming just felt that he must have a fake spiritual beast. However, Yuan Yuan can sleep more than Yang Ming imagined. It was still sleeping until the shop opened the next day. Yang Ming covered his face and couldn't bear to look at it. It turned out that this thing is a sleeper. However, to Yang Ming's surprise, Yuan Yuan was unexpectedly popular. Hongdu, Temari, and many other female diners surrounded the giant panda, looking around curiously, reaching out to touch it from time to time, and exclaiming in amazement. Wow, so cute! What kind of pet is this? Look, its fur is so soft, I really want to use it as a pillow. That's right, I really want to take it back as a mascot. Seeing this, Yang Ming could only look up speechlessly, and silently complained in his heart, actually, I am also cute. Unfortunately, this is just Yang Ming's own assumption. Kakashi ate dog food all day yesterday, and the whole person seemed to be in a daze. After seeing this giant panda, his eyes suddenly lit up. It's nothing, Kakashi just found that the seemingly cute summoning beast can attract girls. Kakashi has eaten enough dog food, and secretly decided that he would also find a girlfriend. However, when Kakashi calmed down, he regretfully found that the summoning beasts he contracted were not very good looking. Holding a glimmer of luck, Kakashi found Yang Ming. Boss Yang Ming, I wonder if you can transfer the pet at your door to me. Yang Ming's face flashed with surprise, are you sure? Kakashi thought Yang Ming was unwilling, and said anxiously, Boss Yang Ming, how about this, I'm just borrowing it for a while, and when I have a girlfriend, I'll return it, how about it? You want to pick up girls? Yang Ming was confused, as if he had just met Kakashi for the first time, and he looked him up and down again, as if he was afraid that he was not a real person. At this time, the system popped up at the right time. Congratulations to the host for triggering the hidden task, help Kakashi find a girlfriend. Task description, as a 10,000-year-old single dog, can you bear to see Kakashi always single? Task reward, a bottle of invisibility potion, 1/1. Seeing this, Yang Ming's mouth twitched. Reward invisibility potion, what use do I have for it? Yang Ming was speechless. He is not Jiraiya, so the invisibility potion is useless. But Yang Ming's eyes flashed with a gleam of light, and he didn't say that he couldn't sell the invisibility potion to Jiraiya. For Jiraiya, the invisibility potion is like a magic weapon. However, the problem is that the system does not say how to help Kakashi, and Yang Ming needs to figure it out by himself. What's more, Yuan, the giant panda, is a sleeper, and it is unknown whether it can be woken up. Kakashi, I will lend you Yuan, no problem. Yang Ming considered it and said, but you need to wake it up yourself. Kakashi was delighted and didn't care about anything else, so he ran to the door. Unfortunately, the ideal is good, but the reality is miserable. No matter how Kakashi shouted or pushed, Yuan was like a magic needle, as if her body was stuck to the ground, and she didn't move at all. Kakashi looked around. The shop was already open, and most people didn't pay attention to this side. Kakashi suddenly got ruthless and raised his right hand. When Kakashi used chakra to gather in his right hand, a miniature Chidori suddenly appeared, making a noise like a mosquito buzzing. Then, Kakashi pressed the Chidori on Yuan while no one was paying attention. He had no choice but to resort to this last resort, hoping to wake Yuan up by electric shock. However, when the miniature Chidori touched Yuan's fur, it was immediately like mud in the sea, and Yuan still sat on the ground and fell asleep. Seeing this, Kakashi was confused. Although the miniature Chidori was small, it was still powerful. If an ordinary Jonin was not prepared, he might be seriously injured. But now, it has no effect on a giant panda. It's incredible. At this time, a burst of fragrance came from the small shop, lingering around the nose, refreshing the heart. The round nose twitched, and a human-like expression of enjoyment appeared on his face. The body moved left and right, as if he was about to wake up. Then, there was nothing else. Kakashi thought to himself, could it be that this guy is also a foodie? Then what should I give him to eat to wake him up? Mobile users please browse reading, a better reading experience. Chapter 166, Giant Pandas Who Love to Eat Meat, Please Collect, Recommend, and Everything. In order to escape the bitter sea of singleness, Kakashi has decided to borrow Yang Ming's summoning beast for a while. After seeing the giant panda smell the fragrance of the food in the shop and show signs of waking up, Kakashi's eyes lit up. He stepped into the shop. Bye, give me one of each dish. Bai smiled sweetly, okay, please wait. Beef ramen, ice cream, meat buns, egg fried rice, snake soup, dongpo pork, fried steak, curry rice, all placed on the table, all kinds of wonderful aromas mixed together, forming a unique fragrance. This fragrance should only exist in heaven, how many times can it be smelled in the world? Even Yang Ming's summoned beast couldn't resist such a fragrance, and its chubby body leaned to the side, and with a force, it rolled out of the door and fell to Kakashi's feet. However, when he saw that the other party was sleeping with his eyes squinting, looking unshakable, with saliva hanging from the corners of his mouth, Kakashi was really angry and happy. Kakashi picked up the ramen bowl, walked to Yuan, and handed it to her mouth. Be good, open your eyes, it's time to eat. Kakashi was also very hard-working. I think he has never been so gentle to Parker. However, facing Kakashi's diligence, Yuan just wanted to sleep and didn't hear anything outside the window. Kakashi is also a person who doesn't give up easily. Since you don't eat noodles, there will always be something you like. Kakashi handed Yuan ice cream and egg fried rice one after another, but Yuan didn't react at all. It wasn't until the meat buns that Yuan opened her eyes slightly. I want to eat. The panda's round face showed a coquettish expression, even an uncle like Kakashi felt a sense of cuteness. Kakashi put the buns into Yuan's mouth, and suddenly, a delicious taste swept over Yuan's tongue. It's delicious. Yuan opened her dark eyes and turned around. Because she ate too anxiously, the juice in the meat buns splashed out and stained her black and white fur. Yang Ming had been paying attention to the development of the situation. Seeing this, the corners of his mouth twitched. Don't pandas eat bamboo? Yang Ming felt that he had a fake summoning beast. On the other hand, Kakashi was surprised. Because Yuan's casual way of eating buns immediately hit the cute points of many women, and they gathered around and pointed curiously. Kakashi was squeezed between Hongdu and Temari. On one side was the mountain of buns, and on the other side was the hills. Each had its own merits and flavor. In particular, Hongdu had changed her style since she was stimulated some time ago. She wore something enchanting, and a strong but not pungent perfume smell rushed towards Kakashi. At this moment, Kakashi recalled the scene in the intimate paradise. Same sandwiched between beauties. Same hot blood eruption. At this time, should I become a pervert? Kakashi glanced and saw Hongdu's eyebrows and eyes were picturesque, her pointed chin was slightly raised in a proud arc, and she was slightly powdered, and her breath seemed to carry an alluring fragrance. For a moment, Kakashi was stunned. Whoosh! Breaths with a heavy male smell came out of Kakashi's nose. At this moment, every minute and every second was torture for Kakashi. However, Kakashi was Kakashi after all, and his concentration was not ordinary. The covered Sharingan suddenly turned, and a cold touch swept over instantly, like a basin of cold water, pouring on Kakashi's hot heart. That was a close call. I almost committed a crime. Kakashi secretly felt lucky and almost reached out his sinful hands. How terrible! However, Kakashi might really want to get rid of his singleness and get rid of Lin's influence on him. After a moment of thinking, he came up with an idea. Hongdu. Kakashi brought the Dongpo pork over and said in an unprecedented gentle tone, Yuan likes to eat meat, you feed it. To be honest, if Kakashi didn't look decadent at ordinary times, I don't know how many female ninjas would have secretly fallen in love with him based on his achievements and reputation. There was a time when Hongdu also admired Kakashi. After all, which girl has never been pregnant? Hongdu's beautiful eyes flashed a strange color, and the corners of her mouth grinned, revealing a charming smile. How about we feed it together? Kakashi was delighted, took the chopsticks of both of them, put them together, and began to feed Yuan. With a good start, Kakashi and Hongdu began to talk about more topics, from the mission process to the daily trivialities. The two talked excitedly, and unknowingly, they slowly leaned against each other, shoulder to shoulder, looking into each other's eyes, and secretly communicated with each other. Later, Kakashi even carefully cut the steak and gave it to Hongdu to eat. Ah! Hongdu's beautiful eyes flashed a trace of shyness, opened her cherry-like sexy red lips, and swallowed it in one bite. The pure and extreme beef aroma instantly lingered on the tip of the tongue, and with the stirring of the teeth, it melted in the mouth, as if it turned into spring mud and melted in the tongue. Hongdu felt like she was dreaming, all this happened too fast and too suddenly. The male god I once dreamed of actually invited me on his own initiative. Am I crazy? Hongdu said secretly. However, Hongdu would rather this was a dream. Seeing this, Yang Ming felt so heartbroken. Yang Ming regretted it. Why do you swallow this dog food just to complete the system task? At this time, the system came to make up for it. Hidden task, help Kakashi find a girlfriend. Task description, as a single dog for 10,000 years, can you bear to see Kakashi still single? Task reward, a bottle of invisibility potion, 1/1, mission completed, rewards issued. The system said seriously and earnestly. Is this, sacrificing oneself to fulfill others? Although Yang Ming acted indifferent when Hongdu approached him before, perhaps everyone is like this, only when they lose something, they realize how precious it was. Yang Ming looked at the invisible potion that appeared out of thin air in his hand, which was only the length of a finger, with green liquid rippling inside. Could it be? Yang Ming half squinted his eyes and thought to himself, do I really have to sell it to Jiraiya? Yang Ming just had to think about it. When Jiraiya, the wretched uncle, became invisible, he sneaked into the girl's bathhouse without anyone noticing. That picture is too beautiful. I can't even imagine it. System, how long does the invisibility potion last? Yang Ming asked. 10 minutes. The system said seriously and earnestly. Yang Ming's mouth twitched, and he silently stuffed the invisibility potion into his trouser pocket. How could such a good thing be given away to that wretched old man Jiraiya? It's better to keep it for yourself. Yang Ming propped up his chin and began to imagine, which girl in the Muye village is more beautiful in the bathhouse? Originally, red beans were not used in this plot, but as a model to hold food. Unfortunately, this plot is within the scope of censorship. Mobile users, please browse reading for a better reading experience. Chapter 167, Hit Uncle Yule in the Face. After a period of eating dog food, Yang Ming's shop gradually returned to normal. However, as the saying goes, the tree wants to be quiet but the wind does not stop. Even if Yang Ming wants to live a stable life, others do not give him this opportunity. On this day, a middle-aged man with a simple and honest look walks straight to Yang Ming's shop after passing the review of Muye village. This man is of medium build, with a black pot as high as a person on his back and a big bald head on his head, shining in the sun, blinding people's eyes. Although this man looks very honest, there is a sense of pride between his eyebrows, and a cold light occasionally flashes in his squinting eyes, as sharp as a knife. Walking down the street, he thought to himself, the daimyo is really something. To deal with a yellow-haired boy, there is no need for any unorthodox methods. Just crush him directly. He naturally has this arrogance. Because he is the royal chef of the daimyo, Uzumaki Ryosho. As a master, he is confident that his cooking skills have reached the pinnacle and he has reached the pinnacle. Uzumaki Ryosho often drinks alone and feels that being invincible is too lonely. Uzumaki Ryosho could knead noodles at the age of 3, fried rice at the age of 5, and carving at the age of 7. When he was 10, he was already unrivaled among his peers and was called a genius chef. Until he was 12 years old, his fame even spread to the ears of the daimyo of that generation. He was recruited as the royal chef of the daimyo, enjoying exclusive power and being able to go directly to the daimyo's residence without any obstacles. Since he is a master, he naturally has the arrogance that belongs to masters. Uzumaki Ryosho actually looked down on the daimyo for wanting to use tricks to deal with Yang Ming. He even felt a little insulted and thought that Yang Ming was not worthy of being his opponent. So, he came alone. He wanted to destroy Yang Ming's shop and let the villagers of Konoha village see who is the best chef. At this time, a little girl came towards him, holding a cotton candy in her hand, which was white and fluffy, and looked delicious. The little girl was too focused on eating the cotton candy and didn't look at the ground. She accidentally tripped and the cotton candy in her hand was like an arrow from a string, rushing straight to the face of Uzumaki Longshuo. It happened in a flash. Uzumaki Longshuo's feet were like the roots of an old tree, standing firmly, like a cloud dragon reaching out its claws. One hand suddenly grabbed the cotton candy through the trajectory of the mystery. Come on, little sister, remember not to lose it again. Uzumaki Longshuo smiled and gave the cotton candy to the little girl, and his honest face looked unusually kind. The little girl's face suddenly turned red, and she said in a mosquito-like voice, "Thank you, uncle. So good." Uzumaki Longshuo pinched the little girl's face and smiled. The little girl only felt that the surface of Uzumaki Longshuo's fingers was rough. When his hand left, the little girl was surprised to find that his hands were full of calluses, piled up into a thick layer. On the dark skin of Uzumaki Longshuo's back of the hand and fingers, there were many tiny scratches, forming white marks, crisscrossing together, like a sparse fishing net. As if aware of the little girl's surprised eyes, Uzumaki Longshuo smiled and waved his hand, leaving no cloud behind. The little girl looked back suddenly, and could only see the bottom of a huge black pot, which was full of traces of the remnants of the years. For Uzumaki Longshuo, this was just a small episode. When he came to the door of Yang Ming's shop and saw the almost endless long dragon, the corners of his mouth curled up. It looks like this opponent is quite interesting. Uzumaki Ryosako looked at the time and found that he was quite late. It seemed that he could not challenge the opponent. However, there is also Ichiraku restaurant. Although Ichiraku restaurant also has a long queue, it is not like Yang Ming's shop, which only operates for 2 hours each time. In addition, even Uzumaki Ryosako has heard of Uncle Ichiraku's name. As the former number 1 restaurant in Konoha village, it seems to be a good idea to start with Uncle Ichiraku. After a long wait, Uzumaki Ryosako finally entered Ichiraku restaurant. He just casually glanced at the menu and said, "Give me a bowl of seafood miso noodles." "Okay." Uncle Ichiraku said with full energy. Uncle Ichiraku is very skilled, and before long, a bowl of hot seafood miso noodles was served on the table. Uzumaki Longshuo's nose twitched, and a unique freshness of seafood, mixed with the unique mellow aroma of miso, mixed together, lingering at the tip of his nose, and he felt particularly appetizing. In particular, miso can make seafood bring out 200% of its freshness and deliciousness, which is simply like a stroke of genius. As for the appearance, Uncle Yul is obviously much smarter than Yang Ming. He knows that Buddha relies on gold and people rely on clothes. Just one look, the saliva in his mouth immediately secreted faster. On one side of the smoky soup noodles, there were 2 red and curly shrimps. The red shrimp shells were like rubies, exuding an attractive fragrance. Next to the red shrimp was a squid, which looked as if it was still alive, with its tentacles floating on the soup surface and swaying. There were also mushrooms with crosscuts on the skin, soft and delicious kelp, snowflake-shaped barbecued pork, and a pinch of chopped green onions. The whole bowl of soup noodles looked very substantial and cost-effective. As the core of the whole bowl of noodle soup, the soup base is made from beef bones, which takes 49 hours to complete. The soup reveals a natural light yellow color, like a silk ribbon, organically integrating many ingredients together to form this miraculous dish. As for Uncle Ichiraku's loss to Yang Ming last time, it can only be considered bad luck that he actually competed in egg fried rice. If it was ramen, it is still unknown who would win. However, today, Uncle Ichiraku met Uzumaki Ryasaku. He didn't rush to eat, but first put his nose forward, raised his hand, and tried to rush the fragrance into his nose. Then, he picked up the spoon, scooped up the soup that was as ecstatic as Mengpo's soup, and tasted it quietly. Click! Click! Uzumaki Longshuo smacked his lips, a flash of disdain flashed across his eyes, and he secretly said, "Ye Le restaurant is really just a name. The beef bones used are mixed with male and female, and the taste is not uniform. The slight difference directly ruins the whole bowl of noodle soup." In Uzumaki Longshuo's opinion, as the core soul of a bowl of noodle soup, it should be done to the extreme. If it were him, he would definitely use adult male beef bones, because they are at the peak of vitality, unlike old cows with nutritional degeneration, and unlike calves with insufficient bone quality, they can make the most mellow and fragrant soup base. Uzumaki Longshuo wiped the stains from the corners of his mouth, and got up to leave, not even eating the rest. Even though he originally wanted to come to challenge the restaurant, he changed his mind temporarily. Because in his opinion, Uncle Ye Le was not worthy of being his defeated opponent. Seeing this, Uncle Ye Le thought something had happened, and hurried forward to try to keep him. Mobile users, please visit M-Reading for a better reading experience. Chapter 168 Uncle Ichiraku is abused. Customer, please slow down. Uncle Ichiraku walked out of the store with an anxious look on his face. As a chef who loves cooking, Uncle Ichiraku has devoted almost his entire life to cooking. Now, seeing that Uzumaki Ryasaku just drank a few sips of noodle soup and didn't even eat a mouthful of noodles, he left directly, which was simply denying Uncle Ichiraku's efforts over the past years. Uncle Ichiraku has never seen such a customer in all the years he has been running the business. Uzumaki Ryasaku raised his chin slightly with a proud arc, his eyes seemed to be looking down, revealing a lonely look of a master. "I know what you want to say." He rushed to Uncle Ichiraku to speak and said first, "Excuse me, your ramen is simply garbage." Boom! Rumble! It was like a bolt from the blue. Uncle Yul suddenly heard such direct criticism, and he was so angry that he couldn't accept it. Once upon a time, Uncle Yul was criticized to death when he was just learning his craft. Until his craftsmanship gradually improved, few people criticized him directly. Why did this bald man who was carrying a black pot say this to him? Uncle Yul refused to accept it. A terrifying aura like a volcano before eruption suddenly emanated from him. It was the confidence that a fabric master had accumulated over the years. Uncle Yul's squinting eyes were like falling thunder, emitting a terrifying light. Net. Customer, you must pay attention to evidence when speaking. Aren't you afraid of the strong wind and biting your tongue? Uncle Ichiraku's tongue burst out thunderous, one louder than the other, as if he wanted to vent the anger in his chest in one breath, turning it into a huge wave, sweeping towards Uzumaki Ryasho, the guy who insulted his cooking. However, facing Uncle Ichiraku's questioning, Uzumaki Ryasho looked indifferent, as if all this was just a breeze blowing in his face, with no effect at all. He pulled the corner of his mouth, and a half-smile appeared on his honest face. "Are you done?" Uzumaki Ryasaku was at ease, and even clapped his hands after Uncle Ichiraku finished speaking. Snap! 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 3 consecutive slaps, as if slapping Uncle Ichiraku's face, mocking his ignorance. Uzumaki Ryasaku's slightly contemptuous eyes were like a bird looking down at a frog in a well, and the arrogance between his eyebrows became even stronger. You want evidence? Okay. I'll tell you, this country bumpkin. Uzumaki Ryosaku approached Ichiraku's restaurant, picked up a pair of chopsticks, picked up a column of ramen, and gestured to Uncle Ichiraku. Look, what is this? For a moment, Uncle Ichiraku didn't know what the other party was up to, so he blurted out, ramen. Uzumaki Ryosaku's smile became even stronger, since you know this is ramen, but look at what garbage you made. As he said that, he exerted force on his hand and pulled up the ramen. Although the ramen at Ichiraku restaurant was longer than that of other restaurants, it could not withstand the pulling of Uzumaki Ryosaku and soon reached the end. The ramen held by Uzumaki Ryosaku's chopsticks was as long as an arm, which was quite amazing. But the sarcastic smile on his face was like a blooming chrysanthemum, which was extremely disgusting. Since it is ramen, with such a length, you have the nerve to call it ramen. Uncle Ichiraku's face sank, like suppressed thunder, exuding a suffocating sense of oppression, and his voice was unprecedentedly solemn. What are you going to say? Between Uzumaki Ryosaku's eyebrows, the arrogance of superiority became more intense, and the corners of his mouth curled up. Let me show you what real ramen is. As he said this, he stepped into the kitchen. Decades of experience have long formed a habit, which has been completely integrated into the soul of Uzumaki Ryosaku. Whether it is kneading noodles or pulling hands, everything is as smooth as flowing water, and every action can be listed separately, becoming a classic textbook. Uzumaki Ryosaku's careless ridicule of Uncle Ichiraku naturally attracted the attention of many diners. Originally, they thought that this was a guy who could only talk and run, and they wanted to see him make a fool of himself. But after seeing his skillful skills, they were all stunned. Not to mention them, even Uncle Ichiraku is no exception. As the saying goes, laymen watch the excitement, and experts watch the doorway. Originally, making noodles is an extremely boring and tedious process, and it also requires the strength of the chef's arms and waist bones, which is a very strenuous job. But in the hands of Uzumaki Ryosaku, it seems to turn decay into magic, and the originally boring actions have been sublimated into an art. The oval dough was like a soft pillow in the hands of Uzumaki Ryosaku. His calloused hands kept kneading it and transformed it into different shapes. What's more amazing is that when he pulled the dough into noodles, each strand of ramen was as thin as a hair, but its toughness was 100 or 1,000 times that of a hair. No matter how Uzumaki Ryosaku fiddled with it, he still didn't break any of them. Even if it was Uncle Ichiraku, he couldn't pull each strand of ramen into the thinness of a hair. This is not just a matter of experience, there are also limitations in all aspects. After all, people are not machines, and it is impossible to be perfect. But the appearance of Uzumaki Ryosaku completely broke Uncle Ichiraku's cognition. It turns out that noodles can be made so well. Then, Uzumaki Ryosaku poured the noodles into boiling hot water, then put them into cold water to cool them down, and finally poured them into Uncle Ichiraku's soup base. When the hot ramen was brought to Uncle Ichiraku, he woke up from his dream and broke out in a cold sweat. Uncle Ichiraku looked at the calm Uzumaki Ryosaku in horror, his heart pounding. Who is the other party? Not only Uncle Ichiraku, but also the crowd of onlookers who gathered around were all in disbelief, with their eyes full of a look of upside-down worldview. Uzumaki Ryosaku's face was like a calm sea, without any fluctuations, and he took it all for granted. Then, he picked up a pair of chopsticks and picked up the ramen with force. Splash! When the ramen broke through the soup, it was like a dragon emerging from the abyss, and the crystal juice flowed down from top to bottom, which further set off its slender figure, like a lotus emerging from water. Every strand of ramen, like a hair, was fascinating, and the saliva in the mouth was gushing. The secretion of the glands accelerated. However, this is not the most shocking thing. When Uzumaki Ryosaku pulled out all the noodles, Uncle Ichiraku's eyes suddenly burst into a horrified light. What did he see? It was really a ghost. These ramen noodles were not torn apart, and they were very long, as tall as 3 people. At the same time, Uncle Ichiraku also found that the whole bowl of ramen was actually made up of one noodle. What a magical work! It's like a miracle. Mobile users, please browse Reading, a better reading experience. Chapter 169. Sorry, I'm here to challenge. After Uzumaki Ryosaku showed off his skills, whether Uncle Ichiraku admitted it or not, he had already lost. A whole bowl of ramen was actually made up of one noodle. What's more exaggerated is that this noodle is as thin as a hair. It is simply a godlike creation, and it is impossible for humans to make it. Uncle Ichiraku was unconvinced at first and tried the noodles himself. But to his surprise, this noodle was so thin, yet very elastic. When the noodles entered the tongue, they rushed around like a little snake, and the smooth body was slippery. Whenever Uncle Ichiraku's tongue tip wanted to roll it up, it was dodged by the other party, and he could only let it bounce and go straight into the depths of his throat. Hey! When a bowl of ramen was finished, the look of shock in Uncle Ichiraku's eyes became more intense, and the look he gave Uzumaki Ryosho was as if he had seen a ghost. Perhaps only Boss Yang Ming could compete with this kind of mysterious means? Speak of the devil, and the devil will appear. As soon as Uncle Ichiraku thought of Yang Ming, he was surprised to find that Uzumaki Longshuo did not sneer at him as a loser, but stood up silently and walked straight towards Yang Ming's shop. At this time, Yang Ming's shop had just closed. What does this man want to do? Not only Uncle Ichiraku, but everyone else present was also confused. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Uncle Ichiraku's mind. Could it be? Uncle Ichiraku didn't dare to think about it anymore. In fact, even he didn't know how much waves it would cause in the village if it was true. In Konoha village, Boss Yang Ming is a signboard in the culinary world. Nowadays, even ordinary people in other countries have heard of Yang Ming's shop. Even merchants and travelers who come to Konoha village will come to Yang Ming's shop for a meal, otherwise they would be embarrassed to return home and talk about Konoha village with others. Under the gazes of many people, some solemn, some curious, and some hostile, Uzumaki Longshuo didn't care and stepped into Yang Ming's shop. Seeing this, Bai Gang sat down to rest, and then stood up again, swinging her seductive skirt, stepping on the cat steps, and raising a fragrant breeze, and walked forward. A sincere smile appeared on his face, making people feel like spring breeze, and his voice was like a traveler in the desert drinking a bowl of clear spring water, which was extremely sweet. Sorry, customer, our store is closed. Please come back in the evening. Uzumaki Longshuo's originally calm black eyes suddenly lit up when he saw Bai. So beautiful. Uzumaki Longshuo's mouth curled up. He didn't expect to meet such a beauty here. In his life, in addition to studying cooking, his favorite thing is all kinds of beauties. Net. Even though he is already middle-aged and his energy is not as strong as before, he still enjoys it with relish. Are you a waiter here? Uzumaki Longshuo showed an inexplicable smile on his face. From now on, you will work with me. I promise to make you eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks, and I will never treat you unfairly. What kind of people are these? Bai secretly complained, but his face was still full of a sincere smile. Sorry, the boss is very good to me, I don't plan to change jobs. Uzumaki Longshuo was not surprised at all. If it was so simple, he would be surprised that the other party was plotting something bad. His face showed a self-confidence that looked down on the world, and his whole body was filled with an invincible momentum. He said calmly, what if I say that Yang Ming's store will be removed from the list from today? What did you say? It was Zabuza who said this, accompanied by a piercing murderous intent, like a wave of blood rushing forward, with countless corpses rising and falling in it, which was awe-inspiring. During this period of time, Zabuza has been eating the food cooked by Yang Ming. He originally had good talent, and his chakra has improved. Although he is still an elite jonin, he has already touched the edge of penumbra. Zabuza's anger exuded a murderous intent that even Jiraiya, who was exhausted in the kitchen, was awakened and walked out with Yang Ming. Yang Ming raised his eyebrows and saw a bald middle-aged man, whose face turned red when he was stared at by Zabuza. Although his legs were shaking constantly, a sense of pride made him hold his body and stare at Zabuza unwillingly. What is this? What happened? Yang Ming knew Zabuza's character very well. Although he was taciturn and seemed to have no sense of existence, he did a good job of guarding the gate, working diligently and without any problems. Therefore, Yang Ming did not suspect that Zabuza was making trouble, but cast a suspicious look at the bald man. Boss! Zabuza's chest rose and fell, and he seemed to be very angry. He said angrily, this guy actually threatened to remove the store. For Zabuza, Yang Ming's store was simply a paradise, which could provide Bai and him with a worry-free residence. Unknowingly, Zabuza was no longer a slave controlled by the system, but really regarded Yang Ming's store as his own home. Therefore, he absolutely would not allow someone to remove Yang Ming's store. Dragon has reverse scales, and those who touch it will die. Yang Ming frowned, looked at Uzumaki Longshuo, and asked doubtfully, is this true? When Zabuza withdrew his murderous aura, Uzumaki Longshuo was sweating profusely, and his clothes were soaked. After all, no matter how good he was at cooking, he was just an ordinary person. It was not easy to survive under Zabuza's murderous aura. Uzumaki Longshuo was angry, and a trace of viciousness flashed in his narrowed eyes. He was the royal chef of the daimyo, and people always bowed to him, respectfully. When had he ever been threatened like this? So, this is the way Yang Ming's store treats guests. I've really seen it. Uzumaki Longshuo said sarcastically. Zabuza was very angry and took half a step forward, but was stopped by Yang Ming in time. Yang Ming looked at Uzumaki Longshuo indifferently, and said in a sonorous and powerful voice, "Our store is only polite to guests, as for those evil people, we will not be polite to them." Being called a villain so directly by Yang Ming, Uzumaki Longshuo's face suddenly darkened, and it was so gloomy that ink could drip out. In that case, Uzumaki Longshuo had a gloomy face, and a cold light flashed in his eyes, like a blade, and said in a cold tone, "Boss Yang Ming, if you have the guts, accept my challenge to you." He was afraid that Yang Ming would not agree, and a mean smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and his finger pointed at Bai. "If you don't dare, you can give me this employee. A boss like you doesn't deserve such a beautiful employee." Yang Ming's expression changed. Not for anything else, just because the other party actually treated Bai as a commodity. During this period of time, he had already regarded Bai as a relative. He did not allow others to talk like this. Mobile users, please visit Reading, a better reading experience. Chapter 170, The Kitchen Utensils Used by the Six-Path Sage 2. I accept your challenge. Although Yang Ming's face was indifferent, his eyes seemed to contain the thunder of destruction and suppressed the rage. He must let Uzumaki Longshuo know the consequences of treating Bai as a commodity. Uzumaki Longshuo showed a half-smile on his honest face, and took off the black pot that was as high as a person behind him. Bang! The heavy black pot fell to the ground with a dull sound. Before this, Uzumaki Longshuo had never intended to use this black pot to attack Uncle Yul. In his opinion, the other party was not worthy of being his opponent. Now, although he always looked down on Yang Ming, he was not a fool. He had memorized all the information about Yang Ming and dared not be careless. Use all your strength to crush the enemy. This is respecting the opponent. How can there be no bet in a competition? Uzumaki Longshuo smiled. I will use the kitchen utensils used by the Six-Path Sage to bet everything in your shop. His eyes burst with arrogance, an invincible aura standing at the pinnacle of cooking, like a whirlwind blowing towards Yang Ming like a blade. However, under his high-pressure aura, Yang Ming not only did not retreat, but his eyes lit up and were particularly bright. Because the system gave a prompt. Congratulations to the host for triggering the hidden task, investigate the whereabouts of the legendary kitchen utensils, Part 2. Task description: the Naruto world is vast and rich in resources, with outstanding people and beautiful scenery. It is rumored that the powerful Six-Path Sage once left 4 kinds of kitchen utensils in the world. As the future god of cooking, you have the obligation to find their whereabouts. Task reward: how to make roast duck. Yang Ming was not unfamiliar with this task. His Wanbao purple clay pot was derived from the kitchenware of the Six-Path Sage, which is why it has such a powerful effect. Yang Ming was very curious and wondered what special effects this black pot would have. Yang Ming raised his eyebrows. Then the question is, who will be the referee? As soon as the voice fell, a tall figure walked in from outside the door. I'll do it. It was Uncle Ichiraku. Uzumaki Longshuo was not worried that the referee would cheat. He said confidently, then you. By the way, lend me the kitchen. Before Yang Ming agreed, he walked straight into the kitchen. Yang Ming's mouth twitched. He had never seen such a shameless person. He treated this place as his home and walked in without taking him seriously. Hey! Yang Ming took a deep breath, put aside his anger, and felt a little relieved. Maybe the other party wanted to disturb his mind so that he would lose the opportunity. When Yang Ming entered the kitchen, he was stunned. He saw that the kitchen knife in the hand of the vortex dragon was like a meteor butterfly sword, tumbling and flying in the air, drawing a mysterious trajectory, and cutting pieces of pork into small pieces. This is not a primary knife skill. Yang Ming can be sure. Uzumaki Longshuo was extremely focused, without any of his previous arrogance. In his eyes, there were only the knife and the pork in his hand. His mind had been integrated into the knife technique, reaching the state of unity between man and knife. At this moment, the kitchen knife in his hand had already extended to his hands. Every cut was like a stroke of genius, cutting the pork just right. For a moment, 2 pounds of fat pork fell from the air like fairy flowers and fell on the chopping board. Snap! Snap! When all the pork fell like raindrops, a trace of horror flashed in Yang Ming's eyes. What did he see? It was really a ghost. On the chopping board, all the pork was like square pieces of wood, neatly arranged, with crisscrossing lines, looking magnificent. It was simply amazing. Then, Uzumaki Longshuo took out the corn and radish that had been prepared long ago from the package he carried with him. His kitchen knife seemed to have magic power. He gently cut the radish, just like cutting tofu, without any resistance. The radish skin fell to the ground one by one as if it was pulled out of long threads. When it comes to peeling corn, Uzumaki Longshuo's hands are as flexible as a cunning rabbit. His hands fly and peel off the crystal corn grains one by one. Yang Ming's throat moved. All along, Yang Ming felt that his cooking skills were very strong, but now he knows that he is still far from the peak. This ninja world is very big, maybe there are more hidden cooking masters. Originally Yang Ming was very confident, but now, his heart is shrouded in a cloud, and he is not sure that he can beat the other party. Uzumaki Longshuo seemed not to notice Yang Ming, and his whole body and mind were immersed in the cooking process. When the ingredients were ready, he picked up the black pot he brought and put it on the stove. Uzumaki Longshuo did not start cooking immediately. He first scooped some cold water and poured it into the black pot. He wiped the black pot clean with an extremely focused expression, like the most devout believer on a pilgrimage. After pouring out the dirty water and wiping the black pot dry, he turned on the stove and started to heat the pot. At this moment, the whole kitchen was terribly quiet. Yang Ming held his breath, and an unprecedented brilliance burst out of his eyes, watching the other party cooking attentively. For Yang Ming, this was a challenge, and at the same time, an opportunity to learn. Previously, at Asma and Hong's wedding banquet, there were several dishes that had no system transmission experience, and he learned to cook them himself. Unfortunately, it turned out that without the system, the dishes he cooked were only average. Although Yang Ming finally completed the task, it was only the minimum requirement of the task. This was unacceptable for Yang Ming, who was determined to become a chef god. At this time, the black pot of Uzumaki Longshuo was already hot, and the black bottom of the pot was shining dark red. He did not delay any longer and poured the oil in. Sizzle! A sharp sound was heard, and a scent of oil spread. After the edge of the black pot was scalded with oil, Uzumaki Longshuo poured in the pork. Sizzle! Shalasha! When the pork with a little blood fell into the boiling oil pot, it was like Mars hitting the earth, and a violent conflict broke out. Bang! A muffled sound was heard, and the black pot suddenly ignited. A flame was like a fire snake, licking many porks and clinging to it. But Uzumaki Longshuo was not panicked at all. He lifted the black pot in his hand and exerted force suddenly. For a moment, the pork was swung up, throwing beautiful and attractive arcs in the air, and then fell to the bottom of the pot one by one. The whole action was like flowing clouds and water, pleasing to the eye, as if it was not cooking, but dancing a ballet, elegant and beautiful. In Uzumaki Longshuo's hands, the black pot seemed to have a soul. As the cooking progressed, a strong aroma suddenly erupted, like a volcanic eruption. For a moment, the aroma was fragrant and overflowing, like nectar, leaving people with endless aftertaste. Mobile users, please visit M-Reading for a better reading experience. Chapter 171. Corn and pork dices. A breeze blew by, and the aroma of meat came to the nose, making people feel relaxed and happy. This unique aroma of pork permeated the air. After inhaling it, it seemed as if every cell in the body was groaning, making people feel extraordinarily comfortable. There is a poem that can express Yang Ming's mood at this time. I would rather die with fragrance on the branches than be blown down among the flowers. At this moment, in the ocean of fragrance, he really wanted to immerse himself in it for the rest of his life and didn't want to come out. After the oil pan was simmered once, Suinwo Longshuo picked up the pork. Every piece of pork seemed to be rejuvenated, like an old tree in spring, exuding an attractive fragrance. After that, Suinwo Longshuo cleaned the pan again and poured oil into it again. The fire started again. This time, the black pot welcomed celery, meat, corn, and radish. Coincidentally, they were exactly the same length and almost indistinguishable. Uzumaki Longshuo was focused, as if in his world, there was only him and the black pot in his hand. The flames licked furiously, the fire cooked, and the intense high temperature even made the air bend a little. In the hands of Uzumaki Longshuo, except for the pork, the other originally ordinary materials, like the down-and-out ministers in the folk, met the wise monarch who appreciated them, and suddenly glowed with a different kind of splendor and exuded an extremely tempting fragrance. The people outside the kitchen had already smelled this strong fragrance. If it weren't for the shop staff to stop it, I'm afraid the entire kitchen door would have been trampled down. Uncle Yul stood beside Yang Ming, his face was more serious than ever, with appreciation and admiration in his eyes. Although Uncle Yul lost to Uzumaki Longshuo, for him, being able to see a higher level of cooking skills was more important than losing face. He looked at Yang Ming and said in a deep voice, "Yang Ming, are you sure you can win?" Yang Ming showed a bitter smile at the corner of his mouth. To be honest, he didn't expect that the other party's cooking skills were so high at first. Just the knife skills that were honed over and over again were far better than Yang Ming's. "I'm not sure either," Yang Ming replied. Uncle Yul was shocked. He didn't expect Yang Ming to give in. He lowered his voice and said, "Yang Ming, don't forget that the other party wants to bet everything in your shop. Once you lose, not only the reputation of the shop, but even your employees and tableware will all belong to the other party." Yang Ming's breath tightened and he suddenly clenched his fists. For a moment, a huge pressure, like a mountain pressing down on his head, the lid was on him, and he felt a breathless feeling. While the two of them were chatting, Uzumaki Longshuo finally added seasoning to the dish and finally came out of the pot. When the red, yellow, black, and green dishes appeared, everyone's eyes were attracted to it, as if there was infinite charm there. The group came to the main hall of the shop. Uncle Yul looked at such a colorful dish, and the lingering fragrance lingered in his nose. He couldn't help asking, "Excuse me, what is the name of this dish?" Uzumaki Longshuo crossed his arms and crossed his chest, with a proud look between his eyebrows. "This is corn and meat cubes, and I also call it the phoenix rising from the fire." At first, Uncle Yul didn't understand why he gave it this name. He picked up the spoon and scooped a spoonful. There were 4 kinds of ingredients on it, with different colors. It looked very rich and appetizing. "Eat it in one bite." Hot. Very hot. It was as if a fire ignited the tip of the tongue, and a scorching temperature swept over it instantly. In the whole hot tongue, these ingredients seemed to come alive, and they actually jumped on the tongue, like a phoenix reborn from the fire, and they had life again. Celery is green and refreshing, corn is soft and delicious, radish is sweet and refreshing, pork is fragrant and soft, 4 different flavors, as if they were sent into a washing machine to stir, blending together, giving people an ultimate taste and touch experience. Delicious. Super delicious. Uncle Yul's eyes lit up. Whether it is the processing of ingredients, the combination of dishes, or the color, aroma, and taste, this dish is simply the most typical textbook, impeccable. Even if Uncle Yul wants to find faults in the egg, for a moment, he can't find any faults. It's simply perfect. The whole dish seems to be natural, giving a feeling that 1 more point is too much, 1 less point is too little. Uncle Yul put down the spoon with difficulty, frowning, and continued to savor the deliciousness in his mouth. He wanted to give Uzumaki Longshuo a bad review, but the other party didn't leave him any chance at all. "Hey!" Uncle Ichiraku exhaled lightly and sighed, "This is the most delicious diced meat I have ever eaten. It is impeccable and perfect." Most of the people present were surprised. They didn't expect Uncle Ichiraku to give such a high evaluation. You know, Uzumaki Ryasaku just slapped his face not long ago. Being able to make an enemy truly admire him, Uzumaki Ryasaku's cooking skills are evident. Uzumaki Longshuo's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a proud arc. "Boss Yang Ming, in this case, do you still want to compete?" Yang Ming suddenly clenched his fists, and a trace of determination flashed in his eyes. He absolutely would not allow others to treat him as a commodity for nothing. Besides, he did not lose. Yang Ming looked at Uzumaki Longshuo coldly. "Why not compete?" "Of course I have to compete." As he said that, he entered the kitchen. Looking at Yang Ming's back, Uzumaki Longshuo's half-closed eyes flashed a trace of teasing. He had already memorized the dishes that Yang Ming could cook. If there was anything strange, it was that it could increase chakra and healing. Therefore, he would use the kitchen of the small shop without Yang Ming's consent. At least in this way, he would not suffer any loss in the main materials. And when the main materials had no obvious advantages, relying on Yang Ming's current cooking skills, Uzumaki Longshuo really didn't believe that the other party could turn the tables. You know, up to now, the dishes in Yang Ming's shop have not reached perfection due to Yang Ming himself. From the perspective of color, aroma, and taste, at least in terms of color, Yang Ming has never been able to overcome this hurdle. Not to mention knife skills. Under the knife skills of Uzumaki Longshuo, Yang Ming's basic knife skills are just dregs. Facing such a strong opponent, with the dishes Yang Ming has mastered, there is no possibility of winning. But Yang Ming has the system. Yang Ming said in his heart, "System, I want to use the rewards of 2 hidden tasks to exchange for the cooking methods for this competition in advance." Appeared in chapter 45. As he said, Yang Ming took out the invisibility potion he had obtained before. According to the host's situation, the system is detecting the response plan. The system said seriously and seriously. After the detection, the system will take back the reward of the last hidden task. However, the next time the host triggers the hidden task again, the reward will be cancelled. A trace of determination flashed in Yang Ming's eyes. "I want to exchange." Facing an enemy with such powerful cooking skills as Uzumaki Longshuo, he urgently needs a better cooking recipe. Mobile users please browse Reading for a better reading experience. Chapter 173 Can Toad-ji be eaten? With full of doubts, Uncle Yul picked up a piece of shredded meat and put it into his mouth. Ah! After eating it in one bite, a mellow fish fragrance slowly pushed forward and covered the entire tongue. At this moment, Uncle Yul seemed to be swimming in the sea, with colorful fish swimming around him, feeling the beautiful scenery of nature. The shredded meat was smooth and soft, and the tip of the tongue rolled up, and the chewiness could be felt between the teeth, which was extremely delicious. Afterwards, Uncle Yul picked up the black fungus and carrots one by one. The black fungus was refreshing and delicious, and the carrots were crisp and juicy. When eaten with shredded pork, the 3 different tastes were like a repetitive song, repeated in the tongue, making people addicted to it. Hey! When Uncle Yul put down his chopsticks, he actually felt a pity that he was not satisfied. He wanted to have a bowl of rice and have a good meal. However, now it's time to announce the results of the competition. Uncle Yul closed his eyes, pondered in silence, frowned tightly, and a Sichuan character arched between his eyebrows. If the phoenix of Uzumaki Ryasho's fire rising represents the most typical textbook, from the selection of materials, the knife skills of cooking, or the cooking process, every action is almost perfect and reaches the realm of perfection, which belongs to the right. Then, the dishes cooked by Yang Ming belong to the strange. Yang Ming's knife skills are not as good as Uzumaki Ryasho, but he wins in unexpectedness. If it was just a plate of stir-fried pork shreds, then Uncle Yul would definitely judge Yang Ming as the loser. Net. But Yang Ming is different. A plate of stir-fried pork shreds actually tasted like fish, which was simply extraordinary. This idea alone was enough to beat Uzumaki Longshuo by several blocks. So, is it just right or just amazing? Uncle Yul fell into a deep dilemma. For him, the 2 dishes have their own merits. If he only relied on his judgment, the other person would definitely be dissatisfied. Because these 2 dishes are really amazing. Suddenly, an idea flashed through Uncle Yul's mind. Cough. Uncle Yul coughed softly, turning everyone's attention to him. The dishes you 2 cooked were excellent. I am limited in my ability and cannot easily make a conclusion. However, Uncle Ichiraku changed the subject and said, I believe both of you will participate in the chef competition in the near future. Perhaps you can decide the winner then. Humph. Uzumaki Ryasaka was obviously very dissatisfied with the result, but he didn't know what to say. Because even he had the illusion that he was going to lose. He waved his sleeves, took the blame, and prepared to leave. When he was about to reach the door, the vortex dragon suddenly turned around and showed Yang Ming a row of ferocious teeth. Boy, let's meet at the cooking competition. When the time comes, I will let you see the real function of the kitchen utensils handed down by the 6-path sage. Oh! Yang Ming raised his eyebrows. He didn't think that the other party was just threatening him. He must have some kind of support. Net. Yang Ming glanced at the black pot behind the other party, his eyes were dim, as if he could see through everything. It seems that this black pot has some secrets that he doesn't know. Yang Ming grinned, I'll accompany you to the end. When the time comes, I hope today's bet will still count. Uzumaki Longshuo glanced at Bai's beauty and felt that there was an evil fire in his danshan, burning vigorously. In addition, he was very confident in himself, so he responded calmly. No problem. To be honest, Yang Ming felt a little bit sorry. He originally thought that he could win this time and get the task reward. However, Yang Ming looked at the back of Uzumaki Ryasako leaving. This feeling of finding a worthy opponent seemed to be quite good. After the other party left, everyone was very excited and left one by one. At this time, Uzumaki Naruto rushed in from outside with dust flying all over his face. His face was covered with sweat and mud, mixed together, and he looked particularly embarrassed. However, Naruto had a bright smile on his face and shouted at Jiraiya, who was cleaning up the dishes. Sexy immortal, I finally learned the summoning technique. Jiraiya was shocked. He didn't expect Naruto to learn it so quickly. With the idea of testing Naruto, Jiraiya quickly finished the work in his hands and said, Naruto, summon a little toad first, let me see. This seemingly simple test is not easy for newcomers. First, the summoned beast contractor must be able to accurately control his own chakra. Secondly, the contractor must have met the summoned beast and established a friendly relationship with it. As long as one of the conditions is met, a small toad can be summoned easily. Otherwise, it will be like Naruto now. Watch me. Naruto rolled up his sleeves, shouted loudly, chakra surged wildly, quickly formed a seal, and pressed his palm to the ground. Bang! A puff of smoke filled the air, and out came a tadpole. Looking at the four-legged tadpole in front of him, Yang Ming's mouth twitched fiercely. What is Naruto doing? Well, this is a mistake. Naruto grabbed his hair awkwardly, and he didn't expect that he failed to show off, but was struck by lightning, which was really embarrassing. This time, with the previous experience, Naruto recalled the feeling of summoning the Toad Boss, and his whole body and mind sank, and he calmed down completely. Recalling the successful experience of summoning, Naruto's chakra gathered in his body, and the moment he slapped his palm on the ground, it suddenly erupted. Bang! A puff of smoke filled the air, and a small toad appeared in front of everyone. A slightly arrogant voice came from its mouth. Who disturbed Lord Toad-ji's sleep? Looking at Toad-ji, which was only the size of a fist, this small spiritual beast seemed very small and cute. However, Yang Ming was different. The moment he saw Toad-ji, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Can Toad-ji be eaten? This was a very interesting idea. After all, the ingredients in the dishes sold in Yang Ming's shop were spiritual beasts. In other words, Toad-ji could also be used as an ingredient in theory. Yang Ming looked at Toad-ji with curiosity and thought to himself, I heard that toads cannot be eaten. I wonder if the toads of spiritual beasts can be eaten. If it can be eaten, should it be braised, steamed, or eaten raw? As if sensing Yang Ming's evil thoughts, Toad-ji's delicate body trembled, and suddenly raised his little head, just in time to meet Yang Ming's harmless face. But, in Gameji's view, Yang Ming's slightly upturned smile was like a devil, which made people tremble with fear. Oh my god! The world outside is so scary. I'd better go back and continue to sleep. As he said this, Gameji did not say anything and directly lifted the summoning state and returned to Myaboka Mountain, leaving Naruto with a confused face. Yang Ming patted Naruto on the shoulder and said earnestly, practice the summoning technique well, it has a bright future. In his heart, Yang Ming added, in the future, if I want to eat toad meat, it all depends on you. Mobile users please browse M. Reading for a better reading experience. Chapter 174 Gaara wants to worship Yang Ming as his teacher. It has been several days since Gaara went to Yang Ming's shop. Because of this, Gaara finally experienced it again too, the fear dominated by insomnia. Gaara is like a traveler in the desert, moving forward in the endless desert, but without a drop of water, with endless despair and torment. He rubbed his dark circles, a violent killing intention wavered, and he had the urge to kill. When Gaara's killing intention was frequent, wisps of sand with a bloody smell floated around him, like a soldier waiting for the king's order at any time, which was frightening. Damn it! Gaara tried his best to control the restless Shikaku in his body, and punched the ground with a bang. Bang! A spider web-like crack appeared on the ground, and the sharp stones scratched the skin on Gaara's fist. Drops of vermilion blood dripped down his palm and fell on the ground, dyeing the earth red. Gaara opened his bloodshot pupils, like Shura fished out of a sea of blood, bursting out an infinite and terrifying light. No. I need to calm down. Gaara gritted his teeth tightly. For some reason, the Shikaku in his body was more agitated than before, just because he hadn't been to Yang Ming's shop for a few days, as if he was about to break out of his body at any time. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh! Gaara's chest rose and fell violently. Because he forcibly suppressed the shikaku in his body, his face turned pale and beads of sweat kept falling. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Gaara's mind. Why not worship Yang Ming as a teacher to learn cooking? If it were in the past, Gaara would never have such an idea. But after eating Yang Ming's cooking several times, Gaara seemed to feel that his biological mother had always been with him. The affectionate family affection moved Gaara. His years of suppressed tyranny also melted like an iceberg and began to become normal. After eating Yang Ming's food, Gaara experienced the life that only normal people have. How could he go back to the nightmare-like torment in the past? In fact, Gaara is in the dark, but he yearns for light. If Gaara is an unforgivable criminal, he will not be successfully influenced by Naruto in the original book. Thinking of this, Gaara tidied up his appearance and hurried on the road with the instant body technique, like a flash of lightning, straight to Yang Ming's shop. At this time, it was afternoon, and Yang Ming's shop was closing. Bored, Yang Ming brought out the werewolf game he played in his previous life, and hurt each other with a group of employees, Uncle Ichiraku and Naruto. To be honest, Yang Ming really didn't expect that the charm of werewolf was so great. Once it was brought out, it was welcomed by everyone, and they used their mouths to reverse black and white. Yang Ming glanced at Naruto who was sitting next to him, and saw that his face was full of red, and he pointed at Zabuza with one hand, and he was sure that the other party was a werewolf, and he kept inciting others to vote him out. It must be said that Naruto's mouth-to-mouth was not so powerful at the beginning. After being abused for a few rounds, it is now like a cheat. Even an old hand like Jiraiya had to be shaken and deceived by Naruto, a real werewolf, and eliminated Zabuza, the prophet. Net. Just as everyone was having fun, Gaara walked in. Seeing Yang Ming and his group having fun with each other, with happy smiles on their faces, Gaara's soft heart trembled suddenly. However, Gaara was used to having a cold face, and did not let people notice the changes in his heart. Yang Ming looked at Gaara and was a little strange. It's not business hours now. I know. Gaara crossed his arms and crossed his chest. Even if he wanted to learn from a master, he still had to have the style. I'm here to learn from you. Gaara said firmly. Quiet. Very quiet. As soon as Gaara finished speaking, the shop was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Many eyes looked at Gaara, surprised and bewildered, wondering where he got the courage to want to learn from Yang Ming. Gaara ignored the others and stared at Yang Ming. If it were someone else, they would feel uncomfortable being stared at by his bloodshot eyes. But Yang Ming looked calm and was not affected at all. He just said lightly, "Why?" "Yes, why?" At this moment, everyone thought so. Gaara's expression froze. He had never thought about this question before. Fortunately, things took a turn for the better. The system took the opportunity to jump out. Congratulations to the host for triggering the hidden mission, recruiting a disciple. Mission description: as a chef with a high standard, how can you not have an awesome disciple? Mission reward: how to make pissing beef balls. Seeing this mission reward, Yang Ming's mouth twitched. But even if Yang Ming completed this mission, it would be in vain because he had overdrawn the mission reward before. However, looking at Gaara's slightly flustered eyes, Yang Ming showed a strange smile at the corner of his mouth. Since ancient times, apprentices have been learning from their masters. All of them have to pass the entrance exam first, right? Then, should Gaara wear women's clothes? Ahem. That picture is too beautiful. As long as Yang Ming thought about Gaara wearing a maid outfit, it was simply amazing. So, he immediately stopped the urge to let Gaara wear women's clothes. Although the little boy's women's clothes are indeed very interesting, Yang Ming said that he has a normal outlook and normal orientation, so how could he do such a thing? Yang Ming turned around the words that were about to come out of his mouth, and under the shocked eyes of everyone, he said, "I can accept you as my apprentice, but..." "But what?" Gaara said anxiously. After all, Gaara can't stay in Konoha village forever. If he can't calm down Shikaku in his body, according to the trend of Shikaku's riots in the past few days, he is really afraid that he can't suppress it. Yang Ming's mouth curled up, revealing a weird smile that makes people shudder. Practicing martial arts requires martial ethics, and cooking requires culinary ethics. When Yang Ming said this, Uncle Ichiraku was instantly confused. How come I have never heard of ramen in my life? Yang Ming ignored others and continued to talk. Gaara, if you sincerely want to be my disciple, you must complete a task first. When he heard the task, Gaara thought he was going to fight and kill, and a confident smile appeared on his face. I promise to complete the task. Really? Yang Ming showed a weird smile at the corner of his mouth. As long as you help 100 old ladies cross the road within 3 days, I will accept you as my disciple. Puff. As soon as Yang Ming finished speaking, Jiraiya sprayed out the water he had just drunk, and an expression of holding back a smile appeared on his face. Others were not much better. If it weren't for Yang Ming, they would have laughed out loud. Gaara. Gaara was confused. Where is the fighting and killing? Helping an old lady cross the street, what the hell is this? Gaara's face was livid, and he said reluctantly, can we change the task? No. Yang Ming's smile became even stronger. Mobile users please browse Reading, a better reading experience. Chapter 175 Gaara helps an old lady cross the street, fog. Konoha village. Net. Gaara stood on the street, looking at a loss. In order to appease the restless Shikaku in his body, Gaara finally accepted Yang Ming's apprenticeship task. Help an old lady cross the street. However, when Gaara came to the street, he felt that he had nowhere to start. From childhood to adulthood, Gaara has lived under the fear and disgust of others, and it is difficult to communicate with others. For others, helping 100 old ladies cross the street in 3 days is very easy. But Gaara is different, this is simply a nightmare difficulty. Under the scorching summer sun, an old lady came tremblingly with a cane. Gaara's eyes lit up and he ran to her. But at this time, Gaara found that he didn't know what to say. The old lady looked at Gaara strangely and said kindly, "Child, are you lost?" Gaara's expression froze and he was speechless. For Gaara, fighting and killing are easy, and contact with people is simply the biggest torture. Fortunately, the old lady has a good temper and said kindly, "Child, the weather is so hot now, be careful of heat stroke." Gaara's heart suddenly warmed. This is the first time in his life that he has received love from a stranger. If it were in the sand village, from the elderly to the children, Gaara would only get fear and resistance. In a corner that Gaara couldn't see, Yang Ming and a group of employees and Naruto were watching secretly. Bai looked puzzled, Gaara is so stupid, why doesn't he complete the task? Yang Ming smiled and said, if you knew his past, you would understand. So, Yang Ming told Gaara about his miserable childhood. In order to train Gaara as his successor, the Kazekage used various methods that ordinary people could not accept to force Gaara to grow up quickly. When he learned that Gaara was also a Jinchuriki, Naruto's eyes flashed with a glimmer. A touch of meeting a fellow flowed in Naruto's heart. At this time, Bai asked the question in the hearts of everyone present. Boss, why do you want to accept Gaara as your apprentice? In response, Yang Ming just smiled faintly and did not answer. Is he going to say that Gaara will become the new generation of Kazekage in the near future? You know, with more and more dishes provided by the system, the food cooked by Yang Ming must have more effects. If he doesn't want to be remembered by others, Yang Ming's store can continue to remain neutral with the support of Konoha village and Sand village. While everyone was chatting, Gaara finally dared to take the first step and help the old lady cross the road by the arm. Although Gaara's actions, although he still looked very immature, his expression was unusually serious. He was always paying attention to the changes around him and showed unprecedented tenderness. Just at this moment, Maki, Temari, and Kanjuro passed by and saw this scene. As the right-hand man of the Kazekage, Maki has always served as Gaara's instructor, with the goal of training him to become the new generation of Kazekage. It can be said that not many people know Gaara better than Maki. But when he saw Gaara actually helping the old lady cross the road, Maki wondered if he was dazzled, had heat stroke, and had hallucinations. Is this Gaara? How is it possible? Maki pointed at Gaara and asked Kanjuro, is that really Gaara? Kanjuro looked left and right, his face hesitant, a little unsure. After all, in Kanjuro's past impression, Gaara would fight and kill at any time, and was covered in blood. It was unlikely that he would help the old lady cross the road. But the facts were in front of him, and Kanjirang had to say, teacher, that seems to be Gaara. Maki still couldn't accept this fact. In his opinion, only the future Kazekage with an iron-blooded wrist could save the weak sand village from the quagmire. Just as Maki wanted to walk over and educate Gaara again, a steady and powerful palm suddenly pressed on his shoulder from behind. Who is it? Maki's hair stood on end. He didn't expect that someone could approach him quietly, and he didn't even notice it before. Maki turned around suddenly and saw a slightly childish face. "It's you." The person who came was Yang Ming, who used the swift escape. Swift escape is worthy of the blood limit that reaches a subversive speed. It has an unpredictable speed. Even an elite ninja like Maki can't detect it for a while. Yang Ming showed a half smile on his face. "Gaara is doing something very important, I hope you don't interfere." "Just you?" Maki was amused. A chef actually dared to talk to him, an elite jonin. He was simply courting death. A strong aura of a veteran suddenly burst out from him, as if thousands of troops were coming, blowing up whirlwinds, blowing towards Yang Ming like a blade. At this moment, a tall figure, like a tall mountain, suddenly stood between the two of them. A flowing white hair fluttered in the wind, and a cynical smile was on his face. It was Jiraiya. As a senior figure in the Sand Village, Maki was naturally no stranger to Jiraiya. It was because of this that Maki understood more clearly that each of the legendary three ninjas had the strength to challenge a small country alone. Maki's pupils shrank into needles, as if he had encountered a predator at the top of the food chain, and his hair stood on end. Jiraiya said in a teasing tone, "I'm sorry, I can't let you hurt Boss Yang Ming, otherwise no one will pay me." "Nani?" Maki was shocked. He didn't expect that Jiraiya, one of the three, was actually Yang Ming's employee. Having said that, Maki took a deep look at Yang Ming, and then he realized that they had overlooked the biggest variable in the Konoha collapse plan. Yang Ming's shop. "I hope you will not harm Gaara in the spirit of the diplomatic relations between the two countries. Otherwise..." "Humph." Maki said a harsh word and left in a hurry with Temari and Kanjuro. Before leaving, Kanjuro looked at Bai reluctantly, which made Bai feel a chill all over his body. While they were talking, Gaara had his first experience and gradually relaxed his restraints. With his serious attitude, he was soon welcomed by the old ladies. Judging from this situation, Gaara might be able to complete the task in less than 3 days. Yang Ming pinched his chin and thought to himself, how can Gaara complete the task so easily? Suddenly, Yang Ming thought of a way to make things difficult for Gaara. Thinking of this, Yang Ming quickly formed a seal with his hands and turned into an elderly grandmother. Seeing this, Jiraiya was puzzled. "Boss, what are you going to do?" Yang Ming grinned and showed a weird smile. "I'm going to touch porcelain." "Touch porcelain? What is that?" Jiraiya was confused. Mobile users, please visit M-Reading for a better reading experience. Chapter 176. What about the trust between people? Konoha Village. Yang Ming used the transformation technique to transform into an old lady, slightly hunched, with age spots all over her face and grey hair on her temples. She looked very old, as if she could be blown away by a gust of wind. Yang Ming pretended to walk casually, slowly walking on the street, gradually approaching Gaara. At this moment, Gaara was enjoying the cool under a big tree, sweating all over, as if he had fought a strong enemy for 300 rounds, and his face was full of fatigue. However, the corners of Gaara's mouth, but he had a faint smile on his face. This smile was very warm. Due to Gaara's serious and responsible attitude, he had completed 99 out of 100 grandmas crossing the road. After all, it was quite easy to help grandmas cross the road. Today's experience was something Gaara had never thought of. It turned out that there was such a magical relationship between people. For a long time, Gaara, like Naruto in Konoha Village, was maliciously discriminated against by people around him. For a long time, Gaara was like an island in a city, isolated by everyone, and the repressed atmosphere was like a dull sea that was about to drown him. Today, Gaara realized that he was so superficial in the past. Although Gaara was clumsy at first, the grandmas were unexpectedly kind, able to accept his mistakes and kindly encourage him. This bit of warmth, like a bunch of sunshine, broke through Gaara's cloudy heart, brought in the warmth of the world, and melted his cold heart. Just as Gaara was in a daze, Yang Ming walked to the street in front of Gaara. Then, Yang Ming stumbled, as if he was tripped by a stone, and fell to the ground with a heavy head and light feet. Bang! A dull crash came, and Gaara suddenly woke up from a dream, and suddenly found that an old lady had fallen to the ground. This is too much. Gaara was startled, his feet were full of wind, and he came to Yang Ming in a blink of an eye, with an anxious look on his face. Gaara pulled Yang Ming up from the ground and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" Originally, in Gaara's script, at this time, the other party should show a grateful expression. However, Yang Ming was uncharacteristically, with a cold eyebrow and a sharp voice, broke in. How dare you say that? Yang Ming's sharp shout, like the voice of an old duck, was extremely harsh and unpleasant, and immediately attracted the attention of nearby pedestrians. Seeing this, Yang Ming's mouth curled up imperceptibly, revealing a weird smile. You kid, are you deliberately making things difficult for me? Hey! Is it easy for me at my age? You bastard, deliberately knocked me down, and you plan to just let it go. Gaara was confused. Didn't you fall down by yourself? Blame me? Yang Ming's words that turned black and white were like sharp arrows, piercing Gaara's heart fiercely. This made Gaara look dazed. What about the trust between people? The villagers of Konoha village had no idea that there was such a thing as a hit and run in this world. When they heard Yang Ming's accusation, they all believed it. A young man full of vigor and blood stared at Gaara fiercely. Boy, you are really good. You actually bully an old man like this. As he spoke, he twisted the wrist bones of both hands, making a crisp sound, and approached Gaara, intending to teach him a lesson with his fists. Gaara felt cold in his heart. The violent and evil spirit that had been suppressed originally had a tendency to run away again. His pupils were wide open, bloodshot, like Shura walking out of a sea of blood, exuding a horrifying aura. The young man who originally planned to teach Gaara a lesson, just by being looked at by Gaara, his face turned pale and his lips trembled, and he ran away without looking back. Yang Ming shook his head speechlessly. With Gaara's character, he really didn't dare to accept him as a disciple now. Yang Ming didn't want Gaara to be stimulated from time to time and then run away crazily. That would be a moving disaster. This was also Yang Ming's original intention when he set up this task, to temper Gaara's temper. But now it seems that there is still a long way to go. Kid, don't you show your appreciation for knocking me down? Yang Ming said. Gaara took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, what do you mean? Yang Ming rolled up his sleeves and showed the scars from his fall just now. Look, you hurt me, at least pay me some medical expenses. This is reasonable. Gaara naively thought, nodded, how much do you want? Yang Ming's mouth corners grinned, showing a half smile, not much, just a mere 1 million will do. Well, just 100. Gaara originally thought that the other party was asking for 100 yuan, but suddenly realized that something was wrong, and the words that were about to come out of his mouth were held back. What did you say? 1 million. You might as well go and rob. The crowd that had come to watch because they sympathized with Yang Ming twitched their mouths when they heard this, and silently stepped back a few steps, fearing that Yang Ming would think of them. Yang Ming pointed at his wound and said confidently, you knocked me down, and you still have the right. I tell you, 1 million is too little. And you have to compensate me for mental damages. It's not much, just give me 3 or 4 million. Gaara was confused. You also want mental damages? What a big deal. Gaara said that he had never seen such a shameless person. For a moment, Gaara was so angry that he felt a violent aura, like a wild beast awakened from the ancient world, like a hurricane blowing over. Seeing this, Yang Ming was afraid that if he pushed Gaara too hard, the plan would fail, so he quickly changed his words. Of course, I am a big man, and I have always been generous. I don't want you to compensate me, as long as you carry me and take me home. Hey! Hey! Facing Yang Ming, Gaara's mood was as exciting as riding a roller coaster. He panted violently and barely suppressed the evil spirit in his chest. Gaara remembered Yang Ming's mission to become his disciple. If he wanted to live a normal life, sleep well, eat well, and not be affected by Shikaku in his body, he had to complete the mission of helping the old lady cross the road. Carrying Yang Ming, who was disguised as an old lady, home seemed to be a different way of completing the mission. Thinking of this, Gaara had to say, that's fine. Yang Ming raised his lips and lay on Gaara's back, putting all the heavy pressure on him. For a moment, Gaara's legs suddenly sank and his knees bent, and he felt like he was carrying a mountain on his back. Gaara is not a master of physical skills. If he had not been nurtured by Shikaku's chakra since childhood, and his physical fitness was far superior to that of ordinary people, it would be hard to say whether he could carry Yang Ming on his back. Mobile users, please visit mRead for a better reading experience. Chapter 177 3-Color Meatballs. Gaara carried Yang Ming on his back, like Yugong moving mountains, walking forward with difficulty step by step. At this time, Gaara had walked around Konoha village, but he still hadn't reached Yang Ming's home. He showed a trace of impatience on his face and said in a rough voice, "Why haven't you arrived yet?" Yang Ming yawned lazily, "It's still early." At this time, the two passed by a shop selling three-color meatballs. The aroma of cooking came out from inside, which made people's appetite increase. Yang Ming's eyes lit up. He had never eaten three-color meatballs before. For a moment, his stomach growled. "Gaara, go and buy me a bunch of three-color meatballs," Yang Ming commanded. Gaara turned his head away unhappily, "No. Hey, this naughty child." Yang Ming's brain was quick, so he said, "If you buy it for me, I will tell you where I live." "Really?" Gaara obviously didn't believe it. Yang Ming patted his chest and said, "Really?" Gaara was skeptical, so he quickly bought 2 strings of three-color meatballs, 1 string for each person, which was not very expensive and very affordable. Yang Ming looked at the three-color meatballs in front of him, and a bamboo stick pierced through 3 pink, white, and green meatballs. The 3 different colors of the three-color meatballs express 3 different connotations, and use unique fillings: pink mung bean filling, white red bean filling, and green matcha filling. The 3 symbolize cherry blossoms, people, and the green earth, and also represent the world, people, and all things. The small meatballs carry not only the fillings, but also the unique spirit of a nation. The meatballs are not small, only a circle smaller than a ping-pong ball, with bright colors, and they look particularly good when matched together, which makes people very appetizing. Yang Ming opened his mouth wide and swallowed a green meatball. Since the meatballs are made of glutinous rice, they taste no different from eating glutinous rice balls, soft and moist, and have a great taste. With a pull of Yang Ming's white teeth, the skin of the meatball was easily torn open, and the filling inside was completely exposed under Yang Ming's tongue. The unique fragrance of the matcha filling passed through the tip of the tongue and directly to the brain, making people sigh softly to express their satisfaction. As the teeth chewed, a sweet taste flowed out like a gurgling stream, which was simply delicious. Eating desserts in the afternoon always makes people feel happy. Yang Ming burped with satisfaction and cast his eyes on the other 2 meatballs. Yang Ming felt that the chef who invented the three-color meatballs was definitely a genius. After all, as a dessert, just like fat, it has a fatal flaw, that is, it is easy to get tired of eating too much. He knows how to grasp the needs of customers and puts meatballs with 3 different fillings together, which can make customers not easily get tired of eating and let customers always have surprises waiting in front of them. In addition, the 3 different colors of the three-color meatballs are very stunning when combined, giving customers a strong visual impact. Not to mention people who are hungry, even customers who originally don't want to eat will be captured by it the moment they see the three-color meatballs. This is also the charm of the three-color meatballs. Then, Yang Ming opened his mouth wide and swallowed the remaining 2 meatballs in one gulp. For a moment, the entire tongue was filled with the meatballs were stuffed full, making his cheeks bulge high, looking like a small tent. Interestingly, when the red bean and mung bean fillings were mixed together, the 2 completely different flavors did not conflict at all, but instead had an unexpected sweetness. Like playing a duet, the 2 flavors spiraled up, rolling up a tornado, completely conquering Yang Ming's tongue. For a moment, Yang Ming felt that his saliva secretion accelerated, and he wanted to eat 2 meatballs in one breath. Ha! After a while, Yang Ming sighed with satisfaction, and the breath he exhaled was accompanied by a faint sweetness that made people unable to stop. Yang Ming glanced at the meatballs in Gaara's hand, and there were still 2 left, so he became tempted. "Gaara, since you don't want to eat, give me your meatballs." Gaara has been suffering from insomnia recently, and eating anything except Yang Ming's cooking is like chewing wax. Originally, he was going to throw away the remaining meatballs. But when Yang Ming said that, Gaara remembered the other party's previous hateful behavior and swallowed the meatballs in one gulp. He was still making confusing remarks. "I won't give it to you." "Hey, this naughty kid." Yang Ming felt a little headache. In order to complete the system task, he accepted the other party as his apprentice. Wasn't it a wrong choice? Gaara swallowed the meatballs in a hurry and suddenly said, "Where is your home? You still care about this?" Yang Ming had no choice and didn't plan to tease him anymore, so he pointed in the direction of Yang Ming's shop. Gaara's mouth twitched. "You are not Yang Ming's elder, are you? No wonder you are as willful as him." Hearing Gaara's complaints, Yang Ming's mouth twitched. "Is it really okay to say bad things about me in front of me like this? Don't forget, you still want to worship me as your master. Yang Ming suppressed his urge to complain and let Gaara carry him to Yang Ming's shop step by step. Finally arriving at the destination, Gaara put Yang Ming down and felt relaxed. He stretched slightly, and his whole back made a crackling sound. Bang! At this time, a light smoke came out, covering Yang Ming's figure. When he reappeared, Gaara suddenly found that he had been carrying Yang Ming. Thinking of his own gaffe just now, Gaara felt very embarrassed and had no fig leaf to cover himself. Just when Gaara thought he was being blamed, Yang Ming patted his shoulder and said, "Congratulations on successfully completing the task of becoming a disciple." "Really?" Gaara said in disbelief. All the things that happened before, like flash films, quickly emerged from his mind one by one. It turned out that all this was Yang Ming's test for him. At the same time, the voice of the system sounded in Yang Ming's ears. Hidden task, recruiting a disciple. Task description, as a chef with a high standard, how can you not have an awesome disciple? Task reward, how to make pissing beef balls. Because the host overdrew the task reward, the reward has been withdrawn. Seeing this, Yang Ming could only silently raise his middle finger to the system in his heart. If he guessed correctly, according to the system's usual virtue, this pissing beef ball should be very elastic, just like in Stephen Chow's movies, and can be played as a table tennis ball. It's a pity that such a superb delicacy is out of his reach. It's all tears to talk too much. Thinking of this, Yang Ming stared at Gaara, thinking in his heart, what kind of work should he arrange for him? Let Gaara wash his master's feet? Or let him massage his back? Or just let Gaara wear a maid outfit to entertain? For a while, Yang Ming fell into deep entanglement. Mobile users, please browse reading for a better reading experience. Chapter 178 Zongzi, Part 1. Considering Gaara's special status, and the fact that Yang Ming had just eaten the 3-color meatballs and felt the unique ethnic culture, he felt a little emotional. A dish flashed through Yang Ming's mind. That's right, it was Zongzi. Although there is no Dragon Boat Festival in Naruto, this time period has long passed. But it didn't stop Yang Ming from practicing this dish with Gaara. It's nothing. In fact, making zongzi doesn't require any cooking skills, just a little patience and carefulness. Thinking of this, Yang Ming patted Gaara on the shoulder, "Come with me into the kitchen and make zongzi." What? Gaara was confused. Zongzi? What the hell is that? However, Gaara was open-minded and didn't say anything, so he followed Yang Ming into the kitchen. This was the first time Gaara saw the kitchen of Yang Ming's shop. I saw, a space of about 40 square meters, various tablewares are neatly arranged, the ground is dust-free, the walls are not greasy at all, reflecting a white light. Inside the kitchen, there is no smell of oil smoke and sweat, it is very natural and makes people feel unreal. Gaara's heart trembles slightly. This meticulous cleaning alone is enough to shock people. Seeing this, Yang Ming secretly laughed. He would never tell Gaara that this is actually the cleaning function of the system. Yang Ming. Gaara opened his mouth and wanted to ask what zongzi is. Unexpectedly, Yang Ming frowned and said seriously, "Call me master." Gaara's mouth twitched, and he looked reluctant, always feeling that this was very shameful. However, in order to learn cooking skills, Gaara bit his silver teeth, his expression became fierce, and he said, "Master." At this time, Yang Ming nodded with satisfaction, "Ruzai is teachable. You are a Ruzai, your whole family is Ruzai." Hearing Yang Ming's shameless words, Gaara was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. When did he become a son? Gaara turned his head away awkwardly and asked in a muffled voice, "You should explain what zongzi is, right?" Yang Ming smiled slightly and explained. Zongzi is also called jiaishu, or jiaozong. It is made of glutinous rice wrapped in zong leaves and steamed. It is a top-notch delicacy with a long history. Don't underestimate zongzi. There is great energy in a small zongzi. It carries the long history of a country and records the beautiful memories of many people's reunion. Gaara frowned, "Since you said that this delicacy carries the history of a country, why have I never heard of it?" Yang Ming grinned and showed a mysterious smile, "Guess. I guess your sister." Gaara really wanted to slap him and kill this willful boss. "Has anyone told you that if you only say half of the words, you will be sent a knife? You idiots, go to hell." Yang Ming ignored Gaara and started to stir the ingredients in the kitchen. Some time ago, Asuma and Hong got married. Yang Ming did not rely too much on the system and bought a batch of ingredients for cooking. There were still many ingredients that were not used up. He took out all the ingredients that might be used. Zongzi leaves, glutinous rice, red dates, lean meat, bean paste, egg yolk, red beans, bacon, sausage, corn kernels. Speaking of which, there are many kinds of zongzi. From the fillings, there are Beijing jujube zongzi with small dates in the north, and bean paste, fresh meat, 8 treasures, ham, egg yolk and other fillings in the south, which are very local. Just as the land and water of a place nourish the people of that place. People in different regions use their wisdom and hands to create colorful dishes, which show the flourishing food world. Yang Ming has always felt that food is not divided by region. As long as you have a heart of food, even if you come from all over the world, as long as you like food, even if you have never met each other, you can sit together, enjoy the food in front of you, and talk about life. Speaking of the custom of eating zongzi, every Chinese family has to soak glutinous rice, wash zongzi leaves, and make zongzi on the 5th day of the 5th lunar month for thousands of years. This habit has long been integrated into the bones of the people. If one day, zongzi is not eaten on the Dragon Boat Festival, it will be the biggest regret. Since Yang Ming was reborn, he has more or less felt the loneliness of a time traveler. After all, the earth is Yang Ming's home. Zongzi, however, records the beautiful memories of family reunion. Yang Ming is also looking forward to what the zongzi he made by himself tastes like. It is worth mentioning that there are many types of zongzi, and different methods of making them have different appearances and tastes. Wrapping millet in zongzi leaves into the shape of ox horns is called jiaishu, sealing and baking rice in bamboo tubes is called tongzong. Soak millet in ash water. Because the water contains alkali, wrap millet in reed leaves into a quadrilateral shape and cook it. It is called alkaline rice dumpling. Zongzi has a long history, and even the ancients were conquered by it. The Dragon Boat Festival gifts hundreds of suos mentioned, the Immortal Palace has a long life thread, and the Dragon Boat Festival is special. The event is prosperous and the dragons see it, and the dog and horse know the deep grace. The rest of life can still be continued, and the wings will be answered in the end. It can be seen that in ancient times, zongzi was highly respected. At this time, Yang Ming wanted to teach me how to make zongzi, which is also a famous 9-child zongzi in history. 9-child zongzi does not mean that there is any special production method, but it breaks through the inherent thinking of people in the past. From focusing on the quality of zongzi to paying attention to the packaging of zongzi, this is an aesthetic leap. Just like the 3-color meatballs, with 3 different colors, it is eye-catching. The two have the same purpose. In ancient times, Emperor Xianzong of Tang, Li Longji, once wrote a poem titled Dragon Boat Festival Banquet for Ministers in 3 Palaces, in which a line praised the 9-child zongzi. Flowers of all seasons compete for beauty, and 9-child zongzi compete for novelty. 9-child zongzi is a type of zongzi, which is 9 zongzi connected in a string, some large and some small, with the big one on top and the small one on the bottom, in different shapes, very looks good, like a string of gourds. Well, if there are 7 zongzi, they can form the gourd brothers. Moreover, the 9-sun zongzi is made of 9 different colors of silk threads, forming a colorful rainbow, with extremely bright colors. Compared with it, the 3-color pill is simply a small witch compared to it. Interestingly, the 9-sun zongzi is mostly given as a gift to relatives and friends, such as a mother giving it to a married daughter, a mother-in-law giving it to a newlywed, etc. Because zongzi is homophonic to neutron, there is a folk custom that eating zongzi can give birth to a son. Although this was just the ignorance of people at that time, they placed their sincere blessings for the future in a small zongzi. In fact, eating zongzi is more about eating a kind of emotion. Yang Ming said to Gara, "Wait, you will see how I do it and figure it out yourself." Since this was just a demonstration, the materials used by Yang Ming were also very simple. As he said, Yang Ming soaked the glutinous rice in warm water and filtered out the water for later use. At the same time, Yang Ming also boiled the zong leaves with boiling water, then washed them with cold water and put them in a basket on the side for backup. Making zongzi is most challenging for the chef's patience and carefulness. If one of the two is missing, it will be difficult to make. Mobile users, please visit mRead for a better reading experience. Chapter 179 Zongzi, Part 2. Yang Ming took 2 zong leaves that had been scalded with boiling water. At this time, the leaves faded their original color and became dark. Yang Ming placed the smooth side of the leaves inward, overlapping them in opposite directions. Then, bend the zong leaves at about 1/3 of the way, and fold them back to form a funnel. Then, Yang Ming put an appropriate amount of glutinous rice in it, and then put in candied dates, covered the candied dates with glutinous rice, and then pressed them down. At this time, it was the critical moment of making zongzi, and no carelessness was allowed. Yang Ming held the rice tightly with his left hand. When holding it, Yang Ming used force on his hand to prevent the zongzi from falling apart. After compacting the rice, he pushed it into a triangle. Then, Yang Ming pushed the zongzi leaves forward from the back with his right hand, closed the zongzi leaves, and then folded out the sharp corners. At this time, Yang Ming took 9 cotton threads of different colors, wrapped the cotton threads from top to bottom, tightened and knotted, and cut off the excess cotton threads. At this time, the zongzi was roughly completed. The dark green edge of the zongzi was pierced by the 9 color cotton threads, like a rainbow crossing a dense forest, which was extremely conspicuous. Yang Ming boiled the hot water and dropped the zongzi. The water should soak the surface of the zongzi. After the water boiled again, it was turned to a slow fire and boiled for a while before it could be eaten. It is worth noting that during the cooking process of the zongzi, even if there is little water in the pot, do not add any raw water to it, otherwise it will be tragic. When the zongzi was cooked, Yang Ming opened the lid of the pot, and a long suppressed steam suddenly erupted like a volcanic eruption, carrying hot air in the face. At the same time, a faint fragrance unique to the zongzi leaves was revealed with the hot air, which made people feel happy and appetite increased. Yang Ming took out the zongzi, cut the cotton thread, and pulled apart the tightly wrapped leaves. In the steaming mist, the glutinous rice and the zongzi seemed to be continuously stuck together, and the hot air seemed to tremble in the air, with an intoxicating fragrance that made people salivate. Yang Ming gestured to Gaara, "Here, take it and try it." Gaara's throat moved up and down, and Shikaku in his body seemed to sense that he was about to taste the delicious food, showing unprecedented silence. Gaara picked up the chopsticks, tore off a corner of the zongzi, and threw it into his mouth. Snap! Snap! Gaara made chewing sounds in his mouth, his expression moved slightly, and an unprecedented deliciousness suddenly surged into his heart. "It's delicious!" This delicacy from China conquered Gaara in an instant. This is a unique and refreshing taste. Fresh zongzi leaves that have been slightly boiled and washed, and raw glutinous rice soaked in soy sauce. Because it is primitive, it is pure and cannot be copied. The moment the zongzi leaves are fished out of the hot water, they will carry the unique fragrance of the leaves, accompanied by sultry steam, just like the taste of summer. This is the charm of pure handwork, which is not comparable to mechanical processing at all. Yang Ming carefully protects the vitality of traditional food with the warmth of his hands. Zongzi is not just a delicacy, the taste of childhood, the taste of hometown, makes people's hearts full of home love, and instantly hits the tear point. Even though Gaara has never eaten zongzi in the past, at this moment, the soft place in his heart is still impacted. Gaara thought of the endless desert that gave birth to him and raised him, and thought of Yashimaru. At this moment, Gaara suddenly looked back and found that the memories buried in his heart were not only hatred, but also the good old days. Time is the best medicine to heal wounds. In the past, Gaara was just trapped by Shikaku, often suffering from insomnia, and with the grudge in his heart, he became more extreme. But now, Gaara finally woke up. He was in the dark, but he also yearned for light. A drop of cold tears fell from the corner of Gaara's eyes, wet the corner of his mouth, and flowed into his mouth. Gaara rolled his tongue and tasted it, and found that the tears had no taste, but he had never discovered it in the past. All hatred, in fact, just vanished. Under the scouring of the long river of time, only love and affection are worth looking back. Seeing this, Yang Ming smiled slightly. Then, he focused on making zongzi. As mentioned earlier, 9 sun zongzi is 9 zongzi of different sizes and shapes connected together. After making a triangular zongzi, Yang Ming changed the method. This time, when Yang Ming made zongzi, he selected zong leaves of similar size and overlapped them, carefully placed the leaves in his left hand, and then rolled the zong leaves into a cone. The tip of the cone was not on the edge of the zong leaf, but on the leaf surface, and the extra part was folded into an angle and overlapped on the cone surface. During this process, Yang Ming was extremely focused, fearing that he might accidentally use too much force. Otherwise, the leaves would easily crack along the veins, and all the previous efforts would be wasted. So before wrapping, Yang Ming did not dare to be careless, and casually touched the veins on the leaves from head to toe, so that he could safely follow the veins and roll out the shape correctly. The previous rice dumplings were just Yang Ming's attempts, and the materials were simple. This time, it was different. Yang Ming added rice and meat to the leaves, 1 lean and 1 fat, or 2 lean and 1 fat, and they could not be all the same, otherwise the taste would be greatly affected. The glutinous rice soaked in soy sauce and slightly cooked brown hid the meat, and the rice made the leaves bulge, and then the leaves were used to cover the entrance and exit of the glutinous rice, and the outer layer was tilted at the corners and turned a few times to reinforce the wall. Then, Yang Ming took out 9 different colors of cotton thread, red, yellow, blue, white, green, purple, black and pink, and then wrapped it with cotton thread, put it into the pot and add water to slowly steam it in a comfortable posture that was neither tight nor loose. When it was taken out of the hot pot again, the unique fragrance of the zone leaves overflowed, which made lovers feel happy. When Yang Ming cut the cotton thread and opened the zone leaves layer by layer, a strong smell of glutinous rice came like a wave of air, which caught people off guard and completely immersed them in the ocean of fragrance. Yang Ming picked up the chopsticks and slowly pulled apart the surface of the glutinous rice, as if he was exploring a mystery, uncovering a layer of mysterious veil, and a smell of meat came. In the zongzi, the reddish-brown or purple-colored lean meat was still there, but the fat was somewhat melted in the middle of the glutinous rice. After opening it, the greasy oil flowed out and stained the white plate. Even people who don't like to eat fatty meat will feel that it is fun to eat the glutinous rice with a little bit of thin crystal when they see the gurgling juice. This time, Yang Ming did not share it with Gara, but tasted it himself. The rice dumplings made in this way are not weak, but full, and have a little toughness. You can tell the graininess of the rice grains when you bite them. They will never stick to your teeth or feel dry, but they are clearly a whole and will not fall apart. It's amazing. Outside the door, Jiraiya and a group of employees have long been fascinated by the overflowing fragrance. They wandered around the kitchen door absent-mindedly, looking inside. Mobile users, please browse reading for a better reading experience. Chapter 180. A pile of shit like rice dumplings. Jiraiya wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth, looked at the delicious rice dumplings, and stared. Boss, are they not ready yet? Yang Ming shook his head. Wait a little longer. Jiraiya didn't expect that he would have to wait for half an hour. When Yang Ming finished making the 9-piece rice dumplings, what was presented to everyone was the delicious steaming food. 9 rice dumplings of different sizes, triangular or quadrilateral, made up of different types and flavors, were strung together, and 9 different colors of cotton threads, like colorful clouds, accompanied by the food in the fairy palace. Jiraiya had been hungry and thirsty for a long time, and he grabbed it, but he didn't expect that the rice dumplings had just been taken out of the hot pot, and the surface temperature was extremely high, which burned his fingers red all of a sudden. However, with the food in front of him, Jiraiya couldn't care less. He quickly peeled off the layers of leaves, revealing the fertile meat inside. A fragrant aroma swept over, driving away all the surrounding smells. For a moment, Jiraiya's nose was filled with the incomparable aroma of glutinous rice. Wrapped in the dark green leaves, the orange-yellow zongzi was like the moon surrounded by stars, emitting an attractive glow. Gurgle. Jiraiya swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and took a bite without caring about the heat. It's so hot. A hot spiciness burned the tip of his tongue, like a spark that could start a prairie fire, and it spread in an instant. Jiraiya frowned, and the grains of glutinous rice were particularly distinct, and tasted unique and chewy. But he was surprised that the zongzi had a strange taste, neither salty nor spicy. At first, he was a little bit accepting of it. No, but once accepted, I found it surprisingly delicious. In fact, the rice dumpling that Jiraiya ate was an alkaline rice dumpling. The alkaline rice dumpling tastes more glutinous, tougher, and chewier than other rice dumplings, and has a unique fragrance. When Jiraiya took a bite, he tasted a slightly alkaline and salty taste, and his mouth was full of fragrance. Alkaline and salty are not ordinary salty tastes. It is difficult to describe this flavor. People who don't like it will never like it, but once accepted, they will fall in love with this taste without hesitation. In the slightly light taste, accompanied by constant chewing, a little bit of light sweetness flows out like a gurgling stream, moistening the tongue, giving people an unexpected surprise. Since Orochimaru defected and Tsunade left sadly, Jiraiya has been wandering outside, claiming to be looking for information about Orochimaru, but in fact, he has also been thinking about leaving this sad place. From childhood to adulthood, Jiraiya has regarded the teacher of the 3rd generation as his father. Unfortunately, after so many years of wandering, Jiraiya strangely did not feel homesick. Perhaps, ninjas are born to be tools for fighting, and do not need any emotions, right? However, when Jiraiya tasted the rice dumplings in his mouth, he did not know why he felt lucky. It's great to be home. Not only Jiraiya felt this way, but even other employees were more or less moved by the emotions contained in the rice dumplings. Especially Niji. Originally, his heart was full of resentment towards the main family, and he thought that if it had not been killed by the people of the main family, his father would not have died. This was like a thorn, deeply piercing Niji's heart, like a fishbone stuck in his throat, and he couldn't feel relieved until he spit it out. But when Niji ate Yang Ming's rice dumplings, he suddenly recalled Hinata's voice and appearance, as well as the words she said to him during the Chunin exam. At this moment, Niji was unexpectedly calm. He opened his slightly closed eyes and said to himself, "If you have time, go see Hinata. I hope she won't resent me." While all the employees were enjoying the food, Gaara was busy. Just wrapping a zongzi made Gaara so anxious that he wanted to curse. "It's just a zongzi, why make it so complicated? Don't you know it's troublesome?" Gaara looked at the zongzi leaves that were torn again in his hand, and felt depressed and wanted to vomit blood. This is still a dish that doesn't require any cooking skills? This is too difficult. For a while, Gaara was impatient. For him, it's easier to fight and kill. Alas! Gaara felt the shikaku stirring in his body and sighed. No matter how reluctant he was, he still had to continue studying. Speaking of studying, what Gaara disliked most was studying. It was simply brain-burning. Otherwise, he wouldn't have cheated in the Chunin exam. This time, Gaara first recalled the details of Yang Ming's previous zongzi wrapping in his mind before taking action again. He held his breath, his expression was extremely focused, as if he was facing a shadow-level strongman, and he did not dare to be careless at all. Gaara controlled the strength of his hands and carefully folded the zongzi leaves. Because the zongzi leaves were very thin and could not withstand tossing, Gaara was particularly careful. After some effort, Gaara finally wrapped the zongzi. But at this time, a chuckle came from behind Gaara. Gaara frowned and turned back unhappily, just in time to see Bai Tiantian laughing. "What are you laughing at?" Gaara said unhappily. Bai pointed at the zongzi in Gaara's hand. He originally wanted to hold back his laughter, but he really couldn't stand it. But in order to take care of Gaara's emotions, Bai considered his words and smiled tactfully, "I have never seen such a weird shape." Weird. Gaara looked at the zongzi in his hand in confusion. The zongzi leaves wrapped the zongzi? Is there anything wrong? Gaara thought Bai was looking for trouble, so he found Yang Ming and raised the zongzi he had wrapped in his hand. "Master, did I wrap this zongzi wrong?" In Gaara's expectant eyes, even Yang Ming could face the collapse of Mount Tai without changing his expression, and his mouth twitched fiercely. Yang Ming patted Gaara's shoulder and looked at him with a look that was very optimistic. "About you. Do a good job, you have a bright future." "Really?" Gaara's eyes glowed with recognition. "The premise is that your aesthetics should be normal." Yang Ming added a knife. "My aesthetics?" Gaara lowered his head strangely and looked at the triangular zongzi in his hand. At this time, other employees were also attracted by the movement here, but when they saw the zongzi in Gaara's hand, they couldn't help laughing. Because, the appearance of this zongzi was a pile of shit. Yang Ming was afraid of dampening Gaara's enthusiasm for learning. As a teacher, he must learn to encourage students and let them pick up their confidence, even if it means going all the way to the end. Yang Ming put his hands on Gaara's shoulder, he said earnestly, "Don't worry about what others think. Actually, Gaara, you are very talented. Do you want to try making dark cuisine?" At this moment, Yang Ming was like a beggar, holding a martial arts secret book worth 80 cents, on which the 4 characters of Tathagata Palm were scribbled, but he was seriously bewitching Gaara. Mobile users, please visit M-Reading for a better reading experience. Chapter 181 Mei Terumi descends on Konoha village. After a few days of learning in Yang Ming's shop, Gaara is becoming more and more skilled in making zongzi. Net. But at the same time, he is also going further and further on the road of dark cuisine. Gaara started with a pile of shit like zongzi, and continued to develop more incredible shapes, such as zongzi that looks like a man's third leg. When Gaara made this zongzi, he found that the other employees looked at him with a strange look in their eyes, almost writing on their faces, "So you are this kind of Gaara? So dirty." However, Gaara remembered what Yang Ming said to him. "Don't care about other people's eyes." So, Gaara was not discouraged, but all kinds of endless creativity emerged. Even Yang Ming, who taught Gaara, had to sigh that Gaara did have a talent for making dark cuisine, and he was far better than 100 people. Or, when Gaara meets Deidara in the future, he can proudly introduce himself. Dark cuisine is also art. Think about that picture, it's so beautiful. Yang Ming couldn't imagine that if Gaara faced Deidara's bombardment and took out all kinds of weird dark dishes, he wondered if Deidara could hold back his stomach twitching. Today, it was close to noon business time. But the door of Yang Ming's shop was unexpectedly abnormal. Normally, there would have been a long queue at this time, but today there were only a few customers. Anyone would be curious. Yang Ming had been busy teaching Gaara these days and didn't pay much attention to what was happening outside, so he found a customer to ask about it. The diner seemed very surprised. "Boss Yang Ming, don't you know? I heard that a big shot came to the Hidden Mist village and is coming to visit the Chunin exam of Konoha village. I heard that she is a rare beauty. Today is the day she comes, and many people have gone to watch." Yang Ming raised his eyebrows. What beauty is making such a fuss? What's her name? When it comes to beauties, even this diner's eyebrows are flying, and his face shows a pig brother look. "Boss Yang Ming, don't say it, she is a beautiful beauty who is stunningly beautiful. Her skin is as smooth as water, and it seems that you can squeeze out water if you pinch it. It's really itchy." Seeing that the diner was about to talk endlessly, Yang Ming quickly stopped. Okay, just tell me, what's her name?" The diner's face still had an unsatisfied look, and his hands were inadvertently stretched out in the air, as if he was grabbing something. Being interrupted by Yang Ming, he showed a trace of loneliness on his face. "I heard that this beautiful lady is called Terumi." "Mei Terumi?" Yang Ming said in surprise. The diner showed a half smile on his face. "So Boss Yang Ming knows, I thought you were not a fellow traveler." However, at this time, Yang Ming was not interested in the teasing in the diner's tone. Because in Yang Ming's memory, Mei Terumi did not come to Konoha village during the Chunin exam. In other words, something happened in the middle that caused Mei Terumi to appear in advance. At the same time, the protagonist of Yang Ming's investigation, Mei Terumi, was sitting in a luxurious car, and under many curious eyes, she entered Konoha village in a dignified manner. This is an open carriage, with a large umbrella like a banyan tree in the middle, which protects the owner from wind and rain. Mei Terumi was lying on the seat. She had a cat-like graceful posture, her beautiful face could not hide her beauty, she was sleepy, half closed her eyes, her mouth slightly raised, and she smiled charmingly. "Juro, do you think that Yang Ming's shop is really that magical?" Kojuro did not dare to look at Mei Terumi's seductive figure, lowered his head and said, "According to the information, the shop has food that can increase the ninja chakra and healing effect, the owner's strength is even more mysterious, and he has the rebel ninja Zabuza as his guard." Mei Terumi looked at the nervous Kojuro with amusement, her index finger pressed against her plump red lips, and a charming arc appeared at the corner of her mouth. "Juro, you don't think I want to recruit Yang Ming, do you?" Kojuro lowered his head even lower. "I dare not, but I am worried about your safety. After all, our relationship with Konoha is not that good." Mei Terumi threw a coquettish glance and smiled. "You don't have to worry about this, the third Hokage is at least after living for so many years, I won't feel uncomfortable at this juncture." That's what she said, but when Mei Terumi glanced at the figures on the roadside, especially those who were obviously full of malicious eyes, she felt a haze in her heart. Although it was just a quick glance, those people were obviously extraordinary, at least Chunin. Even though Konoha village and Kirigakura were at odds, it wouldn't be like this. This is obviously very abnormal. Looking at the bustling Konoha village, for some reason, Mei Terumi felt like a storm was coming. "But what does this have to do with me?" Mei Terumi raised a charming smile, like an elegant cat, lazily stretched her body, exposing her beautiful figure. If a man with insufficient self-control sees it, he will definitely bleed from his nose. "Juro, I'm hungry, let's go directly to Yang Ming's shop." "As you command." Kojuro said respectfully, changing the direction of the carriage, turning around and heading straight for Yang Ming's shop. Yang Ming's shop is located opposite Ichiraku restaurant, on one side of a commercial street. Along the way, people come and go, and vendors come and go in an endless stream, with all kinds of hawking sounds, creating a lively scene. Mei Terumi propped up her chin and stared blankly at the prosperous scene of Konoha village. She thought of the decline of talents and the ruin of business in Kirigakura after the Blood Mist era. Although Kirigakura is still one of the 5 major villages, it has lost most of its bloodline limit families, and its foundation is temporarily empty. After a bumpy ride, the carriage arrived at the door of Yang Ming's shop. Kojuro came to Mei Terumi, who was in a daze, and whispered, "Sir, we're here." "Oh." Mei Terumi suddenly woke up from a dream, rubbed her hazy eyes, and got out of the car. At the door of Yang Ming's shop, when Zabuza saw Mei Terumi, he felt like he had encountered a predator at the top of the food chain. His hair stood on end, and an unprecedented sense of crisis surged forward like a tidal wave. As a rebel ninja of the Hidden Mist Village, Zabuza has always been very concerned. He has heard about Mei Terumi, a dark horse that has recently risen rapidly. After all, the Hidden Mist Village has not given up on hunting him down in recent years, and the clearer the intelligence about the enemy, the better. Because of this, Zabuza realized how terrifying the power of this pretty lady in front of him was. Possessing the bloodline limit of melting escape and boiling escape, she is the only ninja with 2 bloodline limits. Her strength has even reached the level of Cage. Mobile users, please browse M to read for a better reading experience. Chapter 182, Dishes that can only be eaten after signing a life and death contract. From the carriage, a smooth calf was exposed, with firm muscles, but without any burden from exercise. It looked more symmetrical. Looking up, Mei Terumi's beautiful figure was revealed in front of everyone. She was wearing a purple off-shoulder dress, and her skin was as white as milk and could be blown away by a blow, as if it was not stained by the dust of the world, making people want to touch it. Her long brown hair fluttered in the wind, and the face that made every man intoxicated was reflected in everyone's eyes. However, Zabuza was like facing a great enemy, with a fatal crisis looming in his heart, and he had no mood to appreciate the other's beauty. Zabuza's wolf-like eyes stared directly at Mei Terumi, and one hand had already secretly touched the handle of the beheading sword, with a look of alertness on his face. "What are you doing here?" Mei Terumi twisted a finger and pressed it tightly against her plump red lips, with a faint smile at the corner of her mouth. "Shh. Don't be so loud, I'm just here to eat." Zabuza thought about it, and it was true. Even if the other party was a cage-level master, the shop now had Jiraiya, a long-established master, and even the panda sleeping at Zabuza's feet was a half-shadow. He didn't have to be afraid of anyone. Thinking of this, Zabuza relaxed his tense muscles and his expression returned to normal. He stood solemnly at the door of the shop like a terracotta warrior. This scene was naturally seen by Mei Terumi. A trace of curiosity appeared in Mei Terumi's beautiful eyes. She didn't expect that this small shop could give Zabuza, a rebel, so much confidence. Things are becoming more and more interesting. Mei Terumi's lips were as red as flames, revealing a charming curve that made men's hearts beat fast and women feel ashamed. Mei Terumi took cat steps and twisted her waist. Before entering the store, she glanced at the giant panda sleeping on the roadside, and a trace of doubt flashed in her eyes. "What's going on? Why do I feel a breath similar to that of a tailed beast from it?" Mei Terumi shook her head and got rid of this absurd idea in her mind. How is this possible? Whether it is the one tail or the 9 tail, the high-level officials of major countries have detailed images. This black and white panda may be just a little special? This is just a small episode, and Mei Terumi quickly put it behind her. Today, she came to taste the food. As a senior foodie, Mei Terumi had long been tired of the cuisine of the Hidden Mist Village and had long wanted to try something new. Mei Terumi first looked at the environment of the small shop. It was spacious and bright, and the floor and tables and chairs were extremely clean and tidy, without a trace of greasiness. From time to time, tempting aromas came out from the kitchen, but there was no smoke at all. The overall environment was pretty good. When she saw the menu on the wall, she was stunned. A bowl of beef ramen was 128 yuan. A cup of ice cream was 250 yuan. A meat bun was 666 yuan. A portion of egg fried rice was 998 yuan. A portion of snake soup was 999 yuan. A plate of dongpo pork was 2,888 yuan. A portion of fried steak, 6,666 yuan. A portion of fish-flavored pork shreds, 8,888 yuan. A portion of curry rice, yuan. A life and death contract needs to be signed. The buffet on the second floor was yuan. Mei Terumi was not shocked by the price, but was just curious about the curry rice. What kind of food is it that requires a life and death contract to eat? With this question in mind, Mei Terumi called Bai to ask. Bai smiled sweetly and said, "Guest, actually this dish didn't have this condition at first. But a few days ago, a rich man didn't believe in evil. After eating this curry rice, he couldn't stand the spicy taste of the curry and fainted immediately, which scared us. In order to avoid such things from happening in the future, the boss added this one. A glimmer of light flashed in Mai Terumi's beautiful eyes. Curry that can make people faint from the spiciness? I really want to try it. As a senior foodie, Mai Terumi has never eaten this kind of food. She can't help but feel itchy in her heart and her curiosity is aroused. Then give me a portion of curry rice. Mai Terumi waved her hand and said heroically. Bai was stunned. He didn't expect that he had said it so clearly, but the other party still insisted on his own way. In line with the principle that customers are God, Bai couldn't say anything, so he took out a contract and handed it to Terumi Mai. The life and death contract is very simple. Eat the curry rice, life and death are not up to you, and the consequences are at your own risk. All the right to interpret belongs to Yang Ming's shop. Terumi Mai left her name in the signature area, and then urged impatiently, please serve the food quickly, I didn't even have breakfast today, I'm almost starving. Then, Terumi Mai turned her head and looked at Kojuro who looked embarrassed. Juro, what do you want to eat? Just tell me, I'll treat you today. At this moment, Terumi Mai really felt the pleasure of spending a lot of money. Especially, when she said this, she felt the envious and curious eyes of the people around her, and this feeling was really great. Kojuro glanced at the menu, I just want a fried rice with egg. That's it. Terumi Mai waved her hand heroically. Snap. She slapped a handful of banknotes on the table. The glittering numbers were filled with the aura of a rich man, which simply blinded a group of people. For a while, Mai Terumi became the focus of the store, like the moon surrounded by stars, and countless pairs of envious and surprised eyes were cast on her. Although Mai Terumi is already a big boss, she usually feels the most fearful eyes. Like now, being able to enjoy the envy of others is really a great feeling. Mai Terumi felt like she was in the sky, and the whole person was floating. This feeling of freedom without any real burden is really long lost. In the small space of Yang Ming's store, Mai Terumi actually felt like she was back home, and she felt relaxed all over. Here, there is no need to wear a mask, no need to be pretentious, and no need to be cautious. Everyone comes for food and enjoys the fun of food. This environment alone makes Mai Terumi intoxicated. After a while, a man wearing a gas mask on his white face walked out of the kitchen with a plate of curry rice that exuded a strong spicy aroma. Along the way, the pungent spicy aroma was so strong that the surrounding guests burst into tears and couldn't help themselves. Seeing this, the brilliance of Mai Terumi's beautiful eyes became more dazzling. She didn't expect that this curry rice was so spicy. But because of this, Mai Terumi wanted to try it even more. As for retreating, is she that kind of person? For eating, Mai Terumi is not afraid of getting fat, so will she be afraid of spicy food? The answer is of course no. When the curry rice flowing with magma red was brought to Mai Terumi, she couldn't help but take a deep breath. The strong spicy aroma was like a whirlwind, rushing into the small nostrils and quickly filling the chest. Mobile users please browse reading for a better reading experience. Chapter 183 How to Punish Mai Terumi. As a foodie, Mai Terumi has eaten countless delicacies, but never one that is as spicy as the curry rice cooked by Yang Ming. The pungent spicy smell was like the stinky feet that had not been washed for several months. Most people would have been unable to bear it. But Mai Terumi was happy with it, with an expression that said she would die in the evening if she heard the truth in the morning. On one side was a vast expanse of white rice, with evenly distributed grains, each one like a star in the starry night, full and rich, like a small mountain. On the other side was the lava-red curry, mixed with red potatoes and beef chunks, quietly flowing on the white mountain, emitting steaming heat, distorting the light, and looking scary in temperature. On one side, a spoon made of gold was waiting for her owner to pick it up and use it. Since the decoration of Yang Ming's shop was upgraded to level 3, the original tableware has also been completely renewed. Mai Terumi picked up the golden spoon, and saw a lifelike golden dragon engraved on the handle, with its body coiled around the handle, which looked very stylish. When Mai Terumi hollowed out a corner of the curry rice, the bottom of the plate was exposed, and a touch of emerald green leaves came into view, with a refreshing green. In this swarming spicy smell, this touch of green is like a cool summer day, brightening people's senses. Mai Terumi slightly opened her sexy red lips, and her ruddy tongue, like a snake out of a hole, flexibly rolled and retracted, pulling the curry on the spoon into her dark mouth. Suddenly, Mei Terumi's body trembled. Goosebumps all over the body. Spicy. Hot. Super spicy. It's like a fire on the tip of the tongue. Whoosh. The raging fire burned, spreading wildly with a momentum that could not be burned out by wildfire. Mei Terumi opened her eyes wide, and a beautiful blush appeared on her face. A layer of hazy air and water covered her eyes, which seemed to be coquettish and angry, and she was extremely beautiful. Net. Oh, Mei Terumi hummed an ambiguous nasal sound, and her forehead was like a basin of water, sweating profusely, pouring down. Mei Terumi seemed to have fought with others for 300 rounds, and her face was full of satisfaction and intoxication. It's so delicious. How can there be such delicious curry rice? Mei Terumi seemed to have changed as a whole, exuding a different kind of charm, with a touch of spring between her eyebrows, and her face as bright as the moon, stained with a layer of sunset, beautiful and moving. This time, Mei Terumi didn't care about her image. No matter what others think, eat it first. She held the plate in one hand and the spoon in the other, and put her cherry-like sexy red lips on the edge of the white and smooth plate, opened her big mouth like a glutton, and ate without any image. Ding ding! Dang dang! For a moment, only the sound of the spoon and the plate colliding echoed in the shop. The curry rice that was originally like a small mountain instantly shrunk at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if it collapsed all of a sudden. At this moment, not only the diners of Yang Ming's shop were stunned, but even Kojuro, who was Mei Terumi's personal bodyguard, felt unreal. Is this still the heroine who rose from obscurity and led the tide of the hidden mist village? Is this really not a foodie who has been hungry for several months? Kojuro looked at Mei Terumi deeply, as if he wanted to see through her appearance and see clearly whether she was a pretender. Mei Terumi didn't care at all. At this moment, she felt that she had let go of all her burdens, that she didn't need to practice desperately, that she didn't need to engage in intrigue and deception, but just devoted herself to the ocean of delicious food and swam to her heart's content. This feeling was unprecedented. It was so refreshing. For the hot and spicy taste that ordinary people could hardly accept, Mei Terumi could barely accept it. When a portion of curry rice entered her stomach, the added spiciness was far more than just 1+1. Like a stream converging into the sea, it suddenly gathered into a raging wave, pulling Mei Terumi's taste buds completely into the bottomless pit of spiciness. At this moment, Mei Terumi felt that this spiciness actually triggered the bloodline limit in her body. Burp. Mei Terumi couldn't help but burp suddenly. But what shocked her was that a stream of air erupted from her mouth, and a stream of fire followed. Hey! Opposite Mei Terumi was Kojuro, who was eating fried rice with his head down. He felt a sudden heat wave, which made his hair curl slightly, and he was just feeling strange. When Kojuro suddenly raised his head, he saw a chopstick-sized flame rushing towards his face. Kojuro was shocked and only had time to turn his head away. It happened in a split second. The flame just passed by his ear, and the intense heat burned his earlobe red and bubbles appeared. After brushing against Kojuro's ear, the flame rushed forward bravely, fearlessly, and plunged into the wooden wall of the shop. Bang! How could the wood withstand the high temperature of the flame? It was melted in an instant through it, you can see the outside. This. Mei Terumi covered her mouth, looking unbelievable. What on earth is going on? I just came to eat? Is it so scary? At this time, Bai was already surprised and at a loss. He ran into the kitchen to find Yang Ming and reported the matter truthfully. Yang Ming frowned. This matter was not a big deal. If it was not handled well, I am afraid that someone would doubt his cooking in the future. Thinking of this, Yang Ming took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Let's go out and take a look." When Yang Ming walked out of the kitchen, he saw a small hole the size of a fist on the wall. Yang Ming's mouth twitched. This was really unexpected. At this time, the system jumped out. Congratulations to the host for triggering the hidden mission, punish the customer who destroyed the store. Mission description: as the future god of cooking in the Naruto world, how can you let someone destroy your store? Even if the other party is a beautiful girl. Mission reward: a random item. Originally, Yang Ming didn't care much about this mission. After all, Mei Terumi is the heroine of the Naruto fanfiction. Yang Ming initially planned to make a big deal out of a small matter. However, when Yang Ming saw the mission reward, he instantly threw this idea behind his mind. Random items, this is a chance to get a supernatural effect. Think about the previous invincible defense card, the card that makes anyone pregnant by glaring at them, which one is not earth-shattering. In addition, the finals of the Chunin exam are approaching, and Yang Ming has already felt the depression of the impending storm. The Konoha collapse plan is also about to come. In this case, then the question is, how to punish Mei Terumi? Yang Ming looked up and down at Mei Terumi. She had the right curves, a nice figure, and a pretty face. She was so beautiful that I couldn't bear to punish her. In order to complete the system task, I have to let you down. Yang Ming said secretly. Little did she know that when Mei Terumi was stared at by Yang Ming, her hair stood on end, and a sense of foreboding weighed on her like a mountain. Mobile users, please visit Read for a better reading experience. Chapter 184 Mei Terumi, Be My Maid. Cough cough cough. Yang Ming coughed loudly, attracting everyone's attention. Yang Ming stared at Mei Terumi with a calm face, not at all tempted by her beauty. My guest, you have damaged the door and wall of our store, and you need to pay a certain amount of compensation. Mei Terumi was a little embarrassed, knowing that she was in the wrong, and her face was full of apology. I'm so sorry. I will definitely compensate your store for its losses. As she spoke, Mei Terumi took out several large bills from her purse, at least tens of thousands of yuan. In her opinion, this amount of money was enough for compensation. However, Mei Terumi underestimated Yang Ming's determination to punish her. Yang Ming didn't even look at her bills, with a half-smile on his face. No, no, no. This amount of money is not enough at all. Kojuro frowned, thinking that Yang Ming was going to blackmail him. He was so angry that he drew his weapon with a clang and faced Yang Ming directly. What did you say? Don't think that just because the adults are easy to talk to, you can blackmail me. Don't be rude. Mei Terumi stopped the furious Kojuro. Deep in her beautiful eyes, it seemed as if there was a thunder of destruction, about to explode, but it was suppressed by her strong will. It's not like she hadn't heard the rumors about Yang Ming. That's why she knew how willful he was and how many strong people he had as employees. Otherwise, with her violent temper, she would have beaten him to death when Yang Ming wanted to blackmail her. Tell me, how much do you want me to pay? Mei Terumi said, suppressing her anger. Not much, not much. Yang Ming showed a strange smile. Then, he stretched out 5 fingers, I just want this amount. 50,000. Mei Terumi asked in confusion, feeling a little relieved. This number was acceptable. No, no, no. Yang Ming shook his head and said with certainty, it's 5 million. Mei Terumi. Kojuro. Everyone. For a moment, the shop was silent, all immersed in Yang Ming's lion's mouth. 5 million. This is just a hole in the shop. You might as well go and rob. This time, Kojuro ignored Mei Terumi's attempts to stop him. As the saying goes, if a king insults his subjects, they will die. Mei Terumi has been very kind to him, and he will never allow anyone to do this to her. Suddenly, Kojuro moved. He was as still as a rock, as violent as the wind, and as powerful as thunder. A blade of light flashed from bottom to top, like a half-arc of bright moon, emitting a cold light, and slashed towards Yang Ming's neck. Quick! Quick, quick, quick! No one expected that Kojuro would suddenly attack. Bai, who was beside Yang Ming, could only stare at this scene with wide eyes, but his body could not keep up with this speed, and in vain he emitted a cold frost, trying to make up for the loss. Net! At this moment, a slightly frivolous voice came from behind Yang Ming. Ninjutsu! Needle Jizo! Swish, swish, swish! A roll of white hair blew up like a tornado, and the latter arrived first, rushing to protect Yang Ming in all directions before Kojuro's sword. Ding, ding, ding! Dang, dang, dang! The collision of the 2 blades with the long hair was like hitting an iron, producing a wisp of sparks, and the harsh sound was endless. Seeing this, Mei Terumi's eyes narrowed, and when she saw the tall figure, she almost cried out in surprise. Jiraiya! Jiro, get out of here! At this time, Mei Terumi also knew that she had hit a wall, and quickly shouted back Kojuro, not to resist in vain. Otherwise, this matter might rise to the point of destroying the relationship between Konoha village and Kirigakure. After experiencing the Blood Mist era, Kirigakure is now striving to make progress and actively making progress, and it must not establish Konoha village as a great enemy for this. Mei Terumi's chest rose and fell violently, that was because she was angry. A pair of beautiful eyes were upside down, looking around, exuding a demeanor that people couldn't look directly at. "Boss Yang Ming, let's not talk about it in secret, what do you want?" As she spoke, a strong momentum emerged from Mei Terumi. That was a woman who rose from obscurity and fought hard for her domineering spirit. In the face of this momentum, even Zabuza, who heard the noise and rushed in from the door, felt a tightness in his chest, as if a big stone was pressing on him. However, in the face of this roaring momentum, Yang Ming still looked calm, as if he was an immortal who climbed a high building alone to pick stars, and smiled indifferently. This smile, like a spring breeze, melted the cold momentum. However, when Yang Ming showed his true intentions, Mei Terumi was about to go berserk. "Mei Terumi, you don't have to pay the 5 million. Let's change the conditions. You come and be my maid for a day." Boom! Boom! When everyone heard Yang Ming's conditions, it seemed as if they heard the sound of thunder from the sky, shaking the earth. "This is the Mizu cage. How can you let someone be a maid? Are you kidding me?" However, what caught everyone's eyes was Yang Ming's serious look, not joking at all. Mei Terumi's silver teeth were almost broken, and her beautiful eyes were so angry that they were spitting fire. "Ho ho ho! Calm down! I must calm down." Mei Terumi took a few deep breaths and suppressed the urge to hit someone. I don't know how long it has been, since she ascended to the position of Mizu Cage, no one dared to talk to her like this. After a lot of effort, Mei Terumi suppressed her anger and growled, "What if I say no?" Snap! Yang Ming's fingers made a crisp sound. "It's very simple, then you and your subordinates, don't even think about walking out of this door today." As the voice fell, the cage-level strongman Jiraiya, the elite Jonin Zabuza, and even the half-shadow-level giant panda who had been sleeping all opened their eyes suddenly, exuding a horrified aura together. "Hey!" A gust of wind blew up, and the momentum of the three strong men resonated. Together, they were like the five-finger mountain of Tathagata, pressing down on Mei Terumi and Kojuro. Now there is still some time before the Fourth Ninja World War, and Mei Terumi has only become a cage-level strongman not long ago. How can she be the opponent of Yang Ming and his party? She immediately lost the momentum. Mei Terumi pursed her lower lip tightly, and for the first time felt that her strength was far from enough. It's not that she doesn't have 5 million, and it's not that she can't afford to pay. But this money is more important to the Hidden Mist Village, which needs fresh blood. Mei Terumi is a man of great talent and strategy. She knows that if the Hidden Mist Village continues to be weak, it will be kicked out of the 5 major villages sooner or later. If the water country had not been isolated overseas, the news inside was closed, and only a few major news were known to the major countries, the Hidden Mist Village would have been annexed by the country that actively expanded its territory. Thinking of this, a trace of shame and anger flashed in Mei Terumi's beautiful eyes. "Boss Yang Ming, I promise you. Isn't that enough?" Yang Ming waved his hand, and the momentum of the strong men disappeared instantly, making Mei Terumi feel light. For her, those who achieve great things are not particular about small details. Sooner or later, Yang Ming will pay back tenfold for today's debt. Mobile users, please visit M-Reading for a better reading experience. Chapter 185. The Chunin exam finals begins the next day. Early in the morning, the whole Konoha village was boiling. On this day, VIPs from all over the world came from all over, just to see the style of the Chunin exam. At the same time, today is also a luxurious cooking competition held by the Fire Country Daimyo. At that time, guests from all over the world will be able to taste the supreme food. Yang Ming and a group of employees came to the competition site early. Yang Ming took out the invitation letter for the competition given by the Sandame from his arms, and then he turned the green light all the way, went directly through the green channel, and enjoyed the treatment that only VIPs can have. At this moment, Mei Terumi walked behind Yang Ming with an unwilling look on her face, like a resentful young wife, with an inextricable sorrow on her face. "Fortunately, it's just a day of being a maid, just bear it." Mei Terumi could only comfort herself in her heart. When she reached the end of the green channel, Yang Ming's old acquaintance, the Sandame, had been waiting for a long time. When he glanced at Mei Terumi behind Yang Ming, even a shrewd man like him couldn't help but be moved. This is a cage-level strongman of the same level as him. How? Why did she become a maid? The surprised expression of the Sandame fell into Mei Terumi's eyes, and for a moment the shame and anger in her heart became even stronger. "If I had known, I wouldn't have come," Mei Terumi said secretly. Unfortunately, today's decision will not go as she wished. Only a slightly annoying voice came from behind the sandame. Hey, isn't this the new Mizu cage? Why didn't you do the Mizu cage for no reason and went to be a maid? This taste is really unique. Mei Terumi's beautiful eyes turned, as if she was spewing fire, and rushed straight to the other party, but saw the Kazekage, who was also wearing the costume of the cage of a village, swaggering over. Humph. We'll see. Mei Terumi was so angry that she had nowhere to vent her anger. She turned her head away proudly and said something cruel. Orochimaru, who was disguised as the Kazekage, laughed strangely. He, since you can be someone else's maid, why don't you come over and give me a back massage? The price will satisfy you. This time, he had stirred up a hornet's nest and instantly ignited Mei Terumi's anger. You! Get out! After the last word came out, Mei Terumi opened her sexy cherry lips, and a stream of intense and high-temperature magma, like Mars hitting the earth, rushed towards Orochimaru with great momentum. How could Orochimaru be a mediocre person? He shook his body and easily dodged. He took a deep look at Mei Terumi, and after some probing, he finally confirmed that the other party was indeed the Mizu cage. However, since the other party was going to be Yang Ming's maid today, he didn't know whether it would affect his plan. Seeing Feng Ying take the initiative to give in, Mei Terumi could not continue to be angry, so she had to hold back her anger and walk behind Yang Ming. She stared at Yang Ming's back, gnashing her teeth secretly. Asshole, you'd better lose miserably in today's game. Yang Ming seemed unaware and came to the seat prepared for the participating chefs. He glanced and saw that Uzumaki Ryasaku had also come, but he was resting with his eyes closed and looked a little nervous. At this time, the entire venue was already crowded, and the stands were full of people. The sounds of various conversations mixed together, appearing messy and noisy. Not long after, as important guests from various countries took their seats, the sounds in the stands gradually subsided. The Fire Country daimyo stood up, said a few polite words through the microphone, and then changed the subject. Before the Chunin exam, let the chefs from all over the land of fire show our enthusiasm to all the guests. How can there be no reward for a competition? I solemnly declare that the first place winner will be able to get a town bordering the land of rain as his fiefdom. When the daimyo of the land of fire announced the reward, the whole scene fell into a brief blank. Then, there was an overwhelming exclamation. This is the fiefdom of a town. Although it is definitely not as safe and reliable as Konoha village, it is also a fiefdom. This reward is not to be underestimated. However, for the daimyo of the land of fire, this is a sure win. The places bordering the land of rain and the land of fire are mostly resource poor, and they are also military buffer zones between the major countries, and they are even more sparsely populated. The daimyo has long wanted that place. After all, he can't collect much tax every year, and he has to pay a lot of money to help the poor. It's just like chicken ribs, tasteless to eat, but a pity to throw away. Using it as a reward for the first place in the cooking competition can not only show the wealth and generosity of the fire country to other countries, but also subtly deter other countries. In general, it conveys a message that we are not short of money and our fists are strong, so don't try to play tricks. The fire country daimyo saw that the enthusiasm of the scene was mobilized, especially those guests from other countries, with undisguised smiles on their faces. Surprised, he couldn't help but feel proud. Of course, while the rewards are rich, the difficulty of this competition is also very high. First, this dish must be luxurious. Second, I will set the theme. Third, I will set a restriction for each chef. For a moment, everyone's eyes were on the name, hoping that he would come out with a tray as soon as possible. The name raised a finger. The theme of this competition is only one word, that is meat. The participating chefs must cook luxurious meat dishes. Everyone didn't expect that the theme specified by the name was so simple, and they were stunned for a while. However, when the name told a chef about the restriction, everyone suddenly realized it. The name pointed to a chef next to Yang Ming, who had a killer look. You can't use a pot. Puff. When the chef heard this hellish bad news, he vomited blood instantly. How can you cook without a pot? You use your hands to pick it up. The killer chef couldn't bear this kind of blow, and fainted immediately. He was carried away and lost his qualification to participate in the competition. Then, as if it was not enough, the daimyo pointed to Uzumaki Ryasaku, with a meaningful smile on his face. You can't use a spatula. Uzumaki Ryasaku had already known his restrictions. Although he despised the daimyo's character, he had to shrug and said it didn't matter. Then, the daimyo looked at Yang Ming, and a trace of viciousness flashed in his eyes. As the highest leader of a country, only the Hokage can be on an equal footing with him. When has anyone dared not to give him face? But Yang Ming was an accident. He even refused the pen and ink he gave him. It was simply a slap in his face. Didn't you, Yang Ming, start your career by cooking? Well, today I will make you fail completely in the place where you are most proud, and make you lose your reputation and become a laughingstock for everyone. Thinking of the proud part, the daimyo's mouth curled up, a sinister smile appeared, and then said. Mobile users please browse Reading, a better reading experience. Chapter 186, A Match That Cannot Be Won. The final of the Chunin exam, under the attention of all. Net. The daimyo of the fire country stood tall on the platform, like a god who controlled all living beings. That slightly ordinary face, at this moment, was like a god possessed, full of majesty that was difficult to look at directly. Thinking of Yang Ming, a chef who didn't know the height of the world, was about to be ruined by him, and he had to lie at his feet like a dog and beg for his forgiveness. The daimyo's mouth curled up, a sinister smile appeared, and he pointed at Yang Ming with one hand, and then said, You can't cook with meat. Wow! When the daimyo's words fell, it immediately set off a wave. People cast their eyes on Yang Ming, full of curiosity and pity. The theme of the competition is meat, but meat cannot be used for cooking. How unlucky this is! But after seeing that it was Yang Ming, many villagers lamented. It's over, Boss Yang Ming's wisdom will be ruined here. This is unfair. Boss Yang Ming has no chance of winning this game. Yes. This is an unequal game. Not to mention that before the game, the daimyo leaked the theme and restrictions to Uzumaki Longshuo. Just the restriction he gave Yang Ming was enough to kill Yang Ming. It's impossible to go against the will of heaven. Can a dish without meat still be considered in line with the theme? No. This is revenge from the daimyo of the fire country. Either don't make a move, or once you make a move, you will never be able to turn over in your life. The daimyo looked at Yang Ming quietly, with a hint of teasing in his eyes. You deserve it if you don't give me face. The daimyo really wanted to see Yang Ming's desperate expression when his mind collapsed. Unfortunately, this was destined to disappoint him. Yang Ming had no expression on his face, as if he was scared and stupid, standing there like a standing posture. Zabuza, Bai, and other employees were so angry that they felt sorry for Yang Ming. They clenched their fists and their chests rose and fell violently. If it weren't for the reputation of the store and the fear of being slandered as a coward, they would have rushed up early and beaten up the daimyo without caring about anything else. Mei Terumi looked at Yang Ming's wooden profile, and a trace of pity flashed in her beautiful eyes. She thought to herself, could it be that I am so bad-mouthed today, and I was right. Mei Terumi stretched out her ember-like crystal fingers and poked Yang Ming's face. Hey, you are not scared and stupid, are you? Yang Ming blinked calmly, no. You are pretending, keep pretending. Mei Terumi said secretly. She thought, Yang Ming didn't want to show her his weak side. At this time, Uzumaki Longshuo, who had fought with Yang Ming to a draw, came to Yang Ming. His face was a little gloomy. If possible, he hoped that he could compete with Yang Ming in an upright manner. Unfortunately, people in the arena are not free to do what they want. He had to do his duty and be loyal to his master. Yang Ming. Uzumaki Longshuo took off the black pot behind him. Today I will definitely defeat you, win the bet with you before, and get everything from Yang Ming's shop. So that's it. This is a double attack from him and the daimyo. Everything had been planned long ago. Not only to destroy Yang Ming's reputation, but also to seize everything from the shop, and to completely nail Yang Ming to the pillar of shame in history, and never be able to turn over. Facing the conspiracy against him, Yang Ming just said lightly, I will accompany you to the end. Accompany you to the end. These 4 words, like the morning bell, are deafening. The furious employees suddenly sobered up and calmed down. Their desperate eyes glowed with hope after seeing Yang Ming. If someone else came, this game would never be won. But he is Yang Ming, a legendary chef. He will definitely create miracles. Not only the employees thought so, but even Terumi Mei, who had many complaints in her heart, looked at Yang Ming's figure with a glittering look in her beautiful eyes, as if she had discovered a new world. Uzumaki Ryosho didn't expect that Yang Ming didn't admit defeat even at this point. He couldn't help but feel admiration in his heart. However, Uzumaki Ryosho quickly suppressed this feeling. He looked at Yang Ming coldly, with no concealment of regret and pity in his eyes. If you don't offend the daimyo, maybe we will become friends. Unfortunately, you will definitely lose today. Uzumaki Longshuo lifted the black pot in his left hand and gently stroked it with his right hand, with unprecedented confidence in his eyes. Yang Ming, do you know? Once I use the kitchen utensils passed down by the 6 immortals, you have no chance of winning at all. Yang Ming stood with his hands behind his back, looking calm, then I'll wait and see. The unpleasant conversation ended. Uzumaki Longshuo walked to his own stove and took out the dishes he was going to cook today. Bang! A stack of iron cans was brought to the table by him, and there was a huge collision sound. In the iron cans, there were lobsters as long as arms. Uzumaki Longshuo glanced at Yang Ming again, and the pity in his eyes became stronger. Yang Ming had no idea that the kitchen utensils he had such terrible power for a chef. Uzumaki Longshuo filled the black pot with water and boiled it directly. Then, he poured all the lobsters in the iron can into the pot and poured them out. This process was not luxurious at all, and even seemed a bit ordinary. But whether it was Uzumaki Longshuo or the daimyo who had been supporting behind the scenes, there was no trace of emotion on their faces, but full of firm confidence. When the boiling water cooked the lobsters thoroughly, Uzumaki Longshuo took them out one by one, picked up a small knife, and flew like a butterfly through flowers, with a fast speed, turning into a phantom. He was like a butcher cutting an ox, with his well-trained skills turned into a skilled instinct. With each knife, he gently scratched, shaved, and picked the lobster. The hard shell was like tofu, which was easily picked out, revealing the tender and delicious shrimp meat inside, exuding an attractive fragrance. Uzumaki Longshuo's knife skills are simply art. Every movement is as perfect as a textbook, high profile yet restrained, luxurious yet ordinary. This is a first-class technique that has been developed from basic knife skills to a subversive one, and a visual experience that has gone from ordinary to luxurious. Everyone present was stunned. Even the guests from various countries, who had eaten delicacies from land and sea, had never seen such amazing knife skills. After the shrimp shells were removed, Uzumaki Longshuo did not stop, and the hand holding the knife, like a carving master, cut the shrimp meat into thin slices in a mysterious way. But the strange thing is that although it was obviously lobster sashimi, Uzumaki Longshuo did not take out the shrimp meat, and it remained in its original state. If the shrimp meat was not tightly closed after being cut, it would be difficult to tell that this was lobster sashimi. When the plates of lobster sashimi were brought to the guests from various countries, their faces suddenly changed. Because, they actually saw. Mobile users, please browse reading for a better reading experience. Chapter 187 Yang Ming's Counterattack. In front of the guests from various countries were plates of exquisite lobster sashimi. They were elegant and noble, which instantly raised the overall dining level and made people feel superior. It can be seen that the shrimp meat was cut into shrimp petals according to the meat texture, and each petal was sliced into large thin slices with a knife and glued together. They were indistinguishable from each other and looked like a whole. As the lobsters had just been out of the oven, steam was coming out and mist was lingering, as if entering a fairyland. Just from the appearance, it was simply beautiful. However, the most eye-catching thing was that these lobsters were still alive. They had obviously been boiled, and the shrimp meat on them had been cut into shrimp petals, but they were still alive. The black little eyes looked around, and on the spotless white plate, they swung their tails, struggled with their limbs, and tried desperately to escape. If it weren't for the cotton ropes as thin as hair that tied them to the plate, they would have escaped long ago. Gilu! Gilu! Looking at this magical scene, guests from various countries swallowed their saliva, and a hint of surprise burst out of their eyes. Each of these guests is a big foodie, eating everything from the sky to the ground, from birds to beasts. But they have never seen a cooked lobster move. This is really amazing. Seeing this, Yang Ming frowned, glanced at the black pot of Uzumaki Longshuo, and his eyes were slightly thoughtful. It seems that this is the special effect of the kitchen utensils passed down by the six-path sage. The Sandame frowned. Longshuo, is this lobster really edible? My lord. Uzumaki Longshuo bowed respectfully. I am 100% sure, it is edible. Is that so? The Sandame took a sip of lemonade and sipped his mouth. Because lemon juice can wash away the miscellaneous taste in the mouth, make the tongue more sensitive, and experience the taste of food in all directions. There is a glass of lemon juice in front of each judge. The Sandame picked up a pair of chopsticks and looked at the still struggling lobster. Suddenly, a strange feeling emerged in his heart, as if he was like a savage, eating raw meat and crying blood, which was quite strange. He gently picked up a thin piece of shrimp meat with chopsticks and put it in front of his eyes to examine it carefully. The shrimp slices were very thin, pink and tender, and crystal clear. You could see the scenery on the other side through the patterns on the shrimp meat. Just this amazing knife skill is worth a thumbs up. The lobster was just picked up from the boiling water not long ago. There was a stream of hot steam on the shrimp meat, with a wisp of seafood's unique freshness. It flowed into the Sandame's nose along the wind direction, and the fragrance was overflowing and intoxicating. What a good smell! The Sandame praised, and without ordering any sauce, he opened his mouth and swallowed it in one gulp. This is it. The Sandame opened his eyes wide, as if he had eaten some incredible food. Cool. So refreshing. These shrimps are extremely crispy and not greasy at all. Moreover, the Sandame did not order any sauce, so he could taste the freshness of the shrimps most intuitively. The unique flavor of lobsters was like dropping a bomb, exploding with a bang, emitting an extremely fragrant aroma. Seafood is delicious and is an indispensable dish on any top table. Net. The lobster sashimi cooked by Uzumaki Ryosaku was even better than the master. Not only the Sandame, but also guests from other countries were conquered by Uzumaki Ryosaku's sashimi. After a long while, the daimyo of the Land of Fire saw that it was almost done, and he grinned with a smug smile. Then, it's time to ask all the guests to give a score to this participating chef. There is nothing wrong with this. As soon as the daimyo finished speaking, the guests raised their signs, and almost all of them were 10 points. In this competition, each judge's highest score is 10 points. And Uzumaki Ryosaku's sashimi dishes, whether from the knife skills, visual impact, delicious taste, fresh smell, are impeccable. It is a textbook classic. Seeing this, the Fire Country daimyo smiled proudly. Everything is within his expectations. However, there is only one person among the crowd who is an exception. That is Orochimaru pretending to be the Kazekage. He only scored 9 points. Although this score is still very high, it is so eye-catching among the uniform 10 points, like a thorn in the eyes of the daimyo. When the daimyo saw that it was the Kazekage, the dark thoughts of revenge in his heart disappeared. If the other party's identity was ordinary, the daimyo would have wanted to send someone to assassinate him at the risk of the world's violation. But the Kazekage is different. He is a cage-level strongman. Such a strong man, unless he is much stronger than him, or there are more masters of the same level to surround and kill him, it is impossible to keep him. In this regard, daimyo had to swallow his anger and turn his anger to Yang Ming. Daimyo's eyes swept over Yang Ming with a gloomy look, his eyes were full of cruelty. This time, in order to completely kick Yang Ming into the abyss and never turn over, he made more preparations than just this. The commentators present, at least 2 of the judges, were bribed by him. At that time, no matter how delicious the dishes Yang Ming cooks are, it will be useless. Because those who are bribed by the daimyo will all give 0 points. This is the net that the daimyo has set up for Yang Ming. The daimyo believes that no one can escape from his palm. Yang Ming naturally didn't know all this, and he was doing more important things at this time. Yang Ming said in his heart, "System, I want to use the rewards of 2 hidden tasks to exchange for the cooking methods for this competition in advance." According to the host's situation, the system is testing the response plan. The system said seriously. The test is completed, and the cooking method has been sent. It's still a familiar recipe, and it's still a familiar taste. A lot of information rushed into Yang Ming's mind, as if it was going to burst him. However, when Yang Ming took a look at the dish provided by the system, he couldn't suppress his joy in his heart, and a beautiful arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. Mei Terumi was observing Yang Ming from the side. Seeing this, she thought Yang Ming was scared silly, and thought to herself, this face paralysis can actually laugh. Mei Terumi stretched out her onion-like fingers and poked Yang Ming's face. "Hey, why are you still cooking? Why are you grinning? Didn't you see that others have already finished cooking?" Yang Ming touched his face and felt that he was about to be poked by Mei Terumi. He couldn't help but complain, "Why do you always poke me?" A trace of embarrassment flashed across Mei Terumi's face, and then she realized that her behavior was too intimate. She cursed in her heart, but her face looked like a strong queen, and she put her hands on her hips and said, "What do you care?" Looking at Mei Terumi's appearance, Yang Ming swallowed his saliva and said, "Why don't we make a bet?" Mei Terumi's beautiful eyes flashed a trace of vigilance. "What bet?" Mobile users please browse reading for a better reading experience. Chapter 188. Is this meat? Are you sure you're not kidding me? Please support the official version. What's the bet? Yang Ming raised his lips, revealing a half smile. Just bet on whether I can win. Tisk. Mei Terumi put one hand on her waist, fanned herself with the other hand to cool down, and turned her head away. Do we still need to compete? You're bound to lose. Facing Mei Terumi's doubts, Yang Ming remained unmoved and looked straight into her eyes. You don't dare to bet, do you? Tell me first, what's the bet? Mei Terumi's beautiful eyes still revealed a sense of vigilance. Yang Ming smiled indifferently. If I win the game, you will be my girlfriend. Puff. No one expected that Yang Ming's bet was this. Let Mizukage be his girlfriend. This is unprecedented. There's nothing wrong with this. Zabuza couldn't help but feel happy when he thought that the always strong Mei Terumi was acting well behaved in front of Yang Ming. However, facing Yang Ming, Mei Terumi was out of character and did not object. A trace of deep thought flashed through her beautiful eyes. A few years ago, after the Blood Mist era, most of the blood-inherited families in the Hidden Mist Village were confiscated and exterminated. Although the Hidden Mist Village was one of the 5 major ninja villages, its status is now precarious, and the strong are dying. It is in great need of fresh blood. If the Hidden Mist Village had not been isolated overseas and closed to the outside world, and the enemy country had not seen through its true strength, the Hidden Mist Village would have been annexed long ago. It just so happens that the dishes cooked by Yang Ming can increase chakra. Although the chakra increased by eating each time is not much, it can't resist the huge population base. If Mei Terumi becomes Yang Ming's girlfriend, she can legitimately get a lot of dishes cooked by Yang Ming. Although bringing real interests into feelings is too realistic and unkind. But Mei Terumi does not represent just herself. Behind her, she represents the Hidden Mist Village. She is not only responsible for herself, but also for the Hidden Mist Village. Moreover, as a super foodie, Mei Terumi also likes the dishes cooked by Yang Ming. As the saying goes, to conquer a person's heart, you must first conquer a person's stomach. There is no doubt that Yang Ming's bet is full of temptation for Mei Terumi. Mei Terumi's beautiful eyes fluctuated, and a hint of strange color flashed across them. Then if you lose the game, let me deal with it, how about it? Okay. Yang Ming said lightly, not thinking that he would lose at all. Mei Terumi's beautiful eyes flashed, revealing a strong curiosity. You can't use meat, how can you cook meat dishes? It's very simple. Yang Ming walked to the place where the ingredients were provided and took out a strange mushroom. I saw that its surface was covered with hairy meat thorns, its fruiting body was round and thick, the base was narrow, there was a short handle, and the upper part was swollen, and it looked like a golden monkey head from a distance. That's right, it is Hericium erinaceus. Hericium erinaceus, also known as Hericium erinaceus, is named only because of its appearance that resembles a monkey head. Hericium erinaceus is a traditional precious dish, famous for its tender meat, fragrant taste, and delicious taste. It has always been a high-end delicacy enjoyed by the powerful. Hericium erinaceus is listed as one of the 4 famous dishes along with bear paw, bird's nest, and shark's fin, which shows how precious and famous it is. Therefore, in the past, it was also known as mountain delicacy Hericium erinaceus and seafood shark's fin. At the same time, Hericium erinaceus is also an extremely delicious mountain delicacy. The mushroom meat is tender, fragrant and delicious. It is known as the meat in the vegetarian. It has always been used by Buddhist temples for cooking and entertaining distinguished guests. I use this to cook. Yang Ming said lightly. Looking at the Hericium erinaceus in Yang Ming's hand, everyone was confused. This is not meat, boss. You are not crazy. Mei Terumi's sexy red lips slightly opened, revealing a cute O shape. Are you sure you are not kidding me? Yang Ming's mouth curled up, revealing a mysterious smile. You'll know when the time comes. As he spoke, Yang Ming put the Hericium erinaceus into a large bowl, soaked it in warm water, and then covered it with a lid to isolate it from the air. During this time, many chefs cooked dishes and presented them one by one. There were brightly colored, colorful crystal dumplings, arranged neatly according to the colors of the rainbow. The dumpling skin was very thin, and you could see through it to see the plump filling inside, which was full of incomparable temptation. There were also carved purple gold phoenixes, which were carved into lifelike phoenixes with thick purple sweet potatoes, hollowed out, stuffed with chopped meat fillings, and then put into a steamer to simmer, exuding the fragrance of purple sweet potatoes, full of peculiar style. However, these can be considered high-standard luxury dishes when taken alone, and the scores are not as high as those of Uzumaki longshuo. After all, the lobster sashimi of Uzumaki longshuo is alive. This is a natural advantage over the opponent. As the chefs finished cooking one by one, only Yang Ming was left. But the audience was disappointed to find that the once omnipotent boss Yang Ming was as irresistible as a mortal under the restriction of not being able to use meat for cooking. Under the eyes of the audience, Yang Ming sat alone in front of a big bowl, with the dog-tail grass in his mouth, as if he had given up the game and abandoned himself. Daimyo glanced at Yang Ming, with a hint of malice and pride in his eyes. "I want you to offend me. You deserve it." However, just when everyone thought that Yang Ming really gave up, he moved. Yang Ming took off the lid of the big bowl, poured out the water inside, poured in new warm water, and then added some sugar and wine to soak together. Then, Yang Ming quickly boiled a pot of hot water, put the bowl of Hericium erinaceus in it, and steamed it. Seeing this, the corner of the daimyo's mouth curled up, revealing a cruel smile. Yang Ming, just go ahead. Even if the food you cook is amazing, I won't let you win." As a judge, Daimyo is very confident. At that time, he only needs to unite with several other bribed judges and give Yang Ming a score of 0. Yang Ming's reputation will be completely ruined. Daimyo thought of the bet between Uzumaki longshuo and Yang Ming. Once Yang Ming lost, everything in his shop would be confiscated. Daimyo was not worried at all about what would happen without Yang Ming. As long as Uzumaki longshuo was there, he could still follow Yang Ming's cooking secret recipe and continue the legend of the shop. Under the unanimous gaze of everyone, Yang Ming seemed to be fine. After a while, Yang Ming opened the lid of the pot, took out the Hericium erinaceus and let it cool, then cut it into small pieces one by one. Then, Yang Ming took out a clean napkin and squeezed out as much water as possible from the Hericium erinaceus. Then, he put all the Hericium erinaceus that had been squeezed dry in a large bowl, added salt, pepper, sugar, white wine, and of course, cumin powder, mixed them all together, and set them aside to marinate. Finally, he used an iron fork to string each Hericium erinaceus together, mixed starch with water into a paste, and each Hericium erinaceus was covered with a layer of sticky starch water, which looked very strange. Seeing this, everyone was confused. What on earth is Yang Ming going to do? Please support the genuine version, don't blame me for breaking the chapter, it's all the fault of the website for giving us novice textbooks. Mobile users please visit Reading for a better reading experience. Chapter 189 Absolutely Unexpected Vegetarian Dishes. In the finals of the Chunin exam, the streets were empty and bustling. Under the sympathetic and curious eyes of many people, Yang Ming brushed a layer of cooking oil on the Hericium erinaceus in his hand. Then, Yang Ming suddenly opened his mouth. Fire escape. Fire Phoenix Fairy Technique. Whoosh. 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 Beams of flames, like magic, burst out from Yang Ming's mouth. It was like fireworks bursting, crashing onto the Hericium erinaceus. Flame he kissed and licked the Hericium erinaceus furiously, sweeping every inch of it, leaving behind the fragrant mushroom meat. Since mushrooms are easy to cook, just one round of flames burned, and the Hericium erinaceus was cooked. When the flames receded, the Hericium erinaceus that was reappeared in front of everyone had changed a lot. Mutton skewers. That's right, it was lamb skewers. At this time, the Hericium erinaceus was just like an ugly girl who had plastic surgery and suddenly became a school beauty. There was no trace of its original appearance at all. Tang! The Fire Country daimyo stood up in shock. Pa! The sandame's pipe suddenly fell to the ground. Crunch! The armrest on the Feng Ying's seat was suddenly pinched crooked. Shocked! Too shocked! It was unprecedented. The many viewers who were not optimistic about Yang Ming were all shocked, with unbelievable eyes. What happened? Isn't it a mushroom? Why did it turn into mutton skewers? At this moment, everyone had too many questions in their hearts. Mei Terumi looked at Yang Ming under the flames. At this moment, his figure was so tall and straight. Her beautiful eyes couldn't help but shine, and her sexy red lips raised a charming arc. However, this was a thorn in the eyes and a thorn in the flesh for the daimyo. This must be an illusion. It must be. The daimyo's face was still horrified, and he still couldn't accept this fact. However, Yang Ming ignored everyone, and as usual, he quietly placed the grilled skewers on the silver plate and gestured to Mei Terumi. As my maid, it's your turn to work. You are really willing to do it. Mei Terumi rolled her beautiful eyes and said coquettishly. Facing Mei Terumi's almost coquettish words, Yang Ming's face was not moved at all. If you don't use your power, it will be invalid. You. Mei Terumi didn't expect Yang Ming to be so ignorant of romance. She stomped her feet in anger, picked up the plate, and walked to the guest seat without looking back. The guests from various countries were all upper-class figures in their own countries, and they were naturally familiar with Mei Terumi. But it was precisely because of this that they felt uneasy and shocked. What virtue did Yang Ming have to command a Mizu cage? Even if these guests were powerful in their own countries, how could they dare to act rashly and show off in front of Mei Terumi, a Mizu cage? Most of the guests stood up with embarrassment on their faces, feeling uncomfortable and not knowing what to do. Seeing this, Mei Terumi returned to her usual status as the Mizu cage who held power and pacified the hidden mist village. She smiled heartily, everyone, take a seat. You don't need to be restrained, just treat me as an ordinary maid. How dare we? This is life-threatening. That being said, most of the guests still didn't dare to sit down. A hint of pride flashed in the depths of Mei Terumi's beautiful eyes, and she glanced at Yang Ming from the corner of her eyes, wanting to see what his expression was. But to her disappointment, Yang Ming had a calm face from beginning to end, as if nothing could move him. Mei Terumi was annoyed, this idiot. However, she didn't show it on her face at all, but instead looked at ease, wandering among many distinguished guests, placing plates of delicious food on the table. Gurgle. Gurgle. After Mei Terumi left, the guests from various countries looked at the food in front of them, and a strong roasted aroma came to their noses, and they all swallowed their saliva. It was really delicious. What's more amazing is that Yang Ming used fire escape to grill, there was no smell of coal at all, and only the roasted aroma was left, which was simply amazing. What caught everyone's attention the most was that they had clearly seen that this was Hericium erinaceus, but somehow it turned into a kebab of lamb. Everyone's appetite was excited, they grabbed the skewers, put them close to their mouths, opened their white teeth, and pulled them. As soon as the skewers entered their mouths, a burst of cumin fragrance came surging, like rolling up thousands of piles of snow, penetrating the entire tongue. Fragrant. So fragrant. While enjoying the fragrance, the guests did not forget to chew slowly. But after tasting these skewers, the guests who had just sat down because of Mei Terumi's departure suddenly stood up. Their faces and eyes were full of disbelief. These skewers tasted tender, with a strong cumin flavor, and were very chewy. They were actually no different from lamb skewers. If there was any difference, it was that these skewers did not have a trace of the fishy smell of lamb. It was simply perfect. It's so delicious. I've never eaten such delicious lamb skewers. Oh my god, the lamb skewers I usually eat are just a pile of shit compared to this. The guests were immersed in the ocean of food and were also touched to the softest part of their hearts. Some people recall their humble beginnings. He once fell in love with an ordinary woman in plain clothes, and they ate mutton skewers together when they went shopping. The taste and the face of the beauty at that time were all mixed together, giving birth to an inexplicable pain. Now, he is in a high position, and the beauty who once accompanied him has disappeared. It turns out that after walking through the comings and goings of people, looking back suddenly, I found that companionship is the most long-lasting confession. The girl I chased in those years. In those years, I walked through the streets that became familiar. The taste of the mutton skewers we ate together in those years. Everything seems like a dream. The world is empty, how many joys and sorrows, separations and reunions, who can force it since ancient times? At some point, tears appeared in the corners of the eyes of a guest, followed by the second and the third. Although everyone has different stories and different melancholy, at this moment, they are all moved in the same way. Even the judges who were bribed by daimyo were immersed in their own world, forgetting all daimyo's previous instructions. Seeing this, daimyo was furious. No. The script is not like this. This must be my illusion. Suddenly, a thought flashed through daimyo's mind, and the corners of his mouth curled up, hooking a sinister arc. Daimyo shouted, Yang Ming, do you know your crime? This shout suddenly surprised everyone. Unexpectedly, Daimyo actually received everyone's resentful eyes. One after another, the thorny eyes scraped like a blade. If eyes could kill, Daimyo would have died countless times. But Daimyo was unaware of it. He stood high on the platform, like a god who controlled the fate of all living beings, looking down at Yang Ming arrogantly, his eyes full of cruelty. Yang Ming, I disqualify you from the competition. P.S. This dish is a famous dish in reality. Mobile users please visit M-Reading for a better reading experience. Chapter 190 Confused Daimyo. Yang Ming, I disqualify you from the competition. Boom. Boom. Daimyo's words were like throwing a missile into the sea, suddenly setting off a stormy wave, sweeping in all directions. Many guests from various countries cast doubtful eyes on Daimyo, wondering what he was crazy about. Net. Daimyo stood alone on the platform. He enjoyed the feeling of being the center of attention. This made him feel that at this moment, he was a god who controlled the fate of all living beings. He looked down at Yang Ming proudly, as if announcing the judgment of God, and his words were full of ruthless indifference. Yang Ming, do you know your crime? If it were an ordinary person, facing the aggressiveness of the daimyo, he would have been heartbroken. However, Yang Ming looked calm and unaffected, which made the daimyo hate him even more. Let you pretend, keep pretending. You will cry later. The daimyo roared with malice in his heart. What crime have I committed? Yang Ming said indifferently. A cruel look flashed in the daimyo's eyes. You still dare to quibble when the time comes. Your entry restriction is that you cannot use meat, why do you knowingly violate it? Wow! When the daimyo made it clear, everyone looked at Yang Ming. They were also very curious, wondering if Yang Ming used a sleight of hand to replace the prince with a cat? Oh! Facing the question of the daiming, Yang Ming shrugged his shoulders with an expression that said you are a fool, and said, I used Heresium Erinaceus. Daiming laughed. He grabbed the skewers and pointed with one hand, Yang Ming, open your eyes and look. Is this Heresium Erinaceus? This is clearly lamb skewers. Do you think I have never eaten Heresium Erinaceus? What a joke! If this is Heresium Erinaceus, I will swallow a pound of shit. Yang Ming glanced at Daiming, and his face and eyes showed surprise. Daiming saw this scene and thought he was right. He was even more proud and more imposing. Yang Ming, you don't even have the most basic moral cultivation of a chef. It's simply a disgrace to the gentleman. You are not qualified to be a chef. Wow! As soon as the daiming finished speaking, he completely revealed his true intentions and immediately set off a huge wave. Yang Ming had never expected that daiming would be so ruthless, slapping him in the face in front of tens of thousands of people. So this was daiming's plan to wipe out his entire family. Make Yang Ming's reputation completely ruined, and never be able to turn things around. But, facing daiming's difficulties, Yang Ming smiled. He smiled happily, laughing wildly. Ha ha ha! Yang Ming laughed loudly, laughing so hard that tears came out of his eyes. Daiming's face was as black as the bottom of a pot, and he shouted, How dare you! What are you laughing at? Yang Ming wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. Nothing, I just thought of the scene of you swallowing a pound of shit raw, and I couldn't help it. Puff! Puff! As soon as Yang Ming finished speaking, everyone couldn't help but follow his association. That scene was too beautiful. It was unbearable to watch. Then, Yang Ming's counterattack began. Yang Ming's eyes were like swords, revealing a cold light, looking directly at Daiming. You think I'm lying to you? This is not Heresium Erinaceus. Okay. I still have a lot of Heresium Erinaceus left over here, just call someone to grill it and see what it will look like in the end. All the answers will be revealed. Daiming was secretly angry at Yang Ming for imagining him eating shit. Unexpectedly, at this time, Yang Ming took the initiative to give up the handle, and he couldn't help but feel happy. Daimyo pointed at Uzumaki Longshuo, go. Let Yang Ming give up this idea completely. Uzumaki Longshuo nodded silently and looked at Yang Ming with a complicated look. As a chef, he naturally knew that Yang Ming's dishes could not be faked. Although he understood all this, he hated Daimyo's approach even more. As a top chef, Uzumaki Longshuo preferred to cook better dishes and learn cooking skills from stronger chefs, rather than playing tricks here. So, he did not tell Daimyo the truth, but walked with heavy steps to the stove where Yang Ming was, and quietly picked up the skewers. Then, set up the iron rack, burn the coal, and put the Hericium erinaceus on the grill like the process of grilling lamb skewers. Sizzle. When a layer of oil dripped from the Hericium erinaceus and touched the hot coal, a violent collision broke out like Mars hitting the Earth, and a spark of fire ignited, bursting out a blazing flame. Along with it came a burst of strong fragrance, intoxicating the heart and soul. What was even more surprising was that as the flames receded, the original Hericium erinaceus was completely changed. It turned into a kebab. Surprise! So shocking! If Yang Ming had done this before, there was still suspicion of cheating, maybe he had used some tricks to change the sky and the day. But Uzumaki Ryosho was the royal chef of the Fire Country daimyo. Even what he cooked eventually turned into a kebab. For a moment, the whole scene was silent. At this moment, everyone's mind was surprisingly consistent, echoing the words of the daimyo before. If this is Hericium erinaceus, I will swallow a pound of shit. At this moment, the evidence is as strong as a mountain. So, daimyo, are you going to eat? Zabuza was standing by and had been unhappy with daimyo for a long time. In addition, he was a rough man, so he went straight to the point and raised his voice. Daimyo, you can't go back on your word. If you complain that there is no shit, it doesn't matter. I'll go to the toilet now and give you shit. It's guaranteed to be fresh and hot. Puff. Puff. No one expected that Zabuza, who had been guarding Yang Ming's shop, was usually so taciturn, but he was so mean at the critical moment. It was simply a god assist. Daimyo's face was as black as the bottom of a pot because of Yang Ming's laughter. Now, a hint of anger appeared on his face, like the bottom of a red pot, black and red, very weird. The daimyo clenched his fists tightly, his chest rose and fell violently, like a gambler who had lost everything, his eyes were red, his teeth were clenched, and his hair stood on end with anger. No. I haven't lost yet. I still have the biggest trump card. The daimyo was furious in his heart. As mentioned earlier, Uzumaki Ryosaku's scores were almost all 10 points, only Orochimaru, who was pretending to be the Kazekage, gave 9 points. So here comes the question. If Yang Ming wants to win, he must get full marks from all the judges present. However, as a member of the judges, would the daimyo give full marks to Yang Ming, the chef who repeatedly slapped him in the face? Obviously, it's impossible. Thinking of this, the daimyo's face regained a smile, as if everything just now was an illusion. He smiled at the judges, especially the bribed ones, and looked at them, conveying a kind of tacit understanding. Everyone, let's start rating. Mobile users please browse M-Reading for a better reading experience. Chapter 191 Konoha's collapse plan begins. Reminder: in Daimyothan, all the judges showed their scores. 10 points. 10 points. 10 points. Even the Kazekage who gave Uzumaki Ryosaku 9 points also gave 10 points. Even the people who were bribed by the daimyo looked at each other, gritted their teeth, and gave 10 points. It was perfect. These glaring 10 points were like a series of slaps, slapped hard on the daimyo's face, and made a crackling sound. How could this happen? The script shouldn't be like this. The daimyo was confused, not knowing which link had gone wrong. In fact, if it weren't for the fact that Terumi Mei was willing to commit herself to being Yang Ming's maid, the judges who were bribed by him might not have made up their minds. After all, how dare they, the nobles of small countries, offend the existence that can make the Mizukage willing to be a maid? Hey! Hey! The daimyo was like a gambler who had lost all his fortune, his face flushed, his eyes were red, and his whole body was shaking violently. No! And me! The daimyo roared in his heart, and suddenly raised the sign in his hand with 0 points. Once he scored this lowest score, no matter how high the scores given by others were, Yang Ming would still lose. As long as Yang Ming lost, he still achieved the daimyo's expected goal. Boom! Boom! When the audience saw the score given by the daimyo, they were shocked. Then, there was silence. Terribly quiet. Cold and cold. Seeing this, the daimyo laughed triumphantly. Ha 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 ha! Yang Ming, look, this is your final score. I declare that the champion of this competition is Uzumaki Ryosho. However, when the daimyo finished speaking, he did not receive thunderous applause. The entire stadium with tens of thousands of people was still silent. Terribly quiet. Cold and quiet. Only the laughter of the daimyo echoed in the air, which seemed so abrupt and weird. At this time, even a fool would notice something was wrong. The daimyo looked around and was shocked to find that everyone's eyes looking at him revealed a faint light. It was like watching a clown performing. The daimyo was furious and grabbed the servant who was fanning him with one hand, with a ferocious look on his face. "Speak. Why do you all have the same expression?" The servant had never thought that a disaster would come from the sky, and was almost scared to death. He said in a crying voice, "My lord, this is not my fault. Just look at the sign you raised and you will know." "What?" The daimyo was shocked and suddenly looked back. On the sign he raised, it was written 10 points. Puff. The daimyo felt that his breath was stuck in his chest and he could no longer bear the blow. Suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of old blood, his eyes went dark, and he fainted on the ground. Seeing this, the servant was terrified and waved his hands to the people around him. "This is really none of my business, it was the lord who fainted." Watching this scene, Yang Ming raised a thumb to Terumi Mei beside him. "Thanks to you for using illusion on the daimyo when you served the dishes just now, thank you." "No way." Terumi Mei smiled brightly, her beautiful eyebrows raised. "You should thank not me, but the Hokage and Kazekage sitting next to the daimyo. If they hadn't let you go, do you think my illusion would have succeeded?" "Oh." Yang Ming was reminded and turned his side away, and the corners of his mouth twitched. The Sandame kept smoking with his head down, looking like he didn't care about anything outside the window. As for the Kazekage, he has been trimming his nails, as if he dislikes that his nails are too long and no matter how he trims them, they are not enough. Alas! Uzumaki Ryosho sighed, as if he had aged a lot, and staggered to Yang Ming, handing the black pot that had been inseparable from him for decades to Yang Ming. "I admit defeat. I hope you can make this black pot live up to its reputation." Yang Ming's expression became serious. "No matter what, Uzumaki Ryosho is still an admirable chef. Don't worry, I will definitely make its reputation resound throughout the ninja world." Uzumaki Ryosho smiled, like an innocent child, "I'm old, and the world in the future belongs to you." When Yang Ming took the black pot, the sound of the system prompt rang in his ears. Hidden Mission: Investigate the whereabouts of the legendary kitchen utensils, Part 2. Mission Description: The Naruto world is vast and rich in resources, with outstanding people and beautiful scenery. It is rumored that the powerful Six-Path Sage once left 4 kinds of kitchen utensils in the world. As the future god of cooking, you have the obligation to find their whereabouts. Mission Reward: Roast Duck. The mission is completed and the reward has been issued. It was still the familiar recipe, and the familiar taste. When Yang Ming learned how to make roast duck, it was as if a new door had been opened. Because this dish has a new effect. However, before Yang Ming could get familiar with the recipe, something strange happened. "Ah!" A roar that did not belong to humans sounded, penetrating the sky. Then, Gaara, who was originally in the lounge, suddenly changed all over. The seals that had been suppressed for a long time were all released. It turned out that Orochimaru felt unprecedented pressure when he saw Mei Terumi, the Mizukage, coming, and Jiraiya beside Yang Ming, and had already sent Kabuto to release Shikaku's seal. Orochimaru believed that even if Shikaku was disobedient, he could still attract the attention of most ninjas. Sure enough, the seal was suddenly released, and Shikaku's huge body continued to expand, breaking through the entire lounge, smashing a huge hole, and completely exposing the wild body to the sun. At the same time, Kabuto used illusion on the entire audience of the Chunin exam. Nirvana Jing Shijutsu. When people saw the falling white feathers, they would fall into a peaceful and deep sleep, and its range was very wide, covering the entire stadium. At this moment, most people fell into a coma. Seeing this, Jiraiya was afraid that Shikaku would cause great harm, so he kicked his legs and suddenly shot out, carrying a powerful momentum. In the center of his right hand, a blue sphere rotated at high speed and crashed into Shikaku's body. Boom! Ouch! Shikaku had just woken up from the seal, and never thought that he would be attacked. A severe pain swept over and kept stinging it. "Human, I want you to die." Shikaku was furious and was about to kill. Unexpectedly, Jiraiya suddenly jumped and ran a long way away, and did not forget to look back and pat his butt. "Come and kill me if you have the guts." Ouch! As expected, Shikaku was like a bull with red eyes, and was led away by Jiraiya. At this time, Yang Ming's situation was not very good. Danzo came out from nowhere and said to Terumi grimly, "For the safety of Konoha village, I hope you can go to the side with me, drink tea, and talk about life. What if I say no?" Terumi-Mei's beautiful eyes burst into anger, and she said with a cold face, "Then don't blame me." With that, Danzo led Terumi-Mei away. After that, a huge barrier enveloped Yang Ming, who had no time to leave, as well as the Wind Shadow and the Naruto Ninjutsu. 4 Purple Flame Formation. The battle was about to start. Yang Ming's mouth twitched. Why did I get shot even when I was lying down? By the way, many people use books or gift coins to subscribe, which are not recorded in the data. Please subscribe for real. It's only a few cents per chapter, which is really not much. Newcomers need support urgently. Mobile users please browse Reading for a better reading experience. Chapter 192 The Death of Orochimaru. Hehe. Teacher Sarutobi, long time no see. Orochimaru tore off his disguise and confronted the Sandame, saying sarcastically. At this moment, his identity as the man behind the scenes was completely revealed, revealing infinite momentum, at the height of his career. Orochimaru just stood there, like a steep cold peak, exuding unparalleled murderous intent. However, the Sandame looked at the 2 high ridges on Orochimaru's chest, plus the other party's beautiful face, as smooth as silk, beautiful as a flower and a girl, and was confused. Who are you? With just one sentence, the Sandame completely destroyed the tense atmosphere of the confrontation. Orochimaru's mouth twitched, and he glared at Yang Ming fiercely, hating him in his heart. However, his face showed a conspiracy that succeeded in a wise man in his hands. Teacher Sarutobi, it seems that you are really old and don't even recognize me. I am your student, Orochimaru. Orochimaru? The Sandame looked down and suddenly found that the big relative flowing out from the other party's body moved fiercely. How could you be Orochimaru? You are obviously a woman. Boom. The Sandame's words caused a huge uproar. Orochimaru received 1,000,000 tons of damage. At this time, Yang Ming really wanted to know how big the psychological shadow area of Orochimaru was. Calm down. I want to calm down. Orochimaru's face froze, and he clenched his fists, letting his sharp nails dig into his flesh and bleed bright red. His chest rose and fell violently, and he exhaled a thick breath like a white snake, and his mood was worse than ever. Damn his calmness. Orochimaru's golden vertical pupils as if it contained the thunder of world destruction, the cold light flashed frequently, like a blade, looking towards Yang Ming. It's all you. Yang Ming. Before the voice fell, an unparalleled cold murderous aura, like the wrath of winter, exuded a chill that chilled the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and swept towards Yang Ming like a whistling wind. As Yang Ming's employees, Zabuza and Bai fulfilled their duties conscientiously, even though they knew they were no match for him, they still stood in front of Yang Ming. Illusion. Narakuken no Jutsu. Even Zabuza, an elite jonin, couldn't resist it, and was instantly pulled into the illusion, seeing himself being tortured to death. Zabuza's tiger body shook, his face turned pale, and he suddenly spit out a mouthful of old blood. His whole breath instantly wilted, and he fell to the ground. Just one move. Zabuza was completely defeated. The strength of Orochimaru, a shadow-level strongman, was so terrifying. Seeing this scene, the Sandame took a deep look at Orochimaru, especially the 2 lumps on his chest that lingered for a moment, and his throat felt hot and dry. I didn't expect you to really come back. Orochimaru stood with his hands behind his back, his golden vertical pupils exuding a look of contempt that swept across the battlefield. He took out the sharp Kusanagi sword from the snake head that stretched out of his mouth. The sword in his hand was facing the Sandame diagonally, and he glanced at Yang Ming who was playing soy sauce on the side. His eyes were cold. Stop talking nonsense. Let's solve all the grievances of the past today. That's what I meant. The Sandame's eyes also ignited a hint of fighting spirit. Lien Po is old, can he still eat? In today's battle, the Sandame will tell everyone that he is still the sky of Konoha and the pillar here. As long as he is there, don't think about doing anything bad to Konoha. Suddenly, the Sandame moved. He threw out a shuriken, like a bright meteor streaking across the sky, tearing the sky in half. In the shocked eyes of everyone, the shuriken suddenly changed in the air. 1 gives birth to 2, 2 gives birth to 4, 4 gives birth to 8, and 8 gives birth to all things. 1 sword gives birth to 10,000 swords, 10,000 swords are fired at the same time, vast and magnificent, who can compete with it? Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Facing the overwhelming shuriken, even Orochimaru did not dare to be careless. Orochimaru quickly formed seals with both hands, opened his mouth wide, and poured out the torrent in his body. Earth escape. Earth flow wall. A solid wall suddenly rose up and blocked Orochimaru. Ding ding. Dang dang. No matter how many shurikens came, the earth flow wall remained motionless. As the saying goes, one time and again, the second time is weak, and the third time is exhausted. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Sandaime created 4 shadow clones and prepared ninjutsu again, in order to wipe out Orochimaru, the source of the trouble, in one fell swoop. 5 escape techniques. Great Link Technique. This is a ninjutsu that emits 5 different attributes of fire, thunder, water, earth, and wind at the same time. Only the Sandaime. This can only be used by a ninja doctor who can master the 5 attributes of chakra. In the original work, the Sandaime had to be very careful about the use of chakra because he had to face Orochimaru alone. But now, he has no such worries at all. Because Yang Ming is here. The Sandaime believes that Yang Ming, this mysterious master, must have a way. So, he no longer worries, and the chakra in his body flows back like a waterfall, almost giving it all. In an instant, blazing fireballs, dancing lightning balls, surging water balls, heavy earth balls, and violently rippling wind balls erupted from the mouths of the original body and the 4 shadow clones, whistling like a tidal wave. As soon as Orochimaru lifted the earth flow wall, he saw 5 balls emitting a vast and terrifying aura, carrying the wrath of thunder, rushing towards him at a rapid speed. Before the spheres arrived, Orochimaru felt a tingling in his nerves, and a terrifying aura suddenly enveloped him. How many years have passed? Only when facing Hanzo, who was called the demigod of the ninja world, did Orochimaru feel the arrival of the god of death. At this moment, Orochimaru was trembling from top to bottom. Orochimaru did not hesitate, bit his finger, quickly formed a seal, and suddenly pressed it to the ground. Summoning Technique. Triple Rashomon. Bang! A stream of white smoke emerged, and 3 heavy doors suddenly stood tall, like a natural moat, separating Orochimaru from the world. Boom! 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 When wind escape and fire escape are combined, more powerful ninjutsu can be created. Not to mention, when the escape techniques of the 5 elements are combined, how powerful it will be. The 5 spheres are like the wrath of heaven, flattening all filth. Sweeping all the way, unstoppable, almost invincible. The first Rashomon, broken. The second Rashomon, the door is still broken. The third Rashomon is still broken. 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 After breaking through the 3 Rashomons, there is still a huge fireball as high as a floor, emitting a blazing high temperature, which hits Orochimaru with a bang. Boom! Amid the rumbling sound, a huge flame rose to the sky, the dazzling light shone, and set off a raging storm. Where the fireball hit, a deep pit as high as a floor appeared, and the surrounding ground was cracked like spider webs. A lot of soil was directly burned into crystal blocks by the high temperature, emitting hot air, and strangers were not allowed to enter. Among them, Orochimaru's figure has long disappeared. Mobile users, please visit M. Reading, a better reading experience. Chapter 193 Yang Ming, sorry, I will also be reincarnated. When the smoke and dust in the sky dissipated, there was only endless mess in the field. The 3rd generation and Yang Ming looked at each other, with the same confusion in their eyes. Orochimaru, is he really dead? Yang Ming would never believe that with Orochimaru's cockroach-like vitality, he would die in such a place. As expected. At this time, the earth suddenly shook. As if an 8-magnitude earthquake had occurred, the entire earth shook violently. Boom! A part of the ground suddenly bulged, large pieces of stone slabs cracked, and a charred snake suddenly emerged from the ground. Plop! A figure covered in mucus was spit out by the snake and rolled on the ground, looking very embarrassed. He was Orochimaru. There was still a look of horror in Orochimaru's golden vertical pupils. If he hadn't reacted quickly, he would have been evaporated by the intense high temperature. Orochimaru took a deep look at the Sandaime. A skinny camel is bigger than a horse. Today he really saw it. However, the Sandaime's use of this move was not without cost. With his old age, his chakra was not as much as before, and this move almost emptied all of his chakra. In other words, the Sandame is now just a paper tiger. It will break with one poke. Orochimaru curled his lips, raised a cold and cruel smile, and quickly formed seals with his hands flying. Spirit summoning technique. Impure world reincarnation. 2 coffins were lifted out from underground one by one. Seeing that there was no third coffin, Orochimaru's eyes flashed with disappointment. Creak. At this time, the lid on the coffin loosened, emitting a musty smell and dust. Bang! Bang! When the heavy coffin fell to the ground, a dull sound was heard, and the figure hidden in the coffin was suddenly exposed to everyone. The first generation. Hashirama Senju. The second generation. Tobirama Senju. It can be seen that both of them are wearing the vests they wore during their lifetime. Their seemingly ordinary bodies contain the power to destroy everything. Seeing the old man, the first generation said lightly, "Well, it's you, monkey, you are so old." The second generation, "Long time no see." Seeing this, the third generation looked solemn and his expression was particularly serious. "I didn't expect to meet you two brothers again under such circumstances. Really, it's a pity." In his tone, the third generation carried a trace of time and sigh. If there is a choice, he really doesn't want to fight with them. Because, one is the first generation who is arbitrary for eternity, and the other is the talented second generation. No matter what era, no matter how society changes, they are the most dazzling stars. The second generation suddenly looked back and saw the young and beautiful face of Orochimaru. Even if he is an iceberg handsome guy, the corners of his mouth twitched fiercely. "I never thought that impure world reincarnation would be mastered by such a young and beautiful girl." Really, speechless. Hearing what the second generation said, Orochimaru's eyebrows jumped. If they were not still useful, Orochimaru really wanted to dissolve the ninjutsu in one breath. What young and beautiful girl? He, Orochimaru, is a 7-foot man. Although there is a small accident now. The first generation looked indifferent, looking at the third generation, and said lightly, "Sarutobi, it seems that we have to take action against you." Orochimaru looked at this scene and always felt like a tea party for old people. He said impatiently, "You old men, stop chatting. Hurry up." Because in the impure world reincarnation, although the actions are restrained by the caster, the soul of the reincarnated person will be liberated due to the stimulation of emotions. The way to prevent this from happening is to use a spell to bury it in his brain, obliterate his personality, and make him lose his consciousness, turning him into a simple killing tool. Although this will reduce the power of the summoned person when the control is enhanced, Orochimaru is a person with a strong desire for control. Can things go beyond his control? So, Orochimaru picked up the kunai with the talisman in both hands and inserted it fiercely into the necks of the two people. Everything is ready, only the east wind is missing. Orochimaru swept away the previous decadence, and the whole person radiated a different brilliance. With a pair of golden vertical pupils, he looked at the third generation and Yang Ming coldly, "Today, both of you must die." Hearing this, the third generation's face was gloomy, and he did not make any rebuttal. At this time, more than half of the chakra in his body was consumed, and he was simply unable to stop Orochimaru. The third generation had to pin his hopes on Yang Ming. "Yang Ming, do you have a way to solve it?" Seeing that the third generation actually asked Yang Ming for help, Orochimaru laughed wildly, "Teacher, it seems that you are really old, and you actually asked for help from someone who is decades younger than you." However, as soon as Orochimaru finished speaking, Yang Ming said lightly, "Of course I have a way." This slap in the face was really fast. For a moment, Orochimaru felt as uncomfortable as if he had swallowed a pound of shit. His face was blue and white. That was all because of being angry. Really? A trace of surprise flashed in the deep black eyes of the Sandame. That was the first and second generations. Yang Ming actually had a way. He is indeed a hidden master. Yang Ming smiled lightly, waved his hand calmly, and said, "It's just a small matter." "You are so arrogant." Orochimaru was amused. "Yang Ming, are you really stupid, or just pretending to be stupid? Why do you fight me?" "Why?" Yang Ming raised his mouth, revealing a mysterious smile, and turned his palm, and a card fell into his palm. Yang Ming looked indifferent, quietly looking at Orochimaru. "Sorry, I can also be reincarnated." Speaking of which, this was the prop Yang Ming got when he completed the system task in the Meiterumi incident. Hidden mission, punish the customer who destroyed the store. Mission description: as the future god of cooking in the Naruto world, how can you let someone destroy your store? Even if the other party is a beautiful girl. Mission reward: a random item. It was this random item that appeared in Yang Ming's hand. B-level item, Perfect Impure World Reincarnation Card 10 minutes, 1/1. This is an item that can be compared with the Invincible Defense card. The so-called Perfect Impure World Reincarnation is. It does not require a certain amount of DNA from the reincarnated person. It does not require a living person as a sacrifice. The strength of the reincarnated person will not be weakened and will be in full peak condition. Yang Ming, if you can do Impure World Reincarnation, even pigs can climb trees. Orochimaru said angrily. He worked hard to successfully develop this technique based on the research of the second generation. Yang Ming is only 12 years old, why can he do it? Orochimaru is not convinced. However, when Yang Ming used the props, the same coffin was lifted up from the ground. Creak. Bang. When the lid of the coffin fell, everyone saw the figure inside, and their pupils suddenly shrank into pinpoints. How could it be him? Guess who he is? Mobile users please browse M. Reading for a better reading experience. Chapter 194 Uchiha Madara, kneel down. The gloved palm pressed on the edge of the coffin, and a burly figure slowly walked out of it. Finally. Nagato, that kid, seems to have grown up. Uchiha Madara said so with a sigh of time. However, when he saw the first and second generations opposite him, he was instantly stunned. Hashirama. Oh my! What's going on? Uchiha Madara felt confused. Wasn't the first generation dead? How come he's still alive? Did I fall into a trance after sleeping? One question after another kept coming to his mind. At this time, Uchiha Madara felt something was wrong with his body. He spread his hands, clenched them, loosened them, and clenched them again. How can this not be the reincarnation technique? No matter how shocked Uchiha Madara was, he could only accept this fact. Seeing Uchiha Madara's figure, Orochimaru felt like he was being pricked by needles all over his body, and got goosebumps all over his body. Yang Ming, what a joke you are! Yang Ming shrugged and said lightly, I've said a long time ago that I can be reincarnated by the Impure World Reincarnation. Who told you not to believe it? Oh, did you summon me? Uchiha Madara suddenly looked back, his hands clasped in front of his chest, his eyes revealing an endless domineering look that looked down on the world. Then why don't you quickly remove the curse on me? As soon as the voice fell, an unparalleled momentum runs through the long river of history, like the might of the sky, and like the mighty sun, emitting an aura that makes it difficult for all living beings to look directly at it. The light came like a violent storm. The Sandame thought that the figure of Uchiha Madara's overwhelming power had been almost wiped out in the long time. What a pity! He was wrong. Very wrong. At this moment, he recalled the fear of being ruled by Uchiha Madara. However, facing the boundless momentum of Uchiha Madara, Yang Ming was like a reef under the waves. No matter how strong the wind was, I would not move. Seeing this, Uchiha Madara smiled slightly, and a hint of teasing was revealed in his eyes. He was a strong man of the same level as Senju Hashirama, arrogant and strong, and there was no reason for him to surrender to others. Susanoo. Uchiha Madara stood there arrogantly. A large amount of chakra emerged, and a partial arm of Susanoo was formed. He suddenly slapped Yang Ming with a slap, trying to kill him in one breath. Seeing this, Orochimaru laughed. He laughed with gloating and crazy laughter. If you don't commit suicide, you won't die. Yang Ming, even if you can be reborn, so what? You didn't cast a spell to control it, which is the biggest failure. However, facing the backlash of Uchiha Madara, Yang Ming was indifferent. No spell? It doesn't matter. I have a system. Uchiha Madara, kneel down. Yang Ming shouted loudly, like a thunder in the clear sky, sweeping all directions in the west. The next moment, Uchiha Madara's face changed drastically, and he felt a great terror coming, with a mysterious power beyond his imagination, as if the sky was pressing down, and the indescribable pressure suddenly hit his shoulders. Creak. There was a crisp sound at Uchiha Madara's knee. Then, under the horrified gaze of the crowd, Uchiha Madara retracted Susanoo, and with a bang, the earth shattered, and he knelt on the ground with a bang. Silence. The whole audience was shocked. A speechless feeling filled the scene. Gurgle. The Sandame's throat moved up and down, and his neck turned stiffly, looking at Yang Ming's slightly thin figure, his originally calm black eyes burst into dazzling light. It can be done. It seems that Konoha's crisis is saved. The Sandame was ecstatic. Some were happy, some were sad. Uchiha Madara clenched his teeth, and his long hair fluttered without wind, which further highlighted his arrogant temperament. His pair of cold eyes, like the cold eyes of the underworld, exuded a piercing cold light. What on earth did you do to me? Shock, anger, and a trace of fear that he dared not even say filled Uchiha Madara's heart. He really didn't expect that after only being dead for a while, a genius like Yang Ming would appear in the ninja world. Facing Uchiha Madara's bloody accusation, Yang Ming was still calm and smiled lightly. Don't worry about what I did. As long as you listen obediently, you will be able to let go and fight with Senju Hashirama and end your obsession. Hearing this, Uchiha Madara felt a tightness in his chest, as if a stone blocked it. What does it mean to listen obediently? Is this treating him like a child? He is a legend that stands in the subversion of the ninja world. However, the situation is stronger than the person. Even if Uchiha Madara is not convinced in his heart, he still has to kneel in front of the omnipotent system. He almost gnashed his teeth and said in hatred, "Okay. I listen to you." For the always arrogant Uchiha Madara to say this, God knows how much blood and tears he shed in his heart. As soon as the voice fell, Uchiha Madara felt a sense of relief all over his body, and the terrifying force weighing on his shoulders had gone away. Snap! Snap! Uchiha Madara stood up, shaking his stiff neck, making a series of crisp sounds. Since he couldn't resist Yang Ming, he could only enjoy it to his heart's content. He hugged his hands in front of his chest, his knife-like face was covered with frost, and his cold eyes burst out with endless fighting spirit. Hashirama, let's end the unfinished battle today. However, facing his passionate invitation to fight, what he got was silence. 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 Still silence. After being cursed by Orochimaru, the first generation had already lost his self-awareness and turned into a cold-killing machine. Seeing this, Uchiha Madara also realized that something was wrong. Although Uchiha Madara regarded Senju Hashirama as his lifelong enemy, at the same time, the other party was also his only recognized friend. He saw that his former best friend was controlled by someone and his consciousness was temporarily wiped out. Like a puppet, there was only endless killing, and a burning anger suddenly erupted. You! Damn it! Uchiha Madara was majestic, like a piercing through the sky. A sharp blade, long hair flying in the wind, completely exposed the pair of eyes that were different from ordinary people in front of everyone. Samsara Eye. These eyes, like gods standing in the sky, reveal endless indifference. At this moment, these eyes looked at Orochimaru coldly with a piercing murderous intent. If it were someone else, they would have lost their fighting spirit at this time. However, Orochimaru was uncharacteristically, with a sickly blush on his face. It's the Samsara Eye. The eyes of the legendary six-path sage. More perfect than the Manjiki. Orochimaru has always been brooding over Uchiha Itachi, and has been working hard to obtain the Sharingan. Now, when he saw this pair of legendary eyes, he was completely moved. His mind moved, and the first generation controlled by him suddenly moved. Would release secret technique. The tree world is coming. Boom. 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 The earth was like a carpet that had been lifted up, with waves rolling and suddenly breaking apart. From it emerged a seemingly endless sea of trees, rushing towards Uchiha Madara from all directions. Mobile users please browse M to read for a better reading experience. Chapter 195 Close the door and release Uchiha Madara. Facing the surging sea of trees, a trace of disdain flashed in Uchiha Madara's eyes. Weak. Too weak. As if to confirm what he said, he suddenly formed a seal. Fire escape. Great fire extinguishing. Uchiha Madara opened his mouth, and the extremely high temperature flame, carrying the power to burn all living things, suddenly erupted. Hey! 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 Originally only a B-level fire escape, in the hands of the strongest man of the Uchiha clan, it suddenly turned decay into magic, showing terrifying power. However, the trees that surged like a tide, once they collided with the raging flames, they instantly ignited, spreading to the surroundings at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then turned into broken black ash, scattered and withered. In just one round, the tree world advent was completely defeated. How could it be? The first generations would release is so weak. Orochimaru was full of disbelief. Could it be that Uchiha was stronger than Senju Hashirama? At this time, the sea of flames split to both sides, and a lone figure walked out of it, as if worshipping the Emperor of Fire. The flames around him suddenly rose, emitting a more intense high temperature. It's not that Hashirama is too weak. Uchiha Madara's cold samsara eye burst out with a blade-like killing intent, with a stern face, and said word by word, "You are too weak." These 5 big words, only he has the qualification to say it out loud. Orochimaru gritted his teeth, and a hint of ruthlessness flashed in his golden vertical pupils. "I don't believe that the 3 of us can't beat you." Under the control of Orochimaru's mind, the 3 of them attacked together. First generation, would release secret technique. Tree world descends. Second generation, illusion. Dark walk technique. Orochimaru, evil snake coil. Facing the attacks of 3 cage-level strong men, even though the first and second generations are far from their peak state due to the side effects of the impure world reincarnation and the talisman entering their bodies, the power of the 3 people's combined efforts is still eye-catching. However, what they are facing now is Uchiha Madara at his peak. The man who is closest to God. Weakness is the original sin. You, the guy who tarnishes the dignity of the strong, go to hell. As soon as the voice fell, Uchiha Madara's momentum surged, and the long hair behind him fluttered without wind, showing his arrogance. Susanoo. Suddenly, Uchiha Madara's figure was covered by the upper body of a purple-blue giant. His samsara eye flashed a trace of cruelty. "Using illusion in front of me is simply courting death." He glared, and the darkness technique collapsed. Then, Susanoo waved his arms, carrying the momentum of sweeping thousands of troops, cutting through the sky and flattening all the trees. Boom! 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 The earth shattered, the trees were torn apart, and smoke and dust rolled. The entire stadium was in a mess. As for the snake sprayed out of Orochimaru's hand? What the hell is that? It couldn't even break Susanoo's defense, and was directly ignored by Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara's strength is so terrifying. He just stood there quietly, as if the world was trembling under his feet, and an invisible majesty swept away, making people feel awe. Killing 1 person is a crime, killing 10,000 people is a hero, killing 1,000,000 is a hero among heroes. How many people died at the hands of Uchiha Madara? He is a generation of killing god, using his butcher knife to carve a bloody path and open up a new world. At this moment, Uchiha Madara's figure, like a god, was firmly imprinted in the minds of everyone present. Ahem! At this time, a sudden voice came, hitting the silence was broken. "Ban, hurry up and make a quick decision, don't dawdle." The words with a hint of command came, which was refreshing. If someone had just arrived, they would definitely think that this person was too arrogant and dared to speak to Uchiha Madara like this. However, Uchiha Madara's face showed a trace of unnaturalness, and he said reluctantly, "I know." Yang Ming shrugged, not that he wanted to interrupt the other party's pretense, but time was really limited. Don't forget, Yang Ming's impure world reincarnation only has 10 minutes. Uchiha Madara looked up at the 4 purple flame formation, and a trace of teasing flashed in his eyes. "This kind of thing, let's destroy it." As he said, the Susanoo outside his body suddenly shook, becoming more lifelike, armor emerged, weapons shook hands, 2 heads in front and back, wings grew on his back, and became a complete body. Then, the purple-blue giant continued to rise, and when he was about to reach the 4 purple flame formation, he suddenly waved the weapon in his hand. A cold light swept across, as if to split the sky in half, and the terrifying power suddenly poured out. Tear. In the horrified eyes of the crowd, the 4 purple flame formations, one for defense outside and one for defense inside, were torn open with a huge crack. At the 4 corners, the 4 sound ninjas who set up the formation suddenly turned pale, spurted out a stream of red and black blood, and their breath instantly weakened. Seeing this, the Anbu who was waiting outside wanted to come in to help. But at this time, the stern voice of the 3rd generation came. "All of you get out, as far as you can go." As he said this, the 3rd generation did not stop and jumped out of the fire pit early. Some Anbu had not yet reacted, and they were shocked to find that it was dark. No. It was not dark, but the sunlight was blocked. When people looked up, they were all stunned. "Oh my! What a big meteorite! This meteorite is unprecedentedly large, with a diameter as wide as the stadium. Once it falls, the impact will be so strong that even the spectators around will have no chance of surviving. Even Yang Ming, who summoned Uchiha Madara, will be crushed into a meat pie if he runs a little slower. Uchiha Madara raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a sinister smile that others could not easily detect. Although he could not resist Yang Ming's order, it did not mean that he would surrender. This huge meteorite will destroy the entire stadium. However, he was just happy for a while, but a voice came from behind him, like a splash of cold water, pouring on him. Madara, open the door and let us in. Uchiha Madara was obviously extremely unhappy in his heart, but under a mysterious force, his body was unusually honest, and he opened a hole in Susanoo to let Yang Ming and a group of employees come in. Seeing a group of people sitting on the ground with a swagger, ignoring the meteorite falling from their heads, Uchiha Madara wondered if he was getting old. At this time, when Orochimaru saw the meteorite above his head, his soul was scared and he fled out in a panic. After this battle, he realized that he was still far away from the top of the ninja world. This kind of ninjutsu that was like a natural disaster was not something that humans could release. Orochimaru saw the Sandame from a distance, accompanied by several Anbu, and knew that the plan had failed, so he broke the jar and revealed a touch of madness in his golden vertical pupils. In this case, let things go completely out of control. Orochimaru suddenly took out the talismans from the first and second generations to make them regain consciousness. The first generation suddenly opened his eyes, and when he saw the familiar figure, a trace of excitement flashed in his eyes. Madara. It's you. The peak battle is about to start. Mobile users please visit mRead for a better reading experience. Chapter 196 Peak Showdown, Who Can Compete? When the huge meteorite, like a doomsday disaster, swept from the sky. The sky, which was originally covered with clouds, exploded with a bang, as if it was blasted open by a punch from a god, and endless waves were swirling, and the four fields were empty. The meteorite carried the magnificent power of destroying everything, and suddenly came into contact with the atmosphere. Blazing sparks flew everywhere, rolling heat waves spread, stirring up the wind and clouds, boiling the sea and burning the sky. Facing this attack like a natural disaster, the first generation couldn't bear to see the audience in the stadium being affected, and his originally friendly face showed a rare solemn expression. Wood release. Woodman technique. With the first generation's shout, the crazy surge of chakra gathered at his feet. Then, a giant like a hill suddenly rose. A brilliant light emanated from the eyes of the first generation, like a famous sword that had been sealed for 10 years, suddenly unsheathed. Break it for me. Under the control of the first generation, the huge wooden man clenched his fist as big as a floor, fearlessly, and punched out with an indomitable momentum. One punch, shocking. In the shock of everyone in the eyes of the meteorite that seemed like a natural disaster suddenly trembled, and the speed of breaking bamboo stopped, and it stayed in the air strangely. Creak. The wooden man's arm was twisted into a strange arc by the recoil force, and then broke at the arm. Snap. Cracks, like a knife cutting a cake, split the bottom of the meteorite into spider web-like injuries. Then, exploded. Boom. Like a bright firework blooming, the dazzling light was so bright that even people outside the village could see it clearly. Originally, the ninjas of Sand Village and Konoha Village fought to the death, but at this time, they all stopped tacitly. Oh my god, who on earth blew up that meteorite? What kind of enemy did we offend? Is this a god? These are the ninjas of Sand Village, each of them was stunned and unbelievable. Do we still have such a strong man in Konoha Village? Great, everyone, charge! On the other hand, the ninjas of Konoha Village were shocked, their fighting spirit was high, and the original tired feeling was swept away, and they fought back with great momentum. For a while, the sound of explosions and shouts of killing came one after another, and the sound was heard. When the meteorite broke apart, small fragments splashed everywhere, like flowers scattered by fairies, scattered and flying, and the sharp sound of breaking wind continued, deafening. However, when these fragments fell on Uchiha Madara, the rubble that could originally smash the carriage and horses could not even break the defense of Susanoo. At this time, Yang Ming had a little time to check the hidden tasks issued by the system before. Hidden task, don't show off, we are still good friends. Task description, Uchiha Madara has been summoned by you, how can you not show off? Task reward, how to make beef brisket noodles. There is another task. Hidden mission, a responsible boss. Mission description, as a boss, facing the danger of being affected by the meteorite, you have the responsibility to help them. Mission reward: how to make Coca-Cola. However, these mission rewards were completely overdrawn by Yang Ming in order to deal with the theme of the daimyos killing people. Yang Ming watched the time pass for 5 minutes, and Uchiha Madara was still posing, looking at Senju Hashirama with an admiring look, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Madara, hurry up. Uchiha Madara's face froze, even though he was extremely unhappy in his heart, his body was still very honest. His mind moved, and Susanoo, like a statue of a god, suddenly raised his hand. In front of this huge palm that looked like a god, even the sky darkened. One hand, picking the stars. A huge slap, containing the anger of Uchiha Madara towards Yang Ming and the first generation, seemed to cut the void in half, and a thunderous explosion sounded in the air, slapping the wooden man's face. Madara, are you still stubborn? Senju Hashirama's face showed undisguised pity, but his hands were merciless. In this case, I will correct your mistake again. Under his control, the huge wooden man turned his body to the side, avoiding the whistling slap, and used the remaining arm, like a pillar of the sky, to sweep across and punch Susanoo in the face. Bang! A huge sound wave rippled, rolling up the sky full of dust. However, what shocked the first and second generations was that Susanoo was actually intact. The second generation looked unconvinced. Brother's attack is ineffective. This is impossible. Seeing this, Yang Ming put his hands behind his back, and showed an unfathomable smile on his calm face. What is perfect reincarnation? This is it. Uchiha Madara's strength is at its peak, which is completely incomparable to the first generation whose strength is only level 7. The second generation originally thought that as long as the first generation was there, he could happily play soy sauce. At this time, he also understood that if the two brothers did not work together today, they might really be defeated by Uchiha Madara. The second generation raised his head, his cold face full of frosty murderous intent. Brother, let's go together. Okay. The first generation said solemnly. The second generation quickly formed a seal. Water escape. Water breaking wave. A stream of water spurted out of the second generation's mouth, contrary to the previous characteristics of insufficient water escape attack, squeezing the water together, turning it into a rapid and high-pressure water column, like a laser, shooting out like lightning. Uchiha Madara originally focused his attention on the first generation, but at this moment, he suddenly felt a great crisis approaching, and his body trembled. But the second generation's attack was too fast, and it came in such a short time. As soon as Susanoo moved, a water column like a pouring cloud broke through the surface and instantly pierced Susanoo. An arm, broken. Then, this water column continued to move, rushing all the way, and a huge hole was opened on one side of the stadium. Only then did it lose its mighty power and disperse into muddy water. Before everyone could react from the shock, the sky suddenly darkened. A huge fist, like a god descending from heaven, carrying the power to break everything, fell down with a bang. Boom! A loud noise suddenly rose. As if it was not enough, with the generous chakra support of the first generation, the other arm of the giant wooden man recovered as before, and the two fists were like raindrops, hitting one after another. Left hook. Right hook. Fists hit the flesh, roaring. Susanoo, like a statue of a god, was also stunned by the storm and had no power to fight back. At this time, there were only 3 minutes left before Uchiha Madara disappeared. Suddenly, Yang Ming was anxious. Ban, why don't you use your ultimate move? You're so long-winded. Uchiha Madara looked unhappy. If it weren't for the system restrictions, he would have unlocked the impure world reincarnation long ago and lived a happy life. Even though he was impatient, he had to obey Yang Ming's orders. Chibaku Tensei! Uchiha Madara shouted, and the whole earth suddenly shook. Mobile users please browse M-Reading for a better reading experience. Chapter 197. One wave just subsided, another wave rose. Chibaku Tensei! With a sound, a black ball was sent into the sky by Uchiha Madara. As if there was an 8-magnitude earthquake, the entire stadium shook violently. At this time, the first and second generations, their bodies shook, and they felt an extremely strong gravitational force coming from above. They couldn't help but take off. The second generation originally wanted to use the immature flying thunder god technique, but unexpectedly, the source that had been supplying him with chakra suddenly disconnected. Impure world reincarnation, lifted. Second generation, soul ascends to heaven. Only the first generation is still supplied with chakra by Orochimaru, so that he can hold on to Uchiha Madara, who is as strong as a god. It turned out that Orochimaru had just escaped from the stadium when he met the third generation. In order to completely deal with Orochimaru, and with little chakra in his body, the third generation used the Shiki fusion at all costs to die with Orochimaru. Seeing this, Orochimaru had to go all out to deal with the third generation. Yin. At this time, a loud dragon roar sounded, shocking all directions. A vigorous wooden dragon, swaying its winding body, stretched out a claw from the cloud, and the terrifying power burst out, hitting the black ball of Chibaku Tensei with a bang. Boom! With one blow, the whole black ball trembled suddenly. It works. Seeing this, the first generation was thinking of adding more strength to completely blow up the black ball. But unexpectedly, the sky suddenly darkened. An arm that seemed to cover the sky, holding a long sword and swinging it down. The cold sword light was like a cold moon, as if it split the world in half, and a roar broke out in the air. At this time, the first generation was being pulled by gravity and it was difficult to control his body, so he had to let the huge wooden man step forward to block this peerless sword. Tear. Like the light of dawn before dawn, the sword light flashed, amazing talent, as easy as cutting butter, cutting the huge wooden man in half. And this twist, the first generation was sucked into the black ball. Then, flying stones came from all directions, gathered together, formed an asteroid, and sealed the first generation inside. At this time, Uchiha Madara's summoning time ended. When the soul left the body, Uchiha Madara looked at Yang Ming with a gleam of fierceness in his eyes. Boy, don't let me see you again. Yang Ming was not afraid at all, as if he didn't realize that the other party was the man closest to the god of ninja realm, and spoke lightly. Do you want to kneel again? Uchiha Madara's mouth twitched. It's really a pot that doesn't open, this is really the biggest stain in his life. At this time, the battle between the third generation and Orochimaru has also reached the final moment. Because Kabuto came to the rescue in time, he fought against more than 10 people, and finally bought time for Orochimaru despite being seriously injured. Although the third generation's situation is much better than the original, he is old after all. He was already out of breath just by dragging out 3/4 of Orochimaru's soul. A trace of cruelty flashed in the third generation's eyes. Orochimaru, you will accompany me into the belly of the god of death. After that, under his mind, the blade of death suddenly swung down. No. I can't die. At this moment, Orochimaru thought of the newly born Miyako. Between life and death, there is great terror. Only when people face death can they truly look into their own hearts. At this moment, what kingship and hegemony? What immortal ninjutsu? It turns out that none of them are as important as Miyako. When a person has someone he cherishes, he can burst out with unprecedented power. Just like a news story a few years ago, an 80-year-old woman saw her granddaughter trapped under a car, and she burst out with superhuman strength, lifted the car with one hand, and rescued her granddaughter. Even a mortal could do this, let alone Orochimaru? I can't die. Bloodshot covered Orochimaru's golden vertical pupils, revealing a crazy look in his bones, insane. At this moment, his soul surged with immense power, and he actually pulled back most of the soul that was dragged out. However, it was all too late. The death blade fell, and suddenly cut off Orochimaru's hands, which he had no time to withdraw. Ah! Orochimaru let out a hissing roar, and in a hurry, he completely cancelled the impure world reincarnation, took back some of his chakra, stumbled and reunited with Kabuto, and together they fought their way out and escaped. On the other side, Jiraiya summoned 2 giant toads, fought several giant snake-like summoned beasts and the crazy Shikaku alone, but he was still at ease. However, there was an indelible solemnity between his brows. Before, the huge noise coming from the stadium had already attracted his attention. Jiraiya originally thought that as one of the legendary 3 ninjas, he also practiced fairy chakra. Although he was not invincible, he also stood at the top of the ninja world. But when he saw from afar, the 100-foot-high Susanoo, which looked like a figure, exuded a mighty divine power. In particular, in this purple-blue body, the unruly figure and cold eyes seemed to be able to penetrate time and space and freeze people's souls. What kind of eyes were those? Cold, ruthless, and aloof. Like a high god, looking down on the ants indifferently. At that time, Jiraiya was shocked to find that he had always been a frog in the well and was not worthy of pride. At this time, a huge roar suddenly pulled him back to reality from his trance. "Get out of my way!" Shikaku didn't know what was wrong with him. He swept his huge tail, as if sweeping away everything, raising dust all over the sky. Before Jiraiya could react, he hit the toad under his seat. Bang! A huge muffled sound sounded, and a toad as tall as a skyscraper plowed a deep mark on the ground, knocking down countless houses and burying them under a pile of mess. Puh! Fu! Fu! Jiraiya swept the mess on his head and wiped off the dust on his clothes. His face was covered with dirt and looked very embarrassed. "I was so careless. I didn't expect that raccoon cat to have a trick up his sleeve." Originally, Jiraiya thought Shikaku would take advantage of the victory to pursue, but unexpectedly, Shikaku hit the target with one strike, and then ran in one direction without looking back. Seeing that direction, Jiraiya's pupil shrank. "Oh no, this raccoon cat actually ran to the stadium, there are still many spectators there." Thinking of this, Jiraiya immediately ran over. Shikaku's huge body destined him to be much faster than ordinary people even if he walked slowly. And when it ran wildly, it was as fast as a train. After countless houses collapsed, the strong wind blowing in the face rang in the ears, whistling and exploding, and it was extremely comfortable. Shikaku was like a man like the wind, galloping freely on the vast and boundless land. When it came to the stadium, it was sharp-eyed and found Yang Ming and his group quickly. Then, under the surprised look of the crowd, it suddenly lowered its proud head and begged in a muffled voice. Mobile users, please visit M-Reading for a better reading experience. Chapter 198 Shikaku, boss, give me something to eat. It is hard to imagine that when Shikaku, like a hill, lowered his head as big as a locomotive, his originally ferocious face actually showed a pitiful expression in a humane way. Pitiful? Yes, it is pitiful. Its lantern-sized eyes were actually flashing with tears. Ever since Gaara learned cooking from Yang Ming, the soul of dark cuisine in his body has been burning, showing unprecedented passion. The dishes in Yang Ming's shop have all become dark dishes in Gaara's hands. Steamed buns with spicy strips as fillings, snot like ramen, shit like egg fried rice, all kinds of weird things, emerging one after another. Naturally, people around him kept their distance from Gaara. Even Yang Ming, the master, dared not taste it. In desperation, Gaara had to find Shikaku in his body to taste. In the past when he was young, Gaara had brought delicious food to Shikaku. As a big foodie with a big stomach, Shikaku basically accepted all the delicacies. Especially when the six-path sage was still alive, he had a lot of trouble for the food of these tailed beasts. For this reason, the six-path sage specially created 4 kinds of kitchen utensils to make delicious food for them. What a pity! It was wrong. Big mistake wrong. On the first day, Gaara brought its spicy buns stuffed with spicy strips, and it ate them with relish. On the second day, it endured the snot like ramen. On the third day, Shikaku felt his stomach churning when he saw the fried rice that looked like siang. Even he, a big foodie, felt nauseous. However, Shikaku's tragic life has just begun. Since then, whenever Gaara thinks of new dark dishes, the first one he gives is Shikaku. Although Shikaku can choose not to eat. But as a big foodie, still trapped in the human pillar body and living an isolated life, Shikaku has been starving for a long time. Facing dark dishes in various postures, Shikaku can only pinch his nose and endure it in order to satisfy his appetite. However, when Shikaku escaped from the seal, in fact, its first reaction was that it could finally go to Yang Ming's shop for a meal. Facing such acute contrast, most people present found it hard to accept Shikaku for a while. After all, compared to Shikaku's huge size and the power of slaughtering a city, Shikaku's cute side has a very low presence. In fact, when the 9-tailed beasts were young, they were all very cute. Unfortunately, in the process of growing up, the 9-tailed beasts suffered too much malice from humans, so that they no longer believed in humans and began to be hostile to humans. These tailed beasts all used the same method, using their brutal means and bloodthirsty methods to cover up their fragile and sensitive hearts. At this moment, in front of Yang Ming, in order to taste the heavenly food, Shikaku rarely put aside the disguised mask and showed a sincere face. Yang Ming looked at Shikaku's big face with snot and tears flowing, and looked like he was bullied, and he almost laughed. At this time, Yang Ming thought of the roast duck making method rewarded by the system after defeating Uzumaki Ryasaku before, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Okay, stop crying, come with me to the shop. Shikaku sniffed his nose, wiped his tears, and said in surprise, "Great! You sit on my shoulders." A trace of worry flashed across his pale face. "Boss, there are battles everywhere in the village now, will it affect the shop?" Hearing this, Shikaku patted his chest, making a thunderous sound, and said heroically, "Don't worry, I'm here, I'll eat any bastard who doesn't have eyes." Perhaps realizing that he is now facing a group of humans, Shikaku knew that he had said something wrong, and immediately changed his words, "I'll step on them to death." Seeing this, Yang Ming smiled faintly, looking confident, "Don't worry, the shop will be fine." Nonsense, with the system covering it, it would be strange if the shop would have any problems. After that, the group climbed onto Shikaku's shoulders and took a ride. Not long after, Jiraiya came from a distance. Originally, he thought there would be a fierce battle, but unexpectedly, he saw Yang Ming and his men sitting on Shikaku's shoulders, looking relaxed and contented, as if they were on vacation. Jiraiya couldn't help but twitch his lips. Should I say, he really deserves to be the boss. Yang Ming. Even the one-tailed Shikaku surrendered to him. It's really curious, what is his origin? A few people on his shoulders didn't cause much burden to Shikaku. His mountain-like figure passed through the streets, and wherever he went, he was the focus of the crowd. When Shikaku passed a battle site, the two sides who were fighting fiercely trembled and stopped one after another. Seeing this, the ninjas of the Sand Village were overjoyed, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. "Look, this is the tailed beast of our village, it must be here to help us." For a time, the Sand Village was full of momentum. On the other hand, the Konoha village looked ashen. Under the pressure of the tailed beast's fame, despair enveloped their hearts. "It's over. We're going to lose. Why did the tailed beast of the Sand Village appear here?" However, just as the two sides were in different moods and the battle was about to break out, Shikaku didn't even look at the people who were like ants, and took a step away from here. "All ninjas." The Sand Village ninja who just spoke was embarrassed. It seems that Shikaku went to support other places. It must be like this. But no matter what he said, the fighting spirit of the Sand Village side that had just risen suddenly fell. On the other side of the Konoha village, at this time, they had already discovered Yang Ming and his group with their sharp eyes. After all, Yang Ming is now a celebrity in the village, and with the unique appearance of the employees, it is normal to be recognized immediately. "Ha ha ha, I was wondering why Shikaku is here. It turns out that he was subdued by boss Yang Ming. Brothers, let's go and get those bastards on the other side. Let's see some color." The only answer he got was a single word that everyone could understand: kill. This location is just a microcosm of the places where Shikaku passed by. Yang Ming had never thought that he could inspire the fighting spirit of the Konoha village ninjas invisibly, and even make the ninjas in desperate situations burst out with unparalleled fighting power, turning the tide in one fell swoop. Not long after, the news that Yang Ming had subdued the one-tailed Shikaku spread to the entire battlefield like wings. For a time, the Sand Village was in an uproar, and the Kazekage had been disappearing. Without a leader, the Konoha village gradually recovered from the disadvantage. In desperation, the Sand Village did not even say hello to the Sound Village and left without saying goodbye. At this time, Shikaku brought Yang Ming and his party to the door of the store. Yang Ming stroked the newly acquired black pot, and a hint of curiosity flashed in his eyes. "I don't know what kind of food will be born when new kitchen utensils and new dishes are combined." Mobile users please browse Reading for a better reading experience. Chapter 199 Making Roast Duck. Just like the last time when he got the Wanbao purple clay pot, when Yang Ming got the black pot of Suanwo Longshuo, a beam of light that ordinary people could not see entered the black pot. "Shenglong pot, keep the ingredients alive all the time." Yang Ming entered the shop and found the ingredients provided by the system. It turned out to be a white-skinned duck, still alive. "System, please introduce the ingredients." "Host, this is a low-level duck spirit beast. The duck is fat and white all over. In addition to absorbing the overflowing life energy and practicing immortal arts every day, it only drinks water to survive. When it grows to the 45th day, the duck meat reaches the peak of the fattest and most delicious." The system said seriously. "Now, Yang Ming is going to roast the duck in a dragon pot." Yang Ming took a bowl and put warm water and salt in it. Then, he put the two wings of the duck together, held the duck's wings with the thumb and index finger of his left hand, and the duck's back was close to the back of his hand. The little finger hooked the duck's right leg, and then pinched the duck's mouth with his hand, bent the neck upward, and gave the head to the thumb and index finger holding the duck's wings, pinching between the duck's head and neck. At this time, the duck's breast was facing up. There was a sense of picture of the neck being led to slaughter. Yang Ming picked up the knife and made a small cut in the duck's neck, as big as a soybean, to cut off the trachea. Then, he pinched the duck's mouth with his hand, pulled the neck straight up and down, and dripped the blood into the bowl. When the duck stopped shaking, it could be put into the boiler to scald the feathers. Scalding does not require boiling water, about 60 C is enough, otherwise it will be cooked. After putting the duck into the pot, Yang Ming pulled the duck's paw with his left hand to make the duck float in the pot, and used a wooden stick in his right hand to move the duck's feathers at any time to achieve the purpose of rapid water penetration. After the duck feathers were scalded and taken out of the pot, Yang Ming hurriedly began to remove the feathers while it was hot. First remove the breast, then the neck, then the back, grab the crotch, and pull the tail tip. Yang Ming was a novice for the first time, and he was busy and sweat dripped from his forehead. The preliminary preparations for roast duck have just begun. The next step is to remove the feathers. Yang Ming first used a tweezer knife, one end of the blade, with the thumb, close to the duck feathers, twisting and plucking, and if necessary, prying with the pliers. Never tear the duck skin, especially the breast part, to avoid air leakage when opening the embryo, oil release when roasting, and affecting the appearance. Then it is to pump air, which is a crucial step in preparation. Yang Ming cleaned the duck and placed it on a wooden table. He cut off the palms from the lower leg joint, cut off the esophagus and trachea in the throat, and pulled out the duck tongue from the mouth. He was focused and did not dare to be careless. He held the duck head with his left hand, pulled out the esophagus from the incision in the throat with his right hand, and pushed the left thumb along the esophagus to the crop to separate the esophagus from the surrounding connective tissue. After the esophagus was peeled off, Yang Ming did not pull it off, but left it in the neck cavity. Then, he inserted the nozzle of the air pump into the neck cavity through the incision with his right hand, held the neck and nozzle together with his left hand, opened the valve, and slowly filled the air into the subcutaneous fat and connective tissue of the duck. When the air was filled to 80%, Yang Ming quickly closed the valve, removed the nozzle, and used his left index finger to tightly clamp the base of the duck's neck to prevent air from escaping. After that, he held the duck's neck and right wing with his thumb and middle finger, held the duck's right leg with his right hand, and let the duck's breast lie outward. He squeezed his hands together to fill the duck's body with gas. At this time, the duck looked like a balloon, and its entire body was swollen. It was several times fatter than before and looked plump. After the duck was inflated, Yang Ming no longer held the duck's breast with his hands, but the wings, leg bones and head and neck. Because when the fingers touched the inflated area, there would be concave fingerprints, which would affect the appearance of the roast duck and greatly affect the appetite. When he finished doing all this, Yang Ming was already sweating profusely. However, this was not over yet. It can be seen how complicated the preparation of roast duck is. Then, Yang Ming continued to hold the duck's neck and right wing with his left hand, and clamp the root with his index finger to block the gas. He inserted his right index finger into the 1000-year-old killing area, pulled the rectum and hooked it out of the body, so that when he was gutted it is easy to remove the intestinal tube. This process is quite disgusting, and most people can't stand it. Then, Yang Ming used his right thumb to push back twice under the duck's right armpit to expel the gas under the skin, and then used a knife to make a small incision in a crescent shape. Then, Yang Ming inserted his right thumb into the incision, pushed down the serrated bone attached to the duck's spine, and inserted his index finger close to the duck's breast to take out the heart. If you haven't watched Bear Grylls movies, please ignore this clip, because it's too disgusting. Yang Ming took a deep breath, and the air was full of bloody smell, which made him feel very uncomfortable. After the esophagus was taken out, Yang Ming tightened his left hand, and then went in with his right index finger to peel off the connective tissue around the gizzard and liver, hooking the gizzard and pulling it out. At the same time, he let go of the duck's neck with his left hand and only pulled the esophagus, and took the gizzard out of the body together with his right hand. Then, Yang Ming used his right index finger to take out the liver and intestines. At the end, Yang Ming inserted his index finger and peeled the two lungs and chest wall along the spine to remove them. Hey! After finishing all this, Yang Ming hurried to wash his hands and cleaned off the blood on his hands. After all the internal organs were removed, Yang Ming used a sorghum stalk, cut one end into a triangle and the other end into a fork shape to make a duck support. Then, he held one end of the triangle in his right hand and inserted it into the duck's chest from the incision on the side of the body. He first stuck the fork end on the spine at the incision, and then moved the other end of the triangle forward to make it stand upright and support it on the 3-fork bone of the chest. This process is like putting a hanger into a piece of clothing. In this way, the duck breast can be raised, and the body will not shrink when roasted. Then, Yang Ming cut off the 2 wings from the first section at the root of the duck bladder. Yang Ming took the duck's right shoulder with his left hand and the duck's left leg with his right hand, and placed the duck breast facing up in the clear water pool, and filled the pool with clear water from the incision. At this time, Yang Ming inserted his left thumb into the incision on the side of the body, pressed on the spine, and pinched the duck's neck with his index and middle fingers. He lifted the duck with his palm, so that the tail was facing down, and inserted his right index finger into the 1000-year-old killing place to hook out the small curved intestine left at the 1000-year-old killing place when the back intestine was emptied, and let the water out from it. Then, Yang Ming filled the duck with clear water again, inserted his right thumb into the incision, and held up the duck's back with his hand, with the head facing down, so that the water flowed out from the duck's neck. Repeatedly wash until it is clean. Hey! Yang Ming wiped his sweat and finally finished the preparations. Next, it was time for the highlight. Yang Ming held the duck head with his left thumb, lifted the duck, pinched and stretched the duck neck skin with his right thumb and index finger, and then stretched the duck neck skin with his right index finger into the incision on the side of the body, picking up the duck support. He held the duck's right wing with his left hand to make the duck body vertical. At this time, Yang Ming relaxed the duck head with his left hand, moved it downward, and grasped half of the duck neck with his hand. He lifted the duck neck with his thumb upward, bent the duck neck, and held the duck neck with the other 4 fingers firmly. Yang Ming held the duck hook with his right hand, raised the hook, passed it through the back of the duck neck, and then passed it through the muscle on the inside of the neck bone, so that the duck hook was passed through the neck. Afterwards, Yang Ming poured boiling water on the duck skin after hanging the duck, so that its pores were tightened, the protein in the epidermis layer solidified, the subcutaneous gas expanded to the maximum extent, and the skin was dense and stretched, shiny and smooth, which was convenient for baking. Finally, it was the last step. Yang Ming held the hook ring with his left hand, making the duck breast face outward, and scooped a spoonful of boiling water with his right hand. He first washed and scalded the incision on the side of the body, letting the water flow down from the shoulder to seal the incision to prevent air from escaping, and then evenly scalded the whole body. Then, Yang Ming sprinkled sugar water on the duck, making the roast duck red and increasing its crispness. To make the roast duck covered with sugar water, it must be beaten twice by pouring. Then, Yang Ming drained the blood in the chest and asked Ziraya to use wind escape to quickly dry it. When the moisture inside and outside the duck skin is dried, the skin can be closely connected with the subcutaneous connective tissue, making the skin thicker, and the roasted duck skin is crispy. At the same time, this can also maintain the original shape, so that the chest will not leak air and sink during roasting. Before putting the roast duck in the dragon pot, Yang Ming first stuffed a section of sorghum stalk into the 1000-year-old killing place, that is, blocking it. The joints should be inserted into the Millennium Killer, just stuck in the sphincter to prevent the boiling water from flowing out. Then, Yang Ming poured 80% of the boiling water into the side of the body. In this way, when roasting, the duck can be cooked inside and roasted outside, cooked quickly, and the excessive consumption of water in the duck meat can be replenished, making the duck meat crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. After the duck meat entered the dragon pot, Yang Ming roasted it with fire escape, and used the pick to regularly change the position of the duck so that the duck was heated evenly and the whole body could be roasted. In this way, the key is that every piece of meat must have skin. At this time, Yang Ming dared not be careless. He must control the temperature. If the temperature is too high, the duck will be burnt, otherwise it will not be cooked. The duck embryo is heated evenly and strongly, and the subcutaneous fat has melted. The roasted duck will have crispy skin and tender meat, shiny skin, white and tender meat, and delicious taste. No smoke, strong bottom fire, long burning time. Roasted duck. The appearance of the duck is full, the color gradually turns red, the skin is crispy, the outside is burnt and the inside is tender. If you taste it carefully, the taste must be even better. As the roast duck gradually takes shape, a mellow and distant roasted aroma drifts out with the breeze and spreads outside the store, which immediately causes the people to swallow their saliva. Gurgle! Gurgle! Shikaku stared with his lantern-sized eyes, his throat moved up and down, and the sound of swallowing saliva was like a muffled thunder, resounding through the sky. Ah, why is it not ready yet? I waited until the flowers withered. Shikaku drooled, with an expression on his face that my sword was thirsty. In the expectant eyes of the crowd, Yang Ming finally finished the roast duck and placed it on a white plate. Looking at the red roast duck, Shikaku's eyes bloomed with unprecedented light. What a nice smell! Shikaku's nose twitched, he took a deep breath, and a huge gust of wind rolled up, and he said intoxicatedly. After eating too much of Gaara's food, Shikaku realized more deeply that Yang Ming's cuisine was heavenly food. However, what everyone didn't expect was that roast duck was far from that simple. Even if they had seen shrimp sashimi that was alive after being boiled, it was not as shocking as it is now. I also feel very uncomfortable with the sudden change from battle to food. In addition, this chapter is more cumbersome. It is recommended to read China on the tip of the tongue, the picture is more intuitive, mobile users please browse Reading for a better reading experience. Chapter 200 Dancing Roast Duck. Roast duck has a long history. Roast duck was recorded in food records as early as Yinshi Zhenjiao even has a record of roast duck. Roast duck is barbecued duck, which is the earliest kind of roast duck. After countless generations of chefs' research, roast duck has become a famous dish in China, known as the world's delicacy and famous all over the world. When Yang Ming took out the roasted duck, everyone saw that it was beautiful in appearance, plump and full, bright in color, reddish in color, crispy in skin and tender in meat, delicious and crispy, fat but not greasy, thin but not dry. It was true that 1 point more was too greasy, 1 point less was too thin, just like the golden ratio, showing a beautiful figure. In the reddish-red duck skin, the crispy duck meat was wrapped, emitting steaming hot air, curling into clouds and smoke, emitting a mellow roasted aroma, which made people salivate. Shikaku was even more exaggerated, with a big mouth opened, like a waterfall hanging upside down, saliva pouring out. It was suspected that the Milky Way fell from the sky, and the waterfall fell straight down 3,000 feet. However, the most eye-catching thing was not these. When the roast duck stood up from the plate with difficulty, ignoring the stunned eyes of everyone, it actually danced. Just like the dance of the onion song in Station B, the roast duck shook its head and flirted, twisted its buttocks, and swayed its limbs to the left and right in rhythm. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. The roast duck's belly was rosy and shiny, and it quacked strangely. As it danced, a touch of colorful gas erupted from its mouth. It was like a small rainbow, drawing a beautiful arc in the air, spreading out, and a pure natural energy spread out. This is it. Jiraiya, who had just rushed over, inhaled a breath of this colorful gas and was immediately confused. Jiraiya had practiced fairy arts before, so he was not unfamiliar with this. Although the appearance has changed, when it enters the body, it turns into natural energy. Moreover, it is absolutely pure energy without any side effects. This is incredible. Although the amount is not much, according to Jiraiya's estimation, as long as he persists for 3 years and eats this roast duck every day, he will definitely be able to create a ninja who can use fairy arts. This seems to be uneconomical, but if compared with the terribly low success rate, it is so amazing. Jiraiya's face was solemn. Boss, can I try this roast duck? As soon as he finished speaking, Shikaku was unhappy. Although it behaved very docilely in front of Yang Ming, it had long been disgusted by humans and was filled with cruelty in its bones. Shikaku's lantern-sized pupils exuded a cold chill. Human, this is mine. Don't even think about it. Facing the two people's requests, Yang Ming just shook his head lightly. Jiraiya, you should know the rules of the store. We pay attention to first come first served, you wait for next time. Jiraiya was stunned, thinking of his eagerness just now, he was indeed a little anxious. Anyway, he was an employee of the store, and he wanted to see if the roast duck was really as he thought, and he had plenty of time. Seeing this, Shikaku's eyes flashed with a trace of smugness, grabbed the fragrant roast duck, and couldn't bear it anymore, opened his big black mouth, and swallowed it in one gulp. It did not swallow it whole, but carefully turned the tip of its tongue and chewed it slowly. Suddenly, Shikaku's eyes widened. A delicious taste, like the waves of the sea, one wave higher than the other, swept over madly. Shikaku only felt that the roast duck skin was fragrant, with a crispy texture and a slightly oily and refreshing taste. That's because there is a trace of duck fat on the soft skin, which is equivalent to the lubricant between the screws, which can be called the finishing touch. The meat of the roast duck is unexpectedly tender and smooth, not at all the dryness imagined after the barbecue. When the teeth bite down, there is even a little juice seeping out of it, which is the concentrated essence, sweet and delicious, and extremely delicious. Shikaku's eyes opened wider, and he clapped his hands suddenly, and a huge roar sounded, shaking the surrounding trees, and the leaves fell and scattered all over the ground. Delicious! So delicious! Shikaku was so moved that his eyes were filled with tears and he almost spoke incoherently. Because his hands were too excited, he almost slapped the Ichiraku restaurant opposite into ashes. Is it easy to think of Shikaku? Under the hands of Gaara, a chef with a strange aesthetic, he tasted the indescribable dark cuisine for several days. If it were someone else, he would have vomited blood long ago. But Shikaku didn't, he actually ate it. After eating the food made by Yang Ming, Shikaku felt that all the sufferings he had endured in the human pillar body for these years were worth it. In particular, Yang Ming used the kitchen utensils handed down by the six-path sage to cook the food, which made Shikaku think of those young and naive years. Although Shikaku and the others are tailed beasts, the six-path sage never regarded them as monsters, but as family members. At that time, they were still young and had no worries. Under the wings of the six-path sage who was like a father, they enjoyed a peaceful life. They originally thought that this would last forever. Unfortunately, after the six-path sage passed away, they ignorantly walked into a strange world and suffered too much malice. The endless hunting and sealing of humans made them completely hate humans and take pleasure in killing humans. While feeling emotional, Shikaku did not forget the existence of Gaara's village. Over the years, Shikaku has witnessed Gaara's growth in his body. Although it doesn't say it, every time Gaara brings it delicious food, its indifferent heart like an iceberg keeps melting. There has long been an invisible bond between the two. As soon as the roast duck enters the stomach, an endless natural energy, like a galloping wild horse, wanders around. These things are useless to Shikaku, but they are of great significance to Gaara. It carefully guides these energies, gathers them together, and then transports them into Gaara's body. With this spring-like moisture, Gaara's heavy eye bags gradually faded, and finally disappeared. It seems that Gaara absorbed it very well. Burp. Shikaku licked his mouth with satisfaction, burped, felt sleepy, and gradually shrank back into the human pillar. At this time, Mei Terumi returned from afar. However, her beautiful face seemed to be condensed with thousands of years of ice, and a momentum that kept strangers away rushed over, making people afraid. Seeing this, Yang Ming went up to her and asked, "What's wrong with you? You look very wrong." Mei Terumi was angry and said hatefully, "It's still that old man Danzo, it's so hateful. You know, he not only led me away in the name of protecting the village, but from him, I found that he was also thinking about the position of Hokage." "So what?" Yang Ming said calmly. Mei Terumi looked at Yang Ming seriously, "Listen, I think you'd better go back to the Hidden Mist village with me. Because Danzo is going to attack you." Mobile users please browse M. Reading for a better reading experience.